Okay, this is an update on Paul's use of the Anaphora because I keep getting questions about it, and what I've hopefully communicated back in private communication to you guys, the few of you who are looking at this, is that I'm stuck here. This is why I stopped making videos on GGS, because this Appendix 1, Paul's Parallel Time Balance Summary, and I'm using the PDF here so you can see it, but links will be in the video description giving you both the HTM, the PDF, and the original doc. I'm stuck here at how Paul is using his numbers for the Anaphora. As you'll recall, the Anaphora begins up here. Okay. There are three kinds. There's the Epainan Anaphora, which begins here. Epainan doxis tes charitos autou. Okay? That's the Epainan Anaphora. Before that began Isauton kataten eudokian to telematos autou. And Paul benchmarks the Ada here in telematos to three different Roman emperors. The year that they die and another emperor takes place, this first one being Trajan, and then Macrinus, and then Diocletian. And then the guy who takes over them undoes everything that the previous emperor who died meant to accomplish. Okay, so this is the first Anaphora. It's repeated 3 times in Paul's piece. Here's the second Anaphora, Epainan. I'm giving them nicknames. I'm calling this Eudokion after the keyword, Epainan after the keyword. And then the third one is what I call Temple Trio, starting with proeteto, right here in verse 9. Okay? Now, each of these anaphora, in other words, there's a key concept repeated 3 times, usually with the same words. I spent a lot of time showing you in the document here, the Ephesians 1 reparsed document. And it's this section here where I'm stuck, because Paul's use of the numbers to track back to history, he's reconciling. The whole purpose of Ephesians is he's reconciling time. He's showing you how church is used to reconcile time. And he's going all the way back to Adam, and all the way then forward to what was still at his time of writing was the scheduled millennium. And he's using all of these meters to reconcile the time, to show how Ephesians 1:10 gets done. But the numbers are so many and so significant that I'm not done yet figuring it all out. Okay, that's the problem here. And I'm not going to get done. This whole year is basically gone. You know, I'm making this recording now a couple of hours before 2013 starts, and I'm not going to have any time during 2013 to do this. As far as I know, I have to take over a business, and I'm just not going to be able to get to this. So this video is just going to have to sort of fill in the space, you know, during that time. Now, where are we with this? The first thing we got to reconcile here is that the Eudokian anaphora, okay, are metered. Each of the anaphora are metered. And it's between syllables equals years, 105 to 231. So that's basically spanning from Trajan to the Severans, the emperors now. I got to give you the historical period. He's telling you by the meter at what point church goes south. In other words, it starts to become so apostate there is no possibility of rapture, because the whole thing he's doing when he's metering out, you know, syllable by word, is he's showing you what if the rapture happened at 77 AD? What if it happened at 84 AD? What if it happened at 105 AD? What would the character of church be like? What would be our testimony? He's following the exact same pattern as Moses set up for everybody in Psalm 90. The metering, the text, the whole thing is interactive for that reason. So you can see where you are on the map of time. Okay? It's about how God orchestrates time. So you know what kind of time period you're in. Here we're looking at a Groundhog Day of 62 weeks that just keeps on replaying because church is maturing. That's the whole theme of this book. Church is not maturing. It is not going to mature. Here's why it's not going to mature. So you don't be like the rest of church, and you wake up, you smell the coffee, and you get with doctrine. That's the whole point of this book. Church won't mature until Ephesians 4:13 is reached. And Ephesians 4:13 won't be reached until enough of us in church grow up. We are the proelpicotas, as he'll say at the end of verse 9, or 12, verse 12. So, in order to stress that and show the importance of it and how church is used to reconcile time, he's doing this meter. And highlighted in blue on the screen in front of you is 105 to 231. That is the developmental phase of when church goes so far south that it's not going to recover. The rapture is going to happen for a bad reason. It's going to happen because we're apostate. But by that time, there will be enough kings developed. So everybody else is a Christian troll. Okay? Christianity is not advanced. Christianity is apostate. And he's highlighting there in blue, the period when it goes apostate. And I found this out later, and I made videos on it in 11U of GGS. It turns out that in the 230s, this is when the Severans are emperors, okay? During the 230s, it's really painful to talk about this. That's when the so-called Catholic Church is born. It wasn't born except out of jealousy. A guy named Demetrius in Alexandria was a teacher there in Alexandria, an apostate teacher. And he was jealous of Origen, who's another apostate teacher. I'm talking about the Origen that we know today. We think we know today. He was jealous of Origen. Origen in about 217 or so, I think it's 217, you can check the history, went to Rome. He, Hippolytus, and there are two Hippolytuses, not just one, and a guy named Julius Africanus, who all happened to be in Rome at that time. And I'm not sure how much Origen was visiting the Severans, but he did see them at least a couple of times. They were trying to convert the Severan emperors, especially the kids, Severus Alexander, to Christianity, their version of Christianity, which was apostate. At the same time, in Rome, there was this huge movement going on where people were expecting the end of the world. Paul's addressing all that in the text of his verse at that time, which is verse 9. And so what he's telling you here, by overlapping the way he does his meter, is that that's the critical time in history right here. Okay? He's overlapping his meter at verse 9. That's the word mysterion, hidden, pregnant, about to give birth. All that is tied up in the word mysterion. Okay, Paul's using, extreme wordplay there. But the Greeks would get it because this was their language. And remember, Paul's writing in 56 AD, not 231. And he's saying, hi, in 231, there's going to be a mothering. Yeah, the Severans were controlled by the mothers. Okay? It's very, very clever wordplay. It's just like what you'd expect from a Greek play, which Paul's patterning all of Ephesians after a Greek play. So this is bald to the Greek reader that Paul's writing to. Bald. And it's not bald to us because we don't know the history and we don't know the meter. So we don't know that Ephesians 1:3 through 14 is telling a story of church. Okay, so verse 9 is saying, hi, this is a pivotal time in history. When the mothers are having something hidden, yeah, the mothers are hidden behind the throne. Okay, they're birthing something, yeah, they're birthing civil war because this is going to give birth to the crisis of the 3rd century, which you can look up anywhere on the internet. Just look up that title, Crisis of the 3rd Century. They're giving birth to that, which is a civil war period that lasts until Diocletian, until 284 when Diocletian comes to power. So that's why verse 10 is pivotal. See, verse 10 follows verse 9. Hi, church is the centerpiece of history, the pleroma of history. Pleroma is another word for pregnancy. Pleroma literally means to fill up a ship with cargo or a woman. A lot of wordplay going on here. And 33 sevens is the sum of the Eudokian Anaphora meter. That's the Lord's age when he dies, or 77 threes. Here it ends up meaning that what's being given birth to is so-called Mother Church. See the wordplay? Because Christians are rejecting God en masse, in enough mass that at the period of the sevens this happens. And then that's where I gave you that book that dissertation by Stephen Lee Williams showing the origin of the Pope list. It really started in earnest in 231. That was when Peter, for the very first time, was stuck on a Pope list saying that he was in Rome. That was done to convince the Severins who were in Rome. They're emperors at Rome. Demetrius of Alexandria is the guy who came up with the idea. Julius Africanus is the guy who put him on the list. And the whole idea was to make this other guy in Rome, another teacher, make him popular with the Severins. Because see, here's our greatest, Christian teacher, making him Peter, even though Paul was the guy who was actually in Rome at the time. And they're going to make Peter the guy that's in Rome. Because, Paul, you don't dare use Paul. Paul proves why this whole Catholic Church idea is wrong. So they use Peter instead, who was never there. You put him on the list and say, see, we're a noble faith that was born in Rome under Peter, who was never there. It's a bald lie. They don't care. They just want to convert the Severins. And that would make this Roman so-called bishop that was there, who was against Origen, popular, so that Origen would be sidelined and have to go back to Carthage or wherever he was going to go. That was Demetrius of Alexandria's goal. He wanted to oust Origen from, influence with the Severins. So he's promoting another bishop in Rome and sticking Peter's name as a bishop in Rome on a list that they fabricated to impress the Severins. It had nothing to do with, what we're talking about popes today. It was just a gambit, and it failed. As a result of this gambit, there was a persecution of Christians when Severus Alexander dies. Because they overthrow him. The army overthrows him in, 238. So that's the historical tie, and I traced it in earlier pages on this thing. And now what I'm trying to do is work out, okay, here's 33 sevens. And then here's the theme of it. Israel's sons rejected Christ, church sons reject him too. And then I go through, how the meter works so that you can see the math of it and what Paul is tracing by using 33 sevens. Then we get to the Epeinon Anaphora, okay, and it overlaps at Constantine's time. Constantine is like the first benchmark is the Severins. The second benchmark is Constantine. Of course, Constantine is the guy who really turned the church into an institution. And Paul is saying that's total apostasy. And he's using 45 sevens, and he's tying this 45 sevens, okay, means that God is going to end Rome as a result of Constantine uniting the church. All right, and then I have to go through, I'm going through the math on that and showing you how the meter works and proves it. Okay, before these pages, I had shown, the actual tracing of the history using the meter. Okay, but now I'm doing is I'm showing how the adding up of the sevens with the centering on Constantine right here, the overlap, in the way Paul's doing his meter. He's highlighting the two major downward historical benchmarks, which to him are yet future, but to us are very visible past. Okay, so I'm fine on that. I mean, I've got to look at the math again, because I think, there might be some minor errors in there. But the overall meaning I'm sure of. Okay, 33 sevens, church is going to reject. And the denominator is 231. 231 to 237 should have been the rapture and didn't happen because of church's apostasy. So then it gets to go through the trial again, and it goes through another denouement at 334, 320, 334, when Constantine finally gets power. He finally defeats all of his enemies, la-di-la. Constantine will die in 337 on Pentecost, and Paul really slights him. Really makes fun of him because proelpikotas is a Pentecost term. First fruits. That's the beginning of the count of Pentecost. Constantine actually dies on Pentecost in 337, but the syllables are counted by Paul when he's metering to the text. The death of Constantine is occurring at proelpikotas, not at pikotas. In other words, he didn't complete. Constantine didn't complete. It's a real snub of Constantine not, dying a spiritual retard. Alright, so that's 45 sevens, the total for the Appian Anaphora. Now, when you add them up, because Paul's doing that also, and this goes through the 45 sevens, okay, when you add them up, you get 78 sevens, which is right here on page 131 of the doc. Okay, 78 is another ark analogy. Okay, but it's going farther than that because the add up ends up meaning the 1078th year of David. Now that 1078th year of David is the meter that Isaiah 53 had used. His whole Isaiah 53, which starts in 52:13, because our modern Bibles don't do the verse count right. So 52:13 to 53:12 is Isaiah's meter, and it's really 1,078 syllables. It's got two ellipses, one of 252 syllables between Isaiah 52:15 and Isaiah 53:1, and another 364 syllables between Isaiah 53:11 and Isaiah 53:12. So when you add up the ellipses plus the actual syllable count of 462 in Isaiah 53, you get 1078, which is measuring from the birth of the first David to the death of the last David in what was supposed to be 37 AD. But Christ died 7 years earlier. So that's why we have this hanging chad, which resulted in the temple going down from 64 to 70 AD. And it's measured from 64. Some people will measure it from 66. But the Bible's measuring it from 64. Okay, from Nero, rather than from Florus, who came in 66. And, that includes Masada, that fell in 73 AD. Temple fell in 70 in either case. Okay, Bible's measuring it from Nero, from what I can tell. From the burning of Rome. Because that's when Nero blamed the Christians. So 1078 is the total sum in Isaiah 53, and Paul is reconciling to that. It also has wordplay and number play on David's age at death, which was 77. And when you're age 77, you're in your 78th year. That's when your 78th year begins. See, I'm 59. Okay, my 60th year has begun. On my birthday, when I turned 59 last year, that's when my 60th year began. When I reach age 60 this year, that's when my 61st year begins. And the reason why that play is used is because you got an end of a year and that begins a year. It's always the piggybacking with the Mosaic Law kind of concept. The new day is piggybacked on the old day at sundown. So that's what Paul's doing here. And it lends itself to 70 because 78 is divisible by 7. 77 is divisible by 7. So there's a parallel that he's doing, but I haven't figured it out yet, on this thing that's highlighted in blue now, 1078 or 1077. And that was what I was trying to come up with here, but the numbers aren't right. This whole section here. Okay, the idea is right. I've got the idea right, but I'm doing the numbers wrong, and I'm not sure where I'm making my mistake. Bible is self-auditing. Okay, these numbers are doctrines. They're designed to teach you the relationship about how God orchestrates time. All right, that's not Bible codes, for crying out loud. Bible codes couldn't even begin to be this smart. God is showing you the doctrine of how all that old time and all of its old meaning is still playing today. God is using time, but church's completion is a body criterion, not a time criterion. Okay, it's falling back to the old pre-Israel rules about somebody maturing, super maturing during a 490-year time segment. If yes, then time continues. If no, then the balloon goes up. All right, that's the sort of Damocles hanging over our head. And it's just a question of, well, if it happens this year, then what does that tell us? And that's what Ephesians 1:3-14 is mapped to prove. But when Paul's doing that, he's also showing the reconciliation to Adam. Oh, back to Adam, then the flood, then, Noah, flood, Noah, then Abram, then David, and, then Christ, and then us. That's what he's doing with all these numbers, but I don't think I've got the math on what he's doing right. It's close, but I'm either picking the wrong factors or I'm reconciling it wrong or something, especially right here. I'm either not thinking about it the right way or I'm using the wrong factors. But I know he's doing this. The numbers definitely tie here. For example, David becomes king exactly 1050 years after Abram's maturation. God's, Paul's metering to that on purpose. He's reconciling to that in his meter on purpose, so he's saying it's important. I don't know why that happens, because if you take that, David became king of Hebron 3,096 years after Adam's fall. That is 1050 from the year that Abraham supermatured. Okay, if you take therefore this and add 1050 to it, you get 4146, which is the 1000th anniversary of the temple's construction start, the first temple. Why? Okay, why is Paul balancing to that? What's the significance of that? Because then if I take 4146, that's, 4146, see, 3096 plus 1050 is 4146. Okay, Christ is dead at that point. He died 10 years earlier. All right, well, that's going to take us beyond 5250. If I take 1050 plus that, I get to 5196. Well, it doesn't take us beyond. It's 5250? It's 54 years, which is the difference in Abram's maturation. Okay? So maybe he's making a parallel to that. Is that the world had to just reconcile to Abraham again on the 5250, because the difference in Abraham's supermaturation, see, you got 2100, which was his deadline for supermaturation, but he supermatures in the 490th year of Noah's supermaturation, which was 2046, and that's 54 years early. So Paul is doing his reconciliation from Hebron kingship, that's when David was 30, got king of Hebron, plus 1050, okay, because David's maturation is 1050 years after Abram. That takes you to 4146, okay? That plus 1050, which should be the end of the millennium, leaves 54 years to the end of the millennium, which at that time was still scheduled on the old schedule. So church could have actually matured during that time. That's the point that Paul is making. But it didn't, and he knew it wasn't going to. So that's why he does his meter the way he does. But still, it was potential. So he's reconciling to the potential when he's using the 78 sevens. But when I'm trying to figure out what he's benchmarking here, I've only got part of the answer. I've only got this part of the answer. And I'm not sure these numbers are right. I mean, the math works, but why? What is this telling me? And I don't know the answer to that. Okay, this part right here, and specifically this part and this part. It's true. Those are obvious facts. But why are they there? What's the importance of those facts? And if maybe they're the wrong facts, you know what I'm saying? They're true, they're facts, but maybe those aren't the facts that Paul's actually highlighting. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm sorry, I will not be able to make a video again for maybe a year. And, you know, if you guys can figure out how to solve this, I'm grateful. Tell me, please, save me time. That's the whole purpose of why I get to do this. I'm supposed to be saving someone else time, and now I'm stuck in a time warp. End the video. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to say this right, but I've got to at least give a heads up out there. It's again about the Bible timeline and about how Paul's doing his meter. What I'm finding out is a huge pattern that goes all the way back to Noah. And I've been discussing it with some of you guys. And in particular, it came up today. What about the meaning of the 105? Because 105 is, you know, prominent here. And it basically runs 7 years after Christ's age 98, which was when the millennium was supposed to happen, had there never been a church. Okay, so Paul benchmarks 105 here at Aisquiothesian dia Jesu Christu, okay? And it's got a 21 number, 21 meter, which means it's building. It's analogous to Jacob, and that's real important here, as you're going to find out, okay? The idea that Paul was hitting on here is, what if the rapture happened when Christ would have been 105, which is 7 years later than the original schedule, because Christ died 7 years earlier than he was supposed to because he was rejected. So just like, you know, the problem with the temple and the missed sabbatical years, is there going to be another 7-year delay? And juridically, that had a lot of parallel, because, you know, David had the 7-year civil war before he became king of over all Israel, which is very relevant here. And then, you know, there was the not really just 7-year delay, but 7-year delay in his death. When he retired at age 70, he didn't die at age 70, he retired, spent the last 7 years of his life preparing the temple, which is very relevant here. So, you know, and then of course, you know, you had the 7 years lost on the 49 missed sabbatical years, which 7 years couldn't play pre-Christ, because time had to start up again at the end of the 49 sabbatical years, which is why Daniel's timing his prayer in Daniel 9:2 to the beginning of the 49th year. Okay, now I realize that for some of you this is all going over your head, but for the rest of you, you've been with me on this for several years, so I'm not going over your head. When Daniel prays, the reason for the tribulation being pre-church and having the rapture be pre-church is that Israel had missed 49 sabbatical years. There were 7 more due on those years. Okay, and the delays with David getting into the kingdom, as you're going to see in a few minutes, hopefully, the delays of David getting into the kingdom didn't make up for that loss. In other words, they were early, starting their time period with Abram, okay, but they end up being in a debit by the time the temple falls. So the question was, how is that debit of time going to be made up? And it was a 14-year debit at that point. All right, so what Daniel 9 is about is to say, hi, 7 years of the 14-year debit have to play during Messiah. That's the 62nd week, just the 62nd week in Daniel 9. And then the last 7 is Daniel 9:27 playing post-Messiah. Okay, that was the schedule if church had never come to exist. That would have ended 94 AD, but church came to exist because Israel rejected Christ. He died 7 years early, so the 14 still had to be played. So how was it going to play now that church exists? And so one of the thoughts here was, okay, well, maybe Christ himself comes back 7 years later to make up the time. All right, because these are Paul. Let me maximize this. I'm sorry, turn this video off if you're not following me from the beginning of the GGS series, because it's going to be too confusing. Christ is born here. That's 10 AD. Okay? This is 105 AD when Christ would have been 105. Paul is doing his own Anno Domini accounting. In between, here at year 66, Christ would have been dead as long as he had been alive. So that was an expected rapture date. The temple was expected to fall down right there, okay, or you could even say Inechemas, okay, and then we would be Hagios, okay, at that point, but the whole world, the tribulation would have ended for the whole world by 73, and then Amomus, we'd be coming back when Christ was 77. Is that cute? That's another, these are all alternative rapture dates, and I explain them in detail inside this Ephesians 1 repar stock. Okay? These are potential rapture dates. Okay, but the last rapture date expected was our equivalent of 94 AD. That's when John writes Revelation. He even datelines it, except they have a slightly different way of saying what the dates are. So now Paul is saying, okay, what if when Christ was 105 years old, 7 years after the latest possible trib date, latest possible millennium beginning date, because of the 7-year hickey with him being killed 7 years early. So you got to make up for it by adding 7 years to time. That's what Paul's getting at here. Now, that it turns out this 105 is an extremely prominent number in his Anaphora too. All right, so then the question is, well, what does that mean? And I'll cover that in the next increment. Okay, so now we're looking at what does it mean if Christ dies at 105? What's the convergence? What's the balance? Am I recording? Yeah, I'm recording. What's the convergence? What's the balance? And when you see this, you are going to die. I just learned it. That's why I'm having trouble talking. We have to go back to the flood. Paul's Anaphora meter on the Epinon Anaphora, which begins right here, the first time the Epinon Anaphora begins. What kept bothering me is why was he leaving out the time between 105 and 133? I couldn't understand. Why was he doing it that way? Why was he pegging his meter that way? Because he pegs it starting here for Epinon. But then he overlaps it, and it's like, what? I've been going through this for like 2 years now. Okay, why is Paul's meter like this? Okay, well, this 105 is 105 threes, 105 threes or 45 sevens. That's the Epinon Anaphora meter, which if you look up 45 sevens in the Ephesians 1 repar stock, you'll find me explain it. 45 sevens is 315. Noah was in the boat 308 days, okay, from the time he entered it until his birthday. The extra 7 being added to his time in the boat. It's a metaphor. Okay, so now watch this. And you say, well, Brainout, that's just an interpretation. Oh yeah? Watch. 1056 is Noah's birth per Bible only, not, astronomy or astrology or somebody guessing. Just use the Bible's dates and only use solar years, okay? Noah was born 1056, as you can see in column H, right here where my little shell cursor is. 1056 from Adam's fall. Watch. 1056 plus 1050 is 2106. You got that, right? I'm going to take the calculator away. So now watch what happens when we go to year 2106. (2046) is when Abram super matures. That gives rise to the 50-year and the finally 57-year hiatus between Christ's scheduled death and the millennium. Okay, now watch. Looky here. 2106, Amenhotep unites Egypt. That's not the importance of the date. Here's the importance of the date. Jacob was born 2106. Exactly 1050 years from Noah. And you can say to me, "Oh, brain out, that's just a coincidence. You're just manipulating the numbers." Oh yeah, watch. So now we take 2106 and we add 1050. That's what? 3156. Memorize that number. 3156. So we're going from Jacob's birth to 3156. And what year is that? Oh, honey. I almost died when I saw this. I've been trying to figure this out for 2 years now. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Moses' personal 490 ends, and the temple is dedicated. 1 Ethanim, 1 Kings 9, 950 BC. 3156 from Adam. So 1050 from Jacob's birth, which was 1050 from Noah's birth, is the birth of the temple in terms of its dedication date. That's when it's officially born, active, open for business. And you say, well, that's just another coincidence. Oh, yeah? Watch. 3156 plus 1050 is what? 4206, that's end of year. So 4207, Christ is 105 years old. That's the 1050th anniversary of the temple. See, this beginning of year, end of year, Christ is born at the end of year. You with me on that? God's even time. This is why I keep trying to tell people, you can prove he was born on Hanukkah. There's 16,000 ways in the Bible to prove it. You know, and just because the Bible doesn't cater to our modern laziness and tell us in a dull manner, yes, he was born on Hanukkah, because they use clever language to use it, to explain it, which you can learn this. It's just the math. Hello? Christ is born on Hanukkah. That's end of year. So he's about to turn 105. In the 1050th anniversary of the first temple. So that would have been a likely rapture date if rapture was going to occur then. Paul's whole meter is based on potential rapture dates and what you can say about history during that time. And I've said this, I already covered this in the GGS videos. During that time, this was the time of the adoptive emperors. So Paul's picking adoption. Huiothesion means adoption as sons. You know, sons into the son, which is Isaiah 53:11, coming to 10, contract to make sons. I'm sorry, it doesn't get balder than this. Let's go back through the math. 4207 is when what you see highlighted in blue here is huiothesion. It's on sons. Okay, could Paul be more clever than this? Sons made from the sun, right? So we got sons made from the sun in 105. Potential rapture date 4207 from Adam. Now watch. Minus 1050 is what? That's the end, beginning of the new year. 3157 from Adam. Okay, first temple. Minus 1050 again, another son. Birth of Jacob. That's I've got a 1 year rounding in here that I'm going to have to worry about. Minus 1050 again, and that's Noah. See, they're all sons. You get that? The temple is a kind of son of David. It depicts the Son of God. I don't know. Could Paul get more clever than that? And 105 is the Noah time in the boat, so it ties back to Noah in that way too. And that's a very lengthy discussion, which I cover in the Daniel 9, material, and in the Pauline material here in Ephesians 1 reparsed. Okay. So, honey, we got a tracking of 1050 that I didn't notice before. I apologize. Going all the way back to Noah, which accounts for why his meter of the Epinon Anaphora is using 45 sevens, aka 105 threes, dating back to the ark when you just hub out the math. Because he's playing the same game with hubbing the math like Mary did in the Magnificat. And it's tying to the text, heirship, sonship, through the Son, Jesus the Christ. Hello? God orchestrates time. 21 years was the number of years that Jacob spent in Haran. Building what? His family. Coming out in year 21. And these are all being tied to 1050s, which are civilization units, which means that God is also measuring the 1050s in a way I didn't tell you before because I didn't notice it before. So thank you to the folks who brought this up, what you see on Aishuiotesien dia Jesucristo about the 105, because this brain I just didn't notice the connections. I wondered about it. I talked about it in the GGS videos. Why is he picking 105? And apparently some of you guys had the same question because, you're asking me and I don't know, and now I know thanks to you. So that's it. Yell at me, ask questions, whatever. Bye. Okay, I can't let this drop. I found out more connections. Oh, man. What a day this is. I wonder if this is an important day in history. It's certainly an important day in my history. Okay, this is the Ephesians 1 reparse doc. I'm using the PDF version because it's easier on the camera, the screen recorder. Link will be in the video description. It's really already in the video description of part 2. What I want to focus on here is at the bottom and about the middle, Bible time distances. That's really where you want to look. That same link will have the same name in the HTM version and in the doc. It's the same page as you see in the PDF version here. Okay, if you would, focus your attention down here at the bottom. Millennium, 4,200 years from Adam. That was the schedule that was supposed to work. It is known today to the Jews as 2,100 years. To the Goyim, meaning the Gentiles, that was supposed to be Adam to Abram. 2,100 years from Abram to Christ. They call it 2,000 years in Judaism today, but it's really 2,100. All this math in front of you is proving that, and it's going to be even more proven as we get to go through some of these numbers. These are all Bible numbers. These are not based on estimates of scholars. I drew all the material you're seeing right there from the Bible only, using solar years only. Bible never uses lunar years. I don't know why the Jews came up with lunar years. That was never the rule from Exodus 12 forward, and a lot of Jews actually know that it's only solar years. Okay, but of course they're the minority. Majority is always wrong. You just have to live with that. It hurts, but that's the way it goes. 4,200 from Adam. You can do the begats yourself, and there will be a link in the video description showing you the Bible verses, how you get past Genesis 5 to navigate the rest of the dates. But all the dates are in the Bible. A lot of scholar mistakes, and that's part of the problem. Okay, down here, very bottom middle of the screen, temple dedicated. The millennium was supposed to begin in the 1044th year of the temple. Alright, that's what we're focusing on here. Now look just to the left of it. David's death, which the scholars get wrong because they think he died at age 70 following Josephus instead of the Bible. That would have been the 1057th year of David's death. Okay? Now, that being the case, 7 years prior to it was 1050. 7 years prior to the millennium was what? The beginning of the latest date of the tribulation. Okay, that was the latest schedule for the tribulation. Even the church was expecting it to happen 4193 from Adam at the outside. Christ, therefore, relative to David's death, okay, see, this is Christ's death in his actual year versus when he was scheduled to die. He was scheduled to die here. Okay, he was scheduled, therefore, to die in the 1000th anniversary of David's death. 50 years were then going to follow. That's depicted by Jubilee and Pentecost in the Mosaic Law. The final 7 years were the tribulation. That was also pre-church. That's the point. It's pre-church schedule. The trib, therefore, would have begun in the 1050th year following David's death. That's a math relationship I did not notice until putting up part 3 today. So maximum mea culpa on that. Notice, however, that if Christ lives to age 105, like Paul is showing, that would have taken you to the 1050th year of the temple's dedication. So he's bracketing the potential years of the tribulation based on these time distances. See, this is a time distance table. It's on page 135 of the doc or of the PDF, and the Bible time distances is right here. In the HTM version, you just click on this Bible time distances at the beginning of the page, and you'll come right back to it. Okay, you'll notice the PDF works now. Yeah, that Smart PDF Creator Pro only costs $100, and that's cheaper than Acrobat, which will do the same thing with more steps. Okay, so 7 years beyond that is the beginning of the 1051st year of the temple. See, temple dedicated. I'm sorry, let's see if I can get rid of, don't I hide the toolbars? Yeah, there we go. We got a little more room now. Okay? So when Christ would have been 105, which is the point Paul's making as a potential rapture, or, end of time. Okay? Rolling series of deadlines like I introduced in episode GGS 11. Paul's series of rolling rapture or trib ending millennium dates is the theme of Ephesians 1:3-14. He's showing why the rapture won't occur. It could occur at any time, but he didn't expect it to occur because he's telling you basically that by Constantine's time, which is where I left off in the GGS videos, church would be so apostate, it would only be the proelpikotas, which is Ephesians 1:12. Proelpikotas means first fruits, means the small handful of sheaf that you wave before God on the first day of the Omer, which is piggybacked on the last day of Passover, per the Bible, Numbers 28:26. Okay, I've covered that before in my Sar Shalamin videos. So our point here is that he's showing the poeticness of the timing if God chose to do it that way. There's no guarantee he would. But he is showing a poeticness to the timing, and he's also showing what would happen in history that year so that you could appreciate the nature of the rapture doctrine. It's all about the rapture doctrine and how churches change, because that's the theme of Ephesians. Okay, so this would have been, Christ would have been, was 98 here, would have just been turning 97, would have entered his 98th year at the beginning of the millennium, 4,200 years from Adam's fall. Not Adam's age, Adam's fall. Okay, so that would have been the 1050th year of the temple if he went 7 more years, literally the beginning of the 1051st year. 7 years prior to the millennium is when the trib was last expected. That would have been the 1050th year from David's death at age 77. Luke uses 77, therefore, in Luke 1. Matthew picks up on that, which is a meter in Isaiah 53 of 77 syllables. Luke chooses that. to piggyback onto Matthew, who chose the 42, which was the first two verses of Isaiah 53, which is Isaiah 52:13 and 14 in our modern English, but the Hebrew starts the chapter actually at Isaiah 52:13. So David, the meter in Isaiah 53 is 1078, and that's going to be real crucial here. And he's counting from the birth of first David to the death of last David as scheduled prior to the tribulation. Okay. So, that fact, wait a minute, I hit the wrong keyboard. That fact is what Paul is tracing here. All right. So that's when the trib was supposed to begin. I hope you see that there's an orchestration to these numbers. You got a 1057 here, which is obviously the 1050 begins 7 years prior. You got a 1050 coming 7 years after this. All right. You got a 1050 David being born 1050 years after Abraham supermatured and got his covenant of Isaac's birth. Okay, the covenants are illustrated by births. Okay, that goes all the way back to Adam as a rule. Here's a 1000. Christ is born 1000 years after David is king of Jerusalem. King over all Jerusalem. He's born there 4007 years after David is king of Hebron. All right, so the tribulation, therefore, well, that's the Jubilee and the tribulation. That's the 57 years prior to the millennium. Would have begun the 57-year countdown. Would have begun when David had been king of Jerusalem for 1040 years. All right, and the millennium would have been begun at Christ's age 97, which would be the 1097th year of David's being king of Jerusalem. All right, so in the 1090th year, when Christ would have been 90 years old, that was when the tribulation was expected. That would have been his 91st year. That's why Paul is using 91 4 times in his meter. Okay, it's depicting 4 quarters. That also ties to Noah and the ark. Okay, you're beginning to see that there's a definite tie in these years. Okay, I just didn't notice that it was tying back to not only Abram, but it's tying back to Jacob and to Noah, his birth. And that was what I showed in part 3. Here in part 4, what I'm trying to just stress is that you got a 1050 that I didn't see before also, measured from David's death to the tribulation. Another 1050 from the year the temple is dedicated, 13 years. 13 years after David died, the temple was dedicated. That's 1 Kings 9. Okay? And 7 years after the millennium should have begun, the temple would have reached its 1050th year. Okay? Now, I hope you understand this. He's seeing that that's another 7 years. You're going beyond the schedule of time because there's a 7-year lateness here with the temple. That because David dies at age 77, not age 70, and that because he becomes king of Hebron at 30, but there's a 7-year civil war, so then he becomes king 7 years later. So he's actually king for 40 years here by the time he dies over all Israel. Okay, Christ was supposed to be born and die king over all Israel also for 40 years, and the Jews still recognize that today. That's in the Talmud, Sanhedrin 97 through 99, 97a through 99b, if I recall. Okay, so just look at this basic for now. Look at this page 135 in the doc and note the connections, and we're going to come back in the next increment. Okay, the screen's starting to act up. I hope this is going to work. In the last increment, this is where we left off. The page prior to it is year 177. Okay? And that's the name of the section if you're using the HTM that you want to search on. Year 177. Paul is making this, and I haven't figured it all out yet. Paul is making a parallel to the year that David became king of Hebron. Because if you add 1078 and then another 1077, if you add the 1077 twice, then you get to the end of the scheduled millennium at 5250 from Adam. That's where Paul is going with his numbers. That's why he's using 78 sevens. He's making a play on the 1078 syllables that Isaiah was using in Isaiah 53, but Isaiah leaves two significant sections in ellipses that Daniel in his meter plays on. So Paul is playing on both Daniel and Isaiah when he comes up with these 78 sevens for his Anaphora. His Anaphora meter sums up with Eudokian plus Apinon meter together. Sums up 78 sevens. And for 2 years now, I've been trying to figure out why. Okay, now I've got more of the puzzle, but not all of it. Just maybe you'll figure it out if you see this. So before the Bible time distance table, which was here, the page just before that is the 1077s, which Paul is paralleling. Okay, and that relationship is David's Hebron kingship, which was 3096 from Adam. Okay, that Hebron kingship was 1050 from Abraham. See, look. See, David's king of Hebron, 1050 from the year that Abraham reaches age 100. All right, that's what Paul's making a play on. That's another 1050. That one I had found. Okay, but I'm still not sure why he's playing to the Hebron kingship and now suddenly switches to Isaiah's 1078 meter. Isaiah's 1078 meter chronicles the number of years, literally you were supposed to count them, from the birth of David to the death of the last David. All Israel knew to count that. This is what they were taught. And Paul is basically recapping it in Greek using Hebrew meter of Ephesians to Greeks, based on the whole pattern of Ephesians is based on a play by Euripides called Ion. He's tracking that play chapter by chapter. What he's doing is, of course, this whole theme is Ephesians 2, the merging of the two walls, Israel and church. Church has its own deal, its own covenant. Okay, the Old Testament is set aside, which Book of Hebrews, of course, will explain. And Paul is showing how they interrelate to fulfill the promise to the Jews by means of church. So that's why he's using all this all these Hebraic concepts. You know, because that's what he said in Romans. Ephesians is written after Romans. He told the Romans in Romans 11, listen, you can get cut out just like the Jews were. You got grafted in just like they got grafted into the land of Israel, replacing the Canaanites. Don't get smug about it. And of course, that's true. You know, if you've been listening to my God Deeds video audios, part 7 talks about that Satan's angling for a mistrial based on the same arguments he used in Job. If church is too apostate, we die too soon. And yeah, it's the rapture and God will keep his word and all that, but then Satan wins. Satan's trying to get out of jail. You would too if you were him. I mean, you know. So church can actually, the rapture can occur at the wrong time. That's what Satan's trying to make happen. He tried to make Passover, the crucifixion, happen at the wrong time. And he almost won. But he didn't quite win, so now he's trying to do that with church. Okay, so what's the relationship of the Hebron kingship with its 1077s to the temple, to David, and to Christ, and to Abram? Well, to Abram, the Hebron kingship is 1050 years later. Abram matures, okay, in 2046 from Adam, and in 3096 from Adam, 1050 years later, David is crowned at Hebron. Okay, so that would have been temple year 1017. All right. I mean, well, 1077 from this Hebron kingship would have been temple year 1017, because the temple was started 13 years after David died. Okay, now down here there's a little math error. Okay, this is 3 years later, from 4143, that was when Christ was scheduled to die. That would have been temple year 990. I have to fix that in the document. It's obviously wrong. Okay. The date we want is also not listed here. It's between the two. The temple would have been 1,000 years old in 4156 from Adam. 3 years later, 4159, is when the temple would have been 1003. Okay, and that math is correct. So the rest of this is okay. But Paul is basically linking this year here. Okay, because, okay, look, 4173 minus 1077 is 3096, the year David was crowned in Hebron. That's the actual year he was crowned. Paul's linking a 1077 to that, which is 1078 when you are using 7ing factors, because it's the beginning of the 1078th year. This is really sophisticated. I'm sorry. Okay, David crowned Hebron 3096 from Adam's fall, plus 1077 is 4173 when the Lord should have died. I mean, not should have died, when he should have been 70. Okay, you got that? That's when the Lord should have been age 70. 4173 from Adam. That would have been temple year 1017. Okay, then look at this, 4173, look at the calculator again, I'm waving it here. Okay, you add another 1077, and that takes you to 5250, which was supposed to be the end of the millennium and the beginning of eternity. All right? So I'll leave you to ponder that here. Just sort of look at the screen, absorb it, and then I'll come right back. Okay, let's see if we can do this without the camera breaking down. I took out my flash drive. You see in front of you a temporarily revised years 1077 roster. I'm going to walk through it. You cannot download this yet because it's not wholly correct, or it's just I'm having a brain fart and I can't figure out how to make it be what I need it to be. I always have this problem when I get to this step. Okay, let's just go through what it is. Maybe you won't have the brain fart and you can see where I'm screwing up, and you'll tell me if you're in the mood. Okay? Because I'm so close and yet so far the answer to this thing. Okay, again, the point is that Paul in his meter is making an issue of the distances, and especially the equidistances, from the time that he's writing to past and yet future events in history, to lay out a scenario of what if the rapture and the effect of church upon that. His whole theme of Ephesians, as will also be true in the book of Hebrews, which Paul did not write, he was dead. That's Hebrews 13:23 telling you that. His whole theme in Ephesians, which is carried on by whoever wrote Hebrews, is to tell you how the covenant changed. Okay? And he wants to reassure both the Greeks and, the Jews who are in the diaspora who are reading what he writes. And I could almost prove that he's writing this while he's in Jerusalem, still in prison. He wants to demonstrate how God is rescuing the Jews by means of the Gentiles, even as God rescued the Gentiles by means of the Jews during the age of Torah. This is commonly known, this period, by Jews as called the Age of Messiah. It's also supposed to last for 2,000 years. I can't find any biblical justification for that term. But the math and the way history is played at least makes that an apt phrase, okay? So this is what all these numbers in front of you are designed to do. They are not, obviously they're not Bible codes. Paul's not just playing a lot of games. He's trying to show the convergences of time in Israel's history, okay? And you were raised with this stuff when you were a kid. So this would have been real familiar to the writer, to the readers that he was writing to, both Greek and Jewish. But of course it's not familiar to us because, you know, all this stuff was not transmitted down from the parents to the kids. But, there's an important but, all the numbers you see in front of you come straight from Bible. They are not coming from the meter. The meter is making use of the dates in the Bible. And that's why I'm paying attention to how Paul is using the dates in the Bible by means of his meter. So what I'm trying to say is that what you see on screen are all dates in the Bible. You can verify them yourself and ignore the meter. But the meter matters because it tells us how they read the text, how they used the dates. And since we're all confused today about what the dates are, this is going to be pretty helpful to hermeneutics. And you see those clues by means of the meter. It is a rhetorical style that is traditional, starting with Moses in Psalm 90. Okay? So now the question is, what are these dates and why is Paul doing this? And then I'll leave you to proof the dates yourself, but I got to explain some of them because there are a lot of scholar mistakes that mask over the efficacy of the Bible's numbers. Okay, this calculator might disappear every once in a while. Okay? When it does, I'll click on it to bring it back. See, like right now. Alright, let's first start talking about a couple of things. Year 1077 from David's birth, 4143 from Adam. The scholar mistake is thinking that David died at age 70. He died at age 77. You can verify that in 1 Kings 1 through 1 Kings 2, 39, which is the 3rd year after David died. You can also verify that by looking at 1 Chronicles 22 and following, which tells you what David did from age 70 to 77. That's the first thing. The second thing about those same passages is that if you read them, you will notice that there was a sort of civil war, not quite a civil war, but at least a succession contest between Solomon and his brothers. Okay? And I want to say the other brother was Adonijah. Alright? What happened to David at 70, and you'll see him talk about this in Chronicles, and I want to say it's in 1 Chronicles 29, 28, somewhere in there, retrospective exposition. What David had done was at age 70, he gave the crown to Solomon because God told him to do that. Alright? But he reasoned, and you see the reasoning in the 1 Chronicles 28, 29, somewhere in there. My son is too young and inexperienced. He doesn't know what he's doing. Whenever you have a split in leadership, that promotes dissension within the ranks, and each vies into factions in order to get some kind of, political favoritism. And that's how you see 1 Kings open, where, Bathsheba ends up going to Solomon and asking, well, one of David's concubines, Adonijah wants to marry. And Solomon says to her, don't you understand that means he wants to take over the kingdom, dummy? So Bathsheba and Nathan get together and they go to David and they say to David, listen, you gotta do something about this problem. Okay? That's all happening between David's age 70 and 77, and obviously, because he's not doing what God told him to do and backing his son the way he was supposed to, he was sick. Okay, that's Psalm 32:5, Psalm 66:18. You know, David's human like everybody else. He had his bad days with God, and he was having some bad days at that time. So between age 70 and 77, Solomon was on the throne, at least nominally, with varying support from David. So that Solomon's rule started in 970, this is really important, 970 BC, and ends at 930 BC, and most scholars know that. But the problem is that when you get to 1 Kings 6:1, and they look at 4th year of Solomon, they're not tying into 1 Kings 2:39, which is the 3rd year after David's death, and realizing it's the 4th year of Solomon after David's death. In Hebrew, you don't need to say that because you already had specified the 3rd year in 1 Kings 2:39. All right? So the 3rd year after David died, the temple foundation was laid. That was 3146 from Adam. Okay, that's real important. 7 years later, the temple was completed, which you also see in 1 Kings 6:1. Or 1 Kings 6. And then you have the companion passages in Chronicles. Okay, so that's a total of 10 years from David's death. In year 4, starting at the beginning of year 4 in Ziv, the first temple started to be built. It was finished really 7.5 years later. You have to read the Greek text and the Hebrew text to get the whole story. And then Solomon sits. Okay, and what I got to try to figure out is it's 3.5 years somehow on both sides, total of 7. Or, you know, something like that. I've got to hone down this 6-month problem because it keeps cropping up every time I do these numbers. Basically, the temple is dedicated 950 BC. Okay, it starts its construction. Okay, David dies 963. Okay, 1 Kings 6:1 tells you that it starts its construction in 960. And then it stops 7 years later and isn't dedicated until 950. A little over 3 years later, probably 3.5 years. I gotta hone that down. It's dedicated on 1 Etanim of 950 BC, and that's in 1 Kings 9. And Solomon prays the famous prayer, "Anybody looks toward your temple and prays, hear him." And of course that's what Daniel's doing in Daniel 9:2. Alright? So God is dating anniversaries and 1000s from the temple foundation, not merely from the temple dedication. So the temple is dedicated 13 years after David dies. So here's David's death at age 77. Year 1077 from David's birth is the 987th year of the temple. Okay? So that's replicated down here. The Lord was supposed to die 1,000 years after David did. That was his deadline. And that's the deadline that creates the 62 weeks boundary in Daniel 9:25 and 26. Okay? Temple year 987 was the end of time. Because it would have been 1,000 years after David died. Okay? That's the most important thing to get out of this. You got a 3-year front and a 3-year back with the 7 years of the temple in between, which you can't tell when you look at the scholars and all the write-ups on this topic, because they're always thinking David died at 70, number one. Number two, when they look at 1 Kings 6:1 and they say 4th year of Solomon, they're just dismissing that as a scribal error. And their brains are off. Their brains are out. They're not looking at 1 Kings 2:39 to understand, oh, it's the 4th year after David's death of Solomon. Not merely Solomon's 4th year, it's Solomon's 11th year, for crying out loud. So that when you see the 20 years that Solomon spent building his own buildings in the temple, which is part of this whole chronology between 1 Kings 6 and 1 Kings 9, which has its companion passages and Chronicles, it's very confusing to read for scholars. Okay? And I wasn't able to figure it out either until I did the whole timeline going all the way back to Adam. And that's what brought all these numbers, into focus, and how I was able to finally balance them. Okay, so there's a 13-year difference between David's age at death and the dedication of the temple. By contrast, the temple foundation was 7 years earlier. See, this is a play on the 14-year debit that Israel had. Okay, it might even be a running tally of the cause of it. I haven't worked all that out yet. Okay, but relative to David's kingship, we get a different set of numbers that God is highlighting. Because year 1050 from David's Hebron kingship is year 4146 from Adam, which is the 1000th anniversary of 1 Kings 6:1, when the temple foundation began. God dates from temple foundation beginnings and endings, even as he dates from birth years and death years. He does that all throughout the Bible. All these numbers about the 490s and the 1000s and the 1050s are based on significant births and deaths. Births of people, births of covenants. Okay? A kingship is a type of covenant. Okay? So that's where this is all coming from. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to ferret out, and I haven't finished it yet, all the 1077s. This one's a no-brainer. 4143, that is temple year 987. So the significant thing about 4143 is that it's the outer limit of time, which God uses in Daniel 9, 25 and 26 when he gives the numbers to Daniel. Because Daniel knew all this information. Daniel's own prayer is metered based on these timelines. So God's just responding to Daniel in Daniel's own language. In fact, what God says is metered also. In Daniel 9:24 through 27, I did the videos and I did the write-up on it in the Psalm 90 playlist. So, our first stop was 4143, outer limit of time, deadline for Messiah to die. Okay, so he dies in the 1000th anniversary, he was supposed to die the 1000th anniversary of David's death. First David, last David. The sum of the two is 1077. When you're playing games to get the sevens, the 70 to work, you have to make that 1078 instead of 1077. But your 77th year is the beginning of your 78th year, so that's why those numbers work so well. Piggyback beginning on end. So when I reach my 60th birthday this year, I will be in my 61st year. Okay. So it's the same thing as, 1077, 1078. So this should be pretty clear to you. Outer limit of time. Temple year 987. You'll notice it's 13 years short. That might actually end up being 14. It's in its 14th year short. Because the 14 years short is a running theme from Psalm 90 forward. That there's going to be a 14-year shortage. So this might be 13 as of end of year, 14 as of beginning of year. I got to play with the numbers and see, how to round this properly. Okay, I really need to find out what month David died. Okay. And it's probably in scripture somewhere. I just have to find it. Alright, so that one is easy enough. Okay, now, year 1070 from David's birth is therefore 4136 from Adam. In other words, 7 years shorter. David retires at age 70, that's why that matters. Christ is going to end up dying. See, I color-coded them so it would be easy to match. Christ ends up actually dying right here. So Christ dies, and this is why scholars get confused also. Christ dies in the 1000th anniversary of David's retirement, not the 1000th anniversary of David's death. That's why they're missing the extra 7 when they look at Daniel 9. That's why preterists think that they've accounted for the time when they haven't. There's a hanging chad. And that's why dispensationalists feel constrained to use lunar years so they can get rid of that extra 7 that they find. No, use solar years. There really is an extra 7, and this is why. David was 77 when he died. He retired when he was 70. The extra 7 years occur between 1 Chronicles 22 and the end of the book, and also in 1 Kings 1:1 through chapter 2, sometime before 239. Just before it. Okay? So Christ actually dies 7 years earlier, which is the year 1070 from his birth, which is the 1000th year of his the 1000th year of his being king, retiring at 70. Stopping his kingship year at 70, because he retires, not dies. Okay. Paul is making an issue in the meter of the Anaphora about 4173 from Adam. So that is temple year from construction, finish, dedication. Okay, that is temple year 1017. That would therefore be temple foundation year 1027. Paul's making an issue of that. I do not yet know why. I have to play with it more. But he's making an issue of this particular year. It's 1077 years from David's Hebron kingship to this year. All right? And then another 1077 years takes you to the end of the millennium. David's Hebron kingship, by contrast, is 1050 years from Abram's maturation. So Paul's linking up a 1050 to a 1077, and then there's another 1077 after it. That's a sort of rhetorical style of equidistance. The idea in part is to make the numbers easier to remember. The other idea is to communicate, as always, doctrine. But I don't know what he means by that yet. I haven't done all the math. But I'm going through what this math is, so at least you might be able to see it where I'm missing it. So here's our next year, 1077. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. Year 1077 from David's united kingship is 7 years later. 4180 from Adam. That's temple year 1024. Okay. And that would be temple foundation year 1034. Okay. So then, well, I'm not sure what that all adds up to. But 4180 from Adam is down here. The Lord is age 77 then. Okay, so in the year that's 1077 from David's united kingship, the Lord himself is 77. See, Paul's definitely playing this game about the 77s. I just don't understand why. Is it just a device? I doubt that. There's something else in history he's tying to. He's doing the same thing that Mary did in her Magnificat, and that took me a whole month just to figure out how she did her math. I've been 2 years trying to figure out Paul's math, and I'm not done yet. But just so you see the relationship, 1077 from David's united kingship, which would be temple year 1024, temple foundation year 1034, is the same as the Lord's age 77. So why is that connection being made? All right? And then we get down into some more simple things. Year 1000 from David's death, the outer limit of time, 4143 from Adam. That's when the Lord was scheduled to die. That's Daniel 9:26 and 27's outer time limit, temple year 987. It didn't happen. He died 7 years earlier in temple year 980, as you see here and here. In year 1070 from David's birth, year 1000 from his retirement. So, what about year 1000 from David's Hebron kingship? That's 4096 from Adam. 3096 from Adam is when he became king over Hebron. That was 1050 years from Abram's supermaturation. Okay, that's temple dedication year 940. Okay, which is temple foundation year 950. All right. Then here we got a year 1000 from David's united kingship is 4103. This is the year the Lord is born. So that's why these are color coded the same. That's temple year 947, temple foundation year 957. Well, this part of it's obviously significant here, because that was the promise. But how else is it significant? That's what I'm trying to find out. What other dates in Israel's history is are converging, are being balanced? We already covered this, Lord's death. Okay, we already covered this, the Lord's age at death, what it should have been. Okay, and then here, 4146, okay, is temple year 990 from dedication. But, and here's where it's important, year 4146 is also temple foundation year 1000. God's balancing to that, and so is Paul, because that's year 1050 from David's Hebron kingship, as well as temple foundation year 1000. So these two are paired up on purpose, and that Paul is timing when he writes based on this, because he's playing games with the 14 in his meter, just like Moses had done, just like Isaiah had done, just like Daniel had done, just like Mary had done. I don't see Mary and Daniel play too much with it, but they do reference it. The 14-year overage, because the temple goes down. And it'll take 140 years for time to balance again. But there were only 126 years left on the temple when it fell. So there's a 14-year shortage. That's why there's a tribulation. That's why you got 2 sevens. That's why Christ had to die in the 62nd week instead of the 61st. And unfortunately, he dies 7 years early, so you've got the 14 remaining, and that's what Paul is talking about here. He is accounting for how does this 14 get done? Because by the time Christ dies, the 14 is still owed. So now that church is in effect, how's that all going to play? What's going to happen to Israel? All the same questions that were asked of Christ in Acts 1. Okay, Paul's addressing that by means of the meter, because by the meter people accounted time, and by the meter they could remember time, and by the meter they could see how God balanced time. But the time itself is in scripture verses themselves. The meter's just making use of those verses by means of meter. So the Lord would have been 43 here, David would have been 1080 in the year 4146 from Adam. Okay, but that's year 1050 from David's Hebron kingship. If it's 1050 from David's Hebron kingship, it means it's year 1043 from David's united kingship. That's why the Lord is age 43, because he was born in the 1000th year of David's united kingship. Okay, now this is the part that's trickiest of all, and I don't have an answer yet. Paul is writing end of year 4159 from Adam. He's doing it on purpose to create an equidistance here and here. He's deliberately doing this. He's picking the year he writes. Okay, this translates into 56 AD, which according to the scholars, Paul was still in jail in Jerusalem in 56 AD. So we say that Ephesians was written in 58, but it might have been written in 56, but not distributed until 58 when Paul got out of Jerusalem. I have to still work that out because there might be, we got that 3-year problem in our calendar. There's also another 3-year problem of similar import in the Roman AUC calendar. So it's like, well, is Paul adjusting the calendar then and it's really 58? Or what's going on? I'm going to find the answer. If I have to die first, I'm going to find the answer. But this is when he's writing. He's picking it on purpose. Christ would have been 56 that year. And you can see the 3-year variance just from this alone. So there's something going on here. Temple year from dedication is 1003. That's real significant too. Temple year from foundation would therefore be 1013. All right? Exodus year and the flood year are the same. Okay. Did I fix that? No, I didn't fix that. I gotta fix this. Oh no, that's... No, this is 3 years later. Yeah, 3 years later, that's fine, that's fine. I didn't fix this. Let's fix it now. That's 10 years later. So that's 9. No, that's 3 more years later, so that's 83. Yeah, that's 83. 446, wait a minute, wait. No, that's fine, that's fine. That's all fine. That's all fine. Sorry. If I seem to be going crazy, I am. Okay, so 4146 is the 1000th anniversary of the temple foundation, 1 Kings 6:1. That is 1050 from David's Hebron kingship. There are other importances to this year. I haven't figured them all out yet. Paul is making a big stink out of the year in which he writes. He's piggybacking on where Mary left off, like all the writers do. In other words, Isaiah picks up where Moses leaves off. Daniel picks up where Isaiah leaves off. Mary picked up where Daniel left off, and Paul's picking up where Mary left off. Their meters are all timelines, and then they piggyback on each other and they rope to the prior chapter, as it were, of the timeline. It's real helpful to know, because that way you know what the Bible dates are and what they really mean by what they're saying. Okay, the next important date, again, that Paul is focusing on, 1077, from David's Hebron kingship, is the Lord's own age 70. Now, 1077 from David's Hebron kingship is 1070 from his united kingship. So, of course, the Lord is age 70, and that's the same year. Now, he's making an issue of this. Okay? And that's temple year from dedication, 1017, 1027 from foundation year. That's 14 years after Paul writes. So he's focusing on 14 years before, 14 years after he writes. That's an equidistance rhetorical style, and he's focusing on this. And we'll continue more in the next increment because I need to get some water. Okay, we're going to kind of start over, and there's a lot of ground to cover, so I'm going to just start at the beginning and we'll see how far I get. This is really complicated. And it's really important. Let me first tell you why it's important, because, people don't really want to learn the Bible. They say they do, but they don't. And because of that, scholarship, even the scholars don't really want to learn the Bible, and their scholarship on the Bible's dates has been really horrible. Slipshod. They never go back to the Bible and do the Bible's own timeline. Whereas we laymen, we just look at Genesis 5 and realize, well, there is a timeline. Yeah, there is. But nobody's bothering to really competently add up the numbers. So we're missing the point here of all those so-called boring begats. They're not boring. It's hard to work with the numbers. That's no doubt about that. But this is what the Jewish kids learned, at their mother's knee, which I'm going to show you in the next increment. Because the Jews still do this today. All right, they just have the wrong numbers that they're doing it with. So here's the import. God is measuring time, as I've been saying now for several years, in 1050-year increments. What I didn't know when I did that was that he's also measuring 1050-year increments on other bases. In other words, I knew that he was measuring 1,000 from Noah's birth to justify continuing time. That's a separate kind of measure. But he's also measuring a 1050 from Noah's birth, which I didn't know until a couple of days ago. All right? So Paul is taking advantage. In other words, like every other Jewish kid, Paul learned this on his mother's knee. He's making an accounting using the Greek Anaphora of the Hebrew timeline, the Old Testament timeline, showing how church is the summation of history in order to bridge back to Israel. That's the whole point of Ephesians, which you don't know if you don't know the meter. In other words, you're going to misread the book of Ephesians and Colossians and Galatians and Hebrews if you don't understand this underlying point. God is showing how the old time is being, fulfilled by the new time to bridge back to the old time that didn't quite complete when Christ died. If you have anything other than a pre-trib rapture position, you are so far off base in understanding Bible that you really need to go back to the beginning, which is what I'm going to do here. Noah was born 1056 from Adam. That's where we start. That's what you get if you add up to Genesis 5, Genesis 7 through 11 begats. Okay? That's what you get. Genesis 7 in particular, because that's Noah's birth being talked about, when his age. All right? He was born, look at this, start from the very beginning. He was born 6 years late. Which means that the guy who matured before him, okay, which is really talking about Adam. Okay, Adam matured 130 years late to start with. Then Lamech came in and he matured. That was when Enoch was born, at the very end of Adam's 490. And I did videos on that, so you can go look them up. Okay, Lamech's maturity, 490 years from Adam, meant that they were still 130 years late. Okay, so God is tracking 1050s as well as 490s from each of these people in the, roster. He's telling you who they are. The births of their sons signify that they won the 490, or 1050 in this case. And here he's tracking the 1050. Okay, he's born 1056 from Adam's fall. Well, Adam didn't even mature until 130 years after. Okay, I don't know who got the first 1050. It was probably Enoch. Okay, so Enoch probably got it, which means that we're much later in the game. But in any event, the first 1050, even though it was met because somebody super matured, Noah was born 6 years after the first 1050 expired in history. That's the point of the roster. So we have a 7-year late already starting. So the point is that, okay, well, Adam was late 130 years, but by the time we get to Noah's birth, not his maturation, but his birth, because he was born from, I forget the name of his father. Whoever that guy was, he had super matured also. But it's 6 years after the new 1050. So at this point, by the new 1050, when it started, we were only 6 years over, not 130. That's the point. Sorry this is so complicated. All right? So now it's tracking from Noah's birth. It's tracking from Noah's birth because Noah won a 1050, which is obvious that he won a 1050. And it's measured from the year of his son's births when he was 500. Okay, it's obvious he won a 1050 since the whole world started over with him. So it's a no-brainer that he won a 1050. All right, so now because he won a 1050, God is using a tracking mechanism that I do not fully understand yet. It's measuring it from Noah's birth. Obviously, it has something to do with the fact that he was born just after a 1050. Okay, that's all I know about it right now. So 1050 after Noah's birth, Jacob is born. And it's tracking to Jacob's birth, so that means Jacob must have won at 1050, which I didn't know until doing these numbers now. So I have a lot of work to redo, on these rules for how God orchestrates time. This is a whole nother set of tracking that God's doing that I didn't know of. And Paul is tracking time from Christ's birth. And I'm showing the precedence for that. When Paul writes Ephesians 1:3-14, he's starting the 490 and thus the 1050 over, not at Christ's death, but at his birth. Now I know we can do it at his death, as you're going to see, but it's also measured from birth. Because, see, here's the precedence. It's being measured from birth to the birth to birth. Transaction, excuse me, when you're accounting or auditing, you always have to match the character of the transaction. Birth to birth. So if this were a death number, I would have to go death to death, but it's not a death number, it's a birth number. So 1050 from Noah's birth is the birth of Jacob. Now people have trouble understanding how the timeline works because God doesn't just do it by begats. Okay, by the time he gets to, I forget who's the last listing in Genesis 5, but he switches in Genesis 7 to Noah. Excuse me. It's raining outside. I'm allergic to rain. Okay, but he's going birth to birth here. All right. I show in Brain Out Fact, number 6A, where I get the Bible verses that tell me what years all these things happen. So you can look them up in the Bible yourself. Okay? All I'm doing is compiling the information. It's in the Bible. This is not Brain Out doing anything. This is not a scholar doing anything. This is not an estimate. These are Bible verses. So you can check my math. If you see something different, let me know. Okay? 1050 from Noah's birth is a way God measures time. And Jacob is born at that time. So there was some kind of deadline for Jacob's birth. And Jacob wasn't even born until Isaac was 60. And Isaac and Rebekah wondered why they couldn't have kids. Well, they couldn't have kids because God's timing his birth. Obviously. All right? God timed it. God timed the birth of Isaac. God timed the birth of everybody. Your birth was timed. Just because these are the heroes in the Bible doesn't mean that, you're left out. If he's going to do it for them, he's going to do it for you. The same love he has for Christ, he also has for you. Okay? So, that's what you have to keep in mind here. I'm sorry I'm spending so much time on this, but it's the principle of the thing. Okay, so now it becomes easier to understand that now he's measuring another 1050 from Jacob's birth, get this, to the dedication of the temple. That's a birth also. It's birth that goes into existence. That's 3156 from Adam. David was dead at this point. That's temple year 1. And all these other dates are based on temple years, foundation or dedication. This is dedication. Temple was construction began actually 10 years prior to the dedication date. That's in 1 Kings 6:1. But God is measuring time like this. He's benchmarking it. And you only know that if you plot all the numbers. And you only know that if you plot all the numbers from Bible, not from scholar estimates, not from astrology or astronomy, where you're guessing at eclipses and all other nonsense that scholars go through. Okay, it's dumb. Don't do that. Eclipses occur 3 times a year. And besides the Romans, when they talk, Josephus talks about, oh, there was an eclipse just prior to Herod dying. Yeah, so that's what Romans always wanted to say. The Romans always wanted to say that great people had supernatural occurrences in the sky to announce that they were going to become Caesar, or to announce that they were going to die, or to announce somebody's going to be born. They always use the signs in the sky, which the Bible prohibits. There was no Star of Bethlehem. It's prohibited under Deuteronomy 18. God never says there's a star over Bethlehem. God never says there's a star of any kind, anywhere, at Christ's birth. There was an angel. That's in Matthew 1. And Luke plays on it in Luke 1. Stars don't hover over houses. And there was never any star or angel over the manger. I'm crying out loud. People would just read the Bible, they'd know this. Year 1050 from Jacob's birth, temple dedicated. You got that. So here's another 1050. This one is real important to Paul's accounting. Year 1050 from Abraham's supermaturation, which was 2046 from Adam. Okay. Is Isaac's birth at that year. 1,000 years, 1050 after that, David's crowned at Hebron. Now look, this is really important. I need to go back one, too. The temple was dedicated in Exodus year 490. What I need to determine is, did God tell Solomon to wait that long? Because the temple had been under construction 10 years prior. It only took 7 years to complete it. So Solomon's waiting an extra 3 years. He first waited 3 years until David died before he started construction. Okay? See, we got a 7-year lateness in time here. When Solomon waits, he waits a total of an additional 7 years before he dedicates the temple. So now we got a 14. This is the origin of the 14 that gave rise to the tribulation. First here, and then Solomon waited 3 years to even begin construction after David died. That's 1 Kings 6:1. And then he waited another 3 years to dedicate it. That's 1 Kings 9. And that ends up being Exodus year 490. Remember, the 490s are important. The scholars don't even know about this because they didn't do the timeline. When Daniel is told in Daniel 9, 490 years, why didn't some scholars say, hey, wait a minute. Daniel's not asking any questions there. So God's talking to Daniel in a language about time that Daniel already knows. Well, where is this language about time? Go back and do the begets. That's what occurred to me when I read the verse. And I'm a brain out. Why didn't it occur to any of the scholars or the teachers or the pastors or anybody else? And of course, 3 years after I came up with this, John Hagee came up with his own version, but his own version doesn't do what he should do. His version's completely wrong. He's going based on the political resuscitation of Israel in his idea in 1948, and then he builds his 490s backwards. That's not how God does it. You see, I'm sorry to yell, but, you know, I got other things to do with my life, and God's giving this to a brain out, so it means that even a brain out can understand it. So why aren't the scholars understanding it? Why aren't the pastors teaching this? The Jews used to know this because Paul's relying on Jewish knowledge when he constructs his Anaphora that reveals all these hubs. That's where I'm getting it from, and I'm a brain out. Why don't the scholars know? I'm sorry to be so harsh, but you know what? If a brain out can do it, then how come 2,000 years of scholarship in Christianity has gone by and they don't know this? And how come the Jews don't know it? So shame on you, Jews and Christians. Now let's get back to the topic. Exodus year 490. There was a deadline. 490 years from the Exodus. This is already a deadline. From the Exodus, the temple had to be dedicated. Solomon obviously waited that long. So now we got 14 years over, as you're going to see. See, the temple's dedicated 3156. Actually, no, that's still 7 years over. I'm sorry. That's still 7 years over. Look. You know, I'm looking at this too. 3150 is the third 1050 from Adam. Okay? Here is the first 1050 from Adam. So there are 2,000 years between this date and this date. See how much orchestration is going on? But this is still 7 years late. The third 1050 from Adam ended 3150. So this initial 7 is still in abeyance. We got a loss here. When it says 6, it means 7. Okay, we got a loss here of 7 years. All right? When you say 56, it means in the 57th year. It's beginning the 57th year. See, when we do things in our numbers, when you're age 56, you've just begun your 57th year. 56 means that you're at the end of a year. 57 means you're at the beginning of a year. Okay? So we're 7 years, we're coming up on 7 years late, at the beginning of the 7th year late. Exodus year 490. Okay? And Exodus occurred in Aviv, and the temple is dedicated in Ethanim, so it's, 6 months into the year. So it is 7 years late. Okay? There you go. That's the time story that's being told here. And from the flood, 1500. Now look at this. 1050 from Abram, David is crowned king of Hebron. Why did that matter? First of all, it's Exodus year 430, 60 years prior. Exodus year 430 is a play on, deliberate, play on the 430 years to the day that Israel lived in Egypt. In other words, Israel went into Egypt, was there for 430 years. The last 390 of them were slavery years. It becomes 400 when you tack on Joseph's extra 10. That's how the Bible timeline works. And scholars don't know that either, so they never get this right. Jacob was born David was crowned king in Hebron 430 years after the total time that Israel was in Exodus. That's God's making a point there. I hope you get it. Hi, you went into a foreign land, okay, and I delivered you out 430 years later. Now I'm delivering you again another 430 years later by crowning David king at Hebron. And there's more to that story, which we're going to get to. Okay, because Saul was appointed king first. He was appointed king because Israel rejected God as king. And that becomes an issue in deciding when the tribulation will occur, as we're going to see later. Okay, but notice this first. Okay, now look. So therefore, 1,000 years from his Hebron kingship is Exodus year 1430. That brings us into the timeline of the Lord. Okay, year 1000 from David's united kingship, which occurred 7 years later, the Lord is born. Okay, so that's Exodus year 1430. All right, now look. This is what I said was going to be important. Year 1050, after Israel rejected God as king and therefore appointed Saul, God appointed Saul, okay, is 4103 from Adam. That's the same year as the Lord is born. Now, this particular thing is stressed by Moses in Psalm 90. Okay? Psalm 90 bookend. Moses writes Psalm 90 in the 1050th anniversary of the flood. And you know that because of his meter. The first 7th paragraph is a date line about when the writer writes. And it happens a lot in Scripture. It's just that the scholars don't know that the Bible Hebrew even has meter. Because they're thinking that meter ought to rhyme or have a cadence. All right? They didn't count the syllables like the Jews had to do. So they don't notice that there's a 7ing pattern that goes on in these numbers, especially in prophecy, which Psalm 90 is. Okay, it's a statement that has a lot of functions. Okay, he writes it in the 1050, actually the beginning of the 1051st year after the flood. And he's writing he ends it at the beginning of the 1051st year before Messiah is born. In other words, it's N 1050, N 1050. So Messiah is born at the 1050th year after Psalm 90 ends. Psalm 90 itself is 350 years, and it's also 250 years. Moses is accounting time on 2 time tracks. The book of Judges is 350 years, dating back to Psalm 90, showing how Psalm 90 got fulfilled. Okay? It's very complicated. The point is that it's complicated, and the point is that you can still know it because I'm just a brain out. So Moses is bookending Psalm 90 between the 1050th anniversary of the flood and the 1050th future anniversary of Messiah. Okay? So Messiah is born on that anniversary, just like Moses predicted he would be. See how clever that is? Okay, so I'm going to stop here, and then we'll resume in the next increment. Well, no, the next increment I'm going to show you how Jews account time, so you'll realize that this accounting here is something very common, okay, because you've not heard of it before, and neither has most of Christendom. But this accounting really is very common and still persists among Jews today. That'll be the next increment, and then after that I'm going to resume right here. Okay. Okay, this was the increment where I promised to show you that the Jews still account time the way I'm showing in the Pauline Anaphora. You can download this calendar for yourself to see it. Right here is where you can download it at kaluach.com. And you got different versions depending on what kind of computer you got. You can also download it from aish.com, but they keep changing the link, so that's why I just went straight to Kaluach. And this is what it looks like. This is Kaluach 3, which I downloaded a couple years ago. Okay, and I'm running it on XP, so that's why it's capable with Windows 7. See, their calendar is completely wrong. This is not the year 5773, okay, from Adam. Their calendar is based on something called the Seder Olam Rabbah, which was a promise time calendar, which was done wrong. I want to say it was like 45 BC, something like that in that area. It was done wrong. They eliminated the time under the Persian kings, that Israel was under the Persian kings. And so somebody forgot that that's how the calendar was initially done, and that it was done wrong. Nobody went back to the Bible to actually see what the Bible says the years are. And of course, that's in the Old Testament. All right? So they never fixed it. So it's really bad scholarship on Judaism's part. I'm sorry. You know, if it's bad scholarship, it's bad scholarship no matter who does it. This is wrong. This 5773. Completely wrong. And as you can see, the Kaluach people still think that, you know, that's what it's supposed to be. See? It's completely wrong. Sorry. All right? And then they go through this, a lot of pill pull, which, you know, this is what I'm trying to explain. How many years from what, and what year is this, and how does this relate to this other past date in history? Okay? And they're also wrong in saying that it's 5773 years from the creation of the world. No, it's not. It's from Adam's fall. Genesis 3:22 begins the numbering of days, not prior. So it's when Adam fell, and how old the earth is, well, who knows? Okay? So see, now they're doing 12 months in the year, you're 16 of the cycle 304. These are all wrong numbers, but this just shows you how they account. You're 16 of the cycle 304, the lunar cycle. You're not supposed to use lunar years. That's wrong. Exodus 12 specifies solar years. So the Jews are wrong on the way they count the year, they're wrong on the number of years, and you know, nobody's bothering to check with the Bible to see what God said you should do with time. So they're screwed up. But they remember, because they've been doing it forever, that they're supposed to be accounting years from something. So this is year 16 from their wrong lunar small cycle. This is year 5 from their wrong solar cycle. This isn't how it works. But it does show this is how they account it. Then the year 5 of the Shemitah, which means, you know, every 7 years. All right. And then 1044 years from the destruction of our holy temple. No, it's not. It's not 1944 years from the destruction of the temple. See, look. This is 20, we'll say 2012, just for the sake of argument. The temple was destroyed in 70 AD. See, they can't even count that right because they're using lunar years. Okay? I don't know why anybody... Jews are some of the smartest people on earth. Why aren't they doing their math right? I don't know. Christians, of course, you expect them to get it wrong, but you don't expect the Jews to get it wrong. But they did. 65 years from the establishment of the state of Israel. See, they're doing years from. Uh-oh. It's starting to hang. My screen recorder is starting to hang. So I'm going to stop here. Download the Kalua calendar yourself, and you can see it yourself, and then you can see the rest of this timeline. I got to sign off now because my computer's going. Okay, we're back again, and it gets a little complicated. I'll try to still talk you through the basics. I don't have all the answers yet. I'm still working through them. But you guys are working through them also. Therefore, this might become relevant. By the way, in the video description now, just this page is in a PDF. The links, at the top of the page will not work, but at least you can, download the PDF version of just this page 134 of the Ephesians 1 doc. I have not uploaded a whole revised doc yet. Where we left off in segment 7 was I was going to cover what this was. Okay, year 1070 from David's birth. Okay, the Lord was supposed to die on a schedule, as you probably know by now. David retired. He did not die at age 70. He retired. But the scholars are having a brain fart and thinking that David died when he was age 70 because they're looking at Josephus rather than the Bible. The Bible makes it clear that David was age 77 and in fact would have been age 80 when the temple started construction in 1 Kings 6:1. But the so-called scholars, instead of looking at the Bible to see how it delineates the time after David's retirement, which begins at 1 Kings 1, okay, that's when David retired. He lived 7 more years, and then 3 years after his death, Shimei is executed, and then Solomon starts the temple. Okay, the 4th year of Solomon after David's death is what the Hebrew clearly means in the context from 1 Kings 1 forward. And Shimei's death is in 1 Kings 2:39. And you're supposed to cross-reference that with 1 Chronicles, which Jeremiah wrote. Okay, retelling the same story. And Jeremiah fills in the details about what David did after his retirement with respect to the temple. That's in 1 Chronicles 22 to the end of the book of 1 Chronicles. Okay, so the scholars aren't noticing that, so they think David died at 70. Josephus was completely confused, which you can understand because he had been a general of the Jews and they were fighting at Masada. He got captured and then he turned pro-Roman, and that's why he wrote Antiquities and Wars of the Jews to sort of, make nice with Titus. And so he's all confused in his numbers. Almost all of his numbers regarding Jewish history and history to Adam are wrong. Okay? And he's writing to cater to an audience to make Titus like the Jews. Alright, so you can't use Josephus. Alright, why is the Bible persona non grata here? The Bible says that David retired at 70. Very clearly says that. Okay, so 1070 from David's birth, the Lord dies. That's the 1000th anniversary of David's retirement. That's when the Lord actually dies. 4136 from Adam. From Adam's fall. Okay, David reigned 33 years over all Israel. The Lord is age 33 when he dies. That's a parallel. Mirroring is the big deal in the Bible. It's an idea of ransom, restitution, redeeming the time. See, it's a mirror. Here it was a mirror. I call it mirroring in my mirroring.htm. That's what God is doing, and that's what Paul is doing, as you're going to see. I've obviously, changed the the color coding here because I want to show that Paul is making an analogy. He's doing his own mirroring. Okay? But first we got to get these basics. The Lord died 1,000 years, okay, 1,000 years after David's retirement. David retired at age 70. He died at age 77. So the Lord is 33, just as David at retirement had ruled 33 years over all Israel, which is in 1 Kings 1 and 2. All right, the year the Lord died is exactly to the day 3 times 490 years from the day of the Exodus, which was 430 years to the day from when Jacob entered the land. David being born 430 years, maybe to the day, maybe not, I don't know, after the Exodus. Somewhere in the Bible it's going to tell us when David was born, when he was crowned, okay? But it's going to use wordplay to do that because those would be well-known dates. For example, if I say Christmas, everybody knows that's December 25th. I do not have to say December 25th. I'm going to use some other name for it because it's so well known. So something like that's going on with David's kingship dates. I'll find it. I just don't know where it is yet. Same thing for the, Hanukkah is 24 Kislev, which is in, Haggai 2. And there you don't have to say Hanukkah, which didn't exist yet when God is talking to Zerubbabel. But anybody looking at that date in Haggai 2 would know it would become Hanukkah. You see, the Bible isn't going to just use simple words all the time. That would be boring. So it uses clever titles, clever dates. And that's what's going on here with David. I just don't know what date it is. And unfortunately, nobody bothered to preserve the dates. Okay? So, you have to dig in Bible now because the so-called sages didn't bother to introduce that. Or if they did, I don't know where it is. I've been looking in the Talmud and elsewhere to see if anybody Jewish bothered to say when this was. A lot of guesswork in Judaism about when David became king, when he was born. Some saying 4th of July because that's an American date. No, it won't be based on American dates. It'll be based on Jewish dates. But everybody speculates. But the Bible's going to say something because this is obviously God is reconciling time here. Okay? So, the Lord died at age 33 in the 1000th anniversary of David's retirement when David would have been 70. That is exactly 490 times 3 to the day of the Exodus. So the Lord died on the 1470th anniversary of the Exodus to the very day. Now, that's temple year 980. Temple construction year was 10 years prior when it began construction. Okay? So then that begs the question, well, what happens next? Year 1000 from David's death is 1077. This is where we start getting into Paul's hickey with the 1077s. Okay? That's year 1077 from his birth. That's 4143 from Adam's fall. That's temple year from dedication, 987. 994, this is really important. 994 is 7 years later. 997 is 10 years later. 10 years higher. Because the temple foundation is 10 years earlier. Okay? So this is death to death. I know there are more parallels I'm telling you, but there are only so many I can cover on one page. In fact, this listing now goes all the way down to 7 years past the end of the millennium, because Paul's reconciling to that too. I have to play with it more to know all the hubs, but these are as many as I've got to keep it on one page. Okay, so year 1000 from David's death is 4143 from Adam's fall. Now, the Lord should have died then. This is the end point in Daniel 9:26. The 62 weeks end here. Okay, 7 years later. Remember, we started out being 7 years late up here with Noah. That lateness continues all the way through First Temple dedication. See, Jacob is born 7 years late. The temple is dedicated 7 years late. My question is, why is it 7 years late? Because it didn't have to be. Okay? David died on time. If Solomon had started construction when David died, okay, see, 1,000 years from David's death is 4143, which means that he died in 3143. So if Solomon had begun the construction of the temple in 3143, by 3150 it would have been done. Why didn't he dedicate it in 3150? Then the time would have been made up. This lateness, see, the civilization year ending is 3150 from Adam. Solomon could have started temple construction the very year David died. That would fulfill what God said to David in 2 Samuel 7. Hi, the temple's not going to be built during your life. Okay, fine. But he died in time. 3143 from Adam's fall. But Solomon doesn't build the temple starting when David died. He waits 3 years, that's 1 Kings 6:1, before he even starts to build, and then he waits another 3 years before he dedicates it. So he's 7 years late in dedicating it. Why? Is it because he was, out of fellowship with God? Or did God tell him to wait? That's really important to know, and I don't know the answer. It's got to be in the Bible somewhere. Now, when you look at the story with Solomon, you have to look at the text in both the Greek and the Hebrew, okay, and both Chronicles passage and 1 Kings on this, because there's extra detail in the LXX that is not in the Hebrew text. And it all meshes together, it all fits together, but you have to read it all. So obviously we lost some of the Hebrew text. The Hebrew text we got now is not the Hebrew text that the LXX writers had, because they had extra information. Or maybe they filled it in because that information was well known and did not have to be said in the Hebrew text, because everybody already knew it. Alright, so take your pick as to why the LXX has more text in it. But you do need both of those passages to see it. Okay, so again, year 1000 from David's death is year 1077 from his birth. That's 4143, the outer limit of time in Daniel 9:26. The Lord's age at death, therefore, should have been 40. Therefore, he would have been alive as long as David had been king at all. And actually, it also tallies, David had been, not officially, but, from age 70 to 77 is an extra 7 years. Okay, so even though he retires at 70, so he was totally king, total addition of time was 40 years, 7 at Hebron. But by the time he dies at 77, he would have been 40 years king over all Israel too, even though his son Solomon was officially in his place. Okay, because the old king hadn't died yet, so you can still count him, he still has the title of king, just like a president. After he's officially stopped being president, there's a new president, but we still call Reagan President Reagan, even though after he retired, we still call him President Reagan. All right, it's an honorary title after his official term is ended, but it's still true. He was president, and the title sticks. Same thing could be said of David here. So there's a parallel again in mirroring. And that's really important because Paul's meter throughout Ephesians 1:3-14 he's picking his meter based on mirroring. And he's picking his start place in particular here based on mirroring. See, 17 years before Paul writes is this date. Now, Paul's picking age 56. Okay, when Paul actually does it, he's picking age 56 right here. Paul picks when he writes. That's his dateline. That's the first time his meter is 7th. That's where Mary leaves off in the Magnificat. And when, I didn't learn about the Magnificat until after learning about Paul. And when I saw Paul pick 56, I'm like, why? Why pick 56? And then, of course, 56 plus 434 syllables in the whole thing, plus another 56 equals 490. Okay, it's poetic. Mirroring, equidistance, 56 at the beginning, 56 at the end. Okay, I thought, oh, that's cute. All right. But that's not why he did it. That's not the only reason why he did it. Mary, when she first finds out she's pregnant, she's talking to Elizabeth. Elizabeth informs her she's pregnant. Whether she already knew when Elizabeth told her or not, I don't know. Maybe Elizabeth was giving her the news, because John was going to be the herald of Christ. So Elizabeth's informing her, who knows. But Mary launches immediately into a metered Magnificat, which means all these Jews learned this stuff with the meter when they were kids. Just like we'd say 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. In 1494, he landed and he went ashore. Or however that nursery rhyme really went. But see, we call them nursery rhymes. We learned those as kids in order to remember dates. Well, they had a little more sophisticated method of doing that. They used this meter I'm showing. Okay, so Paul is picking up where Mary leaves off right here. 56? Well, that's the beginning of your 57th year, okay? So, he's benchmarking that. So did Mary. I still don't know why. I only know that that's what their math shows. Mary stops at the Lord's age 56. She's pregnantly tying to Daniel when she does that, because Daniel's using the 56 very prominently in his meter. Okay? And he's using the 56 to petition the Lord to restore the temple. 56 equals the 49 years that they were out, due to Rehoboam forward, missing the sabbatical years. But during that 49 years, an extra 7 years elapsed. So that's why you have the hanging chat of the extra 7. There are 14 years in abeyance by the time Daniel prays, not just 7. The 7 years we've seen being a problem here, still here when Solomon could have done something about it. Okay, still here, which I haven't really covered much. See, and that's up here. All right. Still in abeyance here. There's this constant, see? David even having the extra 7 years, and then of course you had the extra 7 years, but it got made up by this point. David had extra 7 years because of 7 years of civil war between his crowning at Hebron versus being crowned king over all Israel. That's in 2 Samuel 5. All right, but it's made up here. God killed him on time. He gave him an extra 7 years and he still died on time. All right, so what's the story? So we're only 7 years late by the time the temple goes down. But the temple's going down is going to add another 7 years to the mix. And that's the problem we got. So Paul is playing on 14 next, but he first plays on 17 because that plays on 56. And Mary knew that. So Paul is writing to tag Mary's end, just like all the Bible writers do. The whole thing started Act 1 with Psalm 90, 350 syllables, ending pregnantly at 1050 years before Christ would be born. Then Isaiah comes in, picks up at first David, the last David, to tell you how that 1050 years is going to transpire. Except now it's 1077, which is why Paul's using 1077. First David, the last David. You know, Moses had stopped at 1050 BC, so, you know, there's 10 years in ellipsis, and then Isaiah 53 picks up at 1040 BC when David's born, and runs you all the way to the scheduled death of Messiah at what we would call 4143 from Adam's fall. That's 1077 syllables with 2 sets of syllables held in ellipsis, which I've told you about before. Okay, Mary knew all that. But Mary takes it 17 years farther. 16 years. 16, 17. Remember, your 56th birthday, that's divisible by 7. That's why they use 56. And that also plays on the missed sabbatical years. The 56th year, the year you turn 56 is your 57th year. The day you turn 56, that your 57th year has begun. That's the play that's being used. Okay? And that's why they use 57 in the Mosaic Law. Pentecost plus Passion Week, Passover to you, is 57. That's the play that's going on. See, they're very clever with their numbers. So Paul is bracketing this by picking to piggyback on Mary, and Mary had done the same thing. So he's bracketing 17 years prior, and then he's bracketing 17 years after. Okay, to show a mirroring. I'm not sure all why he's doing that. I only know that he's doing it. Okay, so next up, we have the Lord age 43 at 4146 from Adam. That's 14 years before Paul writes. And of course you can understand why. Okay, that's the famous, 14 years. He's showing how the 14 gets done. That's temple year 1000, measured from the foundation. Remember, 7 years to build the temple. You see how pregnant this is? That's also year 1050 from David's Hebron kingship. Year 1043 from his united kingship. Okay? 14 years before Paul writes. Paul's bracketing it. 14 years after Paul writes is 1077 from David's Hebron kingship. That's 4173 from Adam's fall. Temple year 1017. Temple year from foundation 1027. It's 14 years after Paul writes. And get this, 1077 years from this point is 5250, the end of the millennium. He's showing another equidistance. I'll pick up again, covering more on this later in the next. Okay, back again. This one, I forgot to mention a couple of things. Right there. Temple year 980, when the Lord actually dies. That is 2 490s back to back, as if the first temple never went down. So the Lord is dying relative to the temple on 2 490s. I want you to notice that balance is back here, because remember the temple was dedicated in the 490th year of the Exodus. So that was definitely a deadline. Alright? Because David had died and got his 1,000-year grants, it's okay that this is late, but God is still keeping track of the fact that that's 7 years later. The question is why? Alright? So obviously that is being tied up and balanced right here. In other words, and this is really important, the temple's time got met. So it's okay if the temple goes down. Excuse me, I swallowed something wrong. It's okay if the temple goes down. That's real important. I'm going to give you a second to think about that. I got to get some water. Just look at the screen for a minute. Okay, back. So, Exodus, the temple, David's birth, and the fact that it's 7 years early versus Daniel 9 are all being accounted there. The timing of his death. Bear in mind that he dies because he's rejected by Israel. God is not gerrymandering time. All right? This is all free will playing. So obviously first he knew what free will would do, and then the parts that only God can author, he designed to make this all fit without violating free will. That's real important. Okay? There are certain things that only God can do. For example, only God makes you human, and he makes you human at birth. So it's up to God, and only God can do that, to decide who will be born. When my body came out of my natal mother's womb, God had to decide whether or not he was going to impute a soul to that body or not. And if he didn't do it, that fetus would have never been alive. Same pattern as Genesis 2:7. So God had to decide that brain out would exist. He could have said no. Once I exist, then I can make any kind of decision I want. And I either have the power to execute the decision or I don't, but I can will anything I want. The power to do what I will is a whole nother set of attributes. Has nothing to do with the will. I can will to be a butterfly if I want to, but the power to execute being a butterfly depends on my other attributes. It does not depend on my will. It depends on my other attributes. By the same token, I can lift my hand up or put it down. That depends on both. You know, my hand depends on my will willing it, but my hand is capable of doing what I tell it to do. All right, to a certain extent. See, that's the distinction. So freedom is being taken into account here, and God had promised time to the Jews. So here he's telling us that it was done on time by means of Christ's death occurring on time, so that the temple time was complete, except for one fact. There were 40 years left to run on the temple because Israel was in the wilderness 40 years before she entered the land. She was supposed to enter the land the first year and didn't. So the only amount of time left was due to the fact that instead of having a temple built, she had a tent. And so the 40 years comparable to wandering in the wilderness remained. And all the Jews knew that. That's why the book of Hebrews came out. And, you know, Paul is playing with the 40 years also, as we're going to see. So that was the first thing I wanted to recap there. We already went through 1077. By the way, 1077 is 27 plus 50. 77 is 27 plus 50. Isaiah was playing on that when he came up with his 462 syllables. The official syllables were 462. There are 365 syllables in abeyance, an ellipsis between Isaiah 53:11 and Isaiah 53:12. That stands for temple time being reimbursed because the temple stood for 364 years. And then Isaiah had also left in ellipsis 252 years between Isaiah 52:15 and Isaiah 53:1 to get to the 1077. Okay, those three pieces add up to 1077. But the official syllables were 462. That's 28 short of 490. Again, because the 28 is divisible by 7 and 27 is not. Okay, your 28th year begins on your 27th birthday. So see, that's why Paul's also bracketing here. All right, 1077, 27. He's taking in, it's kind of cute because, see, this is the temple year from dedication, but it's a hidden 27 because when you're measuring from the foundation, you got to add another 10 years. Okay? Which is playing on David's Hebron kingship again. So see, it's 17 and 27 here. See, these people really knew their numbers. All right? And so that's a play on 50. The Lord at age 50. Okay? Now, in addition to that, we have our next stop is 4146, which is Temple Foundation year 1000. See how it's sandwiched? This is 17, and this is 17. And these are significant ties that are sandwiched between these two. This is 17 and 27 at the same time. This is 17 and 27 at the same time. All right? The reason why he's doing that is these are all potential rapture dates, which are most likely based on mirroring, because God uses time to mirror. So now what Paul's doing is saying, well, you know, we're all used to God's timing with mirrors, so what if he creates rapture mirrors? Rapture mirrors on the Lord was dead at 33, so when he's dead for another 33 years, year 66, maybe the rapture will happen then. Which, of course, to history, we know that as 66 to 73, which 66 is Florus, when the Jews started to rebel in Jerusalem, and 73 is Masada. That's not bad. Of course, the temple goes down in the middle of that, you know, in AD 70. And what did Daniel 9:27 say? The temple was supposed to go down in the middle. Of course, that's why all the preterists don't understand that, you know, Israel yet has a future. Because they're missing the hanging chad in the 62nd week that did not play. Because Christ died 7 years earlier than he should have. So Paul is referencing when Christ should have died. This is the missing hanging chad 7. That's why he's bracketing it. See, if there's a hanging chad 7, then this 7 has to play before the tribulation can play. So now he's trying to account for the 2 7s. Okay? So we got 4143, which is temple year 987. Very, very obvious. Okay? And then you add 10 years to that, 997, to take into account when the temple was founded versus when it was dedicated. Okay, so now when you do that, the Lord would be age 50 instead of age 40. 50, of course, is a very pregnant term. Okay, and that, look at this, is 1050 from David's united kingship. That would be a real appropriate year for the temple to go down. Not the only one, but it's appropriate. Okay, 1050 from David's united kingship is 1053, which is 10 years after this. And that's 997 from temple's dedication, and 1007 from temple construction. And what would 007 be? This would be 1057 from David's Hebron kingship. 1057. Oh, and David 10007, well, when the Lord was born, okay, he was born in the 1000th anniversary of David's united kingship start. But it would have been the 1007th year of David's Hebron kingship start. So you see, this is some clever time for, and the Lord is 50. 50 means Jubilee, 50 means Pentecost. You see how rich that is? So that would be a potential year. And then if the temple went down in 997, okay, 3.5 years after that would be temple year 1000. Okay, so one of the potential rapture dates would have been 4153. Except for one small problem, and that's where we got to go backwards in time. Right here, 4146. 54 years to the millennium is what that number represents. This is yet another tie. It's temple year 990. Okay, look again. It's also temple foundation year 1000. Think about that for a second. "54 years? Remember Abram? He super matured in 2046 up here? Okay? 1050 from his super maturation, David is crowned at Hebron. Hebron. Year 1050 from that, which is 54 years to Abraham. You see the back and forth? You see the clever tie there? 1050 from Abram to Hebron. Okay, 1050 from Hebron is that, which is also 54 years to the beginning of the millennium, evocative of the 54 years Abram matured early. So, 7 years after this, yeah, 7 years after this is 10 years after this, 4153. Is that cute or what? That would be temple foundation year 1010. Temple year 997, so the tribulation could have ended 3 years after that. 3.5, really. See how clever? See, if it's 54 years to the millennium here, 3 years after that is 51 years, 50 years, give or take how you want to measure it. All right? 7 years after that is 54, 47 years. Paul actually benchmarks the 47 as a mirror. So think about this now. 47 and 47 is 94. 94 is the outer limit of when maybe the millennium would occur. I mean rapture, not millennium. Because Paul is adding 7 years here. Christ would have been 98 in year 4200 from Adam. He would have been in his 98th year. 98 is divisible by 7. 97 would have been his birthday. Because you understand that. Okay, so now he's playing on the reimbursement to the Gentiles of the lost time, and then takes it 7 years beyond that, because see, this is 4146. 7 years beyond that is 4153, and the Lord would be age 50. It would be the year 1050 from David's united kingship. Okay, that's really clever, huh? It would also be 1057 years from David's Hebron kingship, reflecting the 7-year overage that gets made up. Is this cute or what? Okay, and I'll continue with more of that in the next. Okay, so we're still looking at Lord age 50 and the significance of that, or at least the play on numbers, because Paul is adding 7 here. He's seeking to balance. He's, if time is over 7 years still, which way is it going to play? Because while they expected the temple to go down 40 years after Christ died, it was a question as to what was the game going to be? Because, see, he died at 33, 40 years after that was 73, and that's what they really expected. But according to the old timeline, that could have played instead. So then it was like, well, he should have died at 40. So do we add 40 to that and get 80? Okay. Do we factor in instead the 54 years to the millennium? There were lots of different ways that it could still balance to the old schedule. That's why in Acts 1 you see the apostle saying, well, are you going to come back now? Because he's 33 and they're thinking, okay, 40 years has to run because it's church now, and so it's 40 plus 14 to make up this time to Abraham, rather than 50, the number of years that were allotted to harvest the Gentiles, plus 7. It got changed from 57 to 40 plus 14 during the last 7 of which, of course, the tribulation was supposed to happen. So there was that kind of, like, what kind of math do we use now? All right? And that's why the Lord says you're not going to know now. That's Acts 1. That's Acts 1:7. You're not going to know now. No, you're not supposed to know. He doesn't say that he doesn't know. He doesn't say that the angels don't know. He's saying the humans aren't supposed to know. Now, I don't think the angels know either for a lot of reasons, primarily because of their behavior. Okay? Satan and company are trying to make the rapture look bad. Well, if the rapture date was known to them, they would have no need to do that. It wouldn't matter. It's going to happen. Okay? They wouldn't need to discredit the rapture to the believer. They would do other things, but they wouldn't need to make us not believe in it. They wouldn't need to mask it. They've masked the numbers you see on the screen for 2,000 years. It's not possible that I'm smarter than all the scholars. I hope you recognize that. It is possible that the scholars didn't do their homework. All right, because, scholars have all these political games that they get enmeshed into because they're scholars. Everybody wants to use a scholar to justify his position, so the scholars push both left and right all the time. He hardly has any time to do what he's paid to do, which is be a scholar. He ends up having to do all kinds of, luncheons and all this fundraising garbage. So they don't have time to study like they want. Okay, so for 2,000 years, the scholars haven't had time to go back to the Bible and revisit this whole issue de novo, but a brainout could do it. And granted, it took me years to do this. It wasn't easy. I started in the year 2000, and by 2004, due to a math error on the 1077, that's how I learned this. Because I made the error and I went to God and I'm like, well, what's wrong here? The error was a mirroring error. I knew that the 1077 was mirrored somehow, but I didn't know how. And Eusebius had made the same error. I didn't know that until years later. So I basically made the same error that Eusebius did, except Eusebius didn't correct his error. And I went to God and I said, something's wrong here, because if I mirror the 1077 the way I had expected, which is how Eusebius did it, then I don't come up with the right timeline. And so that led me on the journey that results in what you're seeing here. Okay, so you got the 1050 here. You got the Lord age 53 here rather than 50, because what if the temple goes down in the middle? Again, because the timeline would be revised due to church as 40 years, paying back Israel for, the time that she was 40 years in the land. Not in the land, in the wilderness. And then the 14, the hanging 14, would still take you to the millennium at the old scheduled time, just by a different route. So that's what they expected. They thought, wow, Lord age 50, that would work. Okay? They expected the temple to go down then. That was one of the many scenarios they had. Okay? And then he'd be age 53, meaning beginning his 54th year here. And you know what? The millennium could have begun then. That would have been poetic. Temple year 1000 based on dedication. That would have been poetic. But of course it didn't happen. Okay, well if it didn't happen, maybe the temple goes down here at temple year 1000. Okay, when there's 44 years left on the clock. And then the millennium, the tribulation would end there. Okay, but it didn't, because Paul's writing that year. All right, now look, see? That was when the 40 years were left to run to the millennium. See that play? He's going to make that play again based on the millennium here and here. Isn't that cute? Paul picks that year to write because it's 40 years. It's really 40. You know, again, 40, 41. The end, the start. This is what Mary had picked. She stops, instead of stopping at his scheduled death, which should have been up here, she runs it past to this. Well, if he had died on schedule, this would have been 17 years. Again, using 57, 17 years, using 56, 16 years. That would have been 16 years after he was scheduled to die. 17 years after he was scheduled to die. Okay. Why pick that? Because it's 50 plus 7. That was depicted in the law. And because there would be 40 years left until the millennium begins. In other words, the 57 is evocative under the law, and the 40 is evocative under the law. The whole idea here is that Israel was required to know what time it was, and they used meter and the dates. When they packaged their dates, they looked for these kinds of convergences and parallels so they could remember them better. Also so they could see that God orchestrates time. Because if God picked the Lord's 56th birthday when Paul writes for the tribulation to happen, there would be 40 years left on the clock, and the Jews left, as it were, in the tribulation would realize that timing. And they would know what time it was for them. Okay? I mean, they're going to end up, as we know from Revelation, but in those days, the book of Revelation didn't exist. So all that extra detail was not known. At least it was not known in writing. And 40 years would have remained on the clock at that point, but even though 40 years remained on the clock, which would be evocative to Israel alive at that time, if it was actually the tribulation, there'd really only be 7 years left. Okay, you see how that works? See, this would be 17 or 27 depending on the perspective. Okay, if the rapture happened here, there would really only be 7 years left on the clock. Because it's church, so you can't go by the old schedule. There'd only be 7 years on the clock, but it would be starting 40 years before the mill was scheduled to begin. In other words, the millennium might begin early, because it could have begun early. Because Paul himself wasn't sure when the rapture was going to happen. Because you can't be sure. You don't know how other believers are growing in their souls relative to you, and you don't even know your own growth. And that's why Paul writes in Philippians 3:10, if by any means, Greek words are ipos. If by any means I might attain to the resurrection of the dead. See, you can be resurrected just by the rapture, or you can die and be resurrected that way, because he was post-cross. All right, the paradise compartment was empty. Christ ascended and took all the Old Testament believers with him. When he rose, and that's in Ephesians 4:8 and 9. All right, but in Philippians, which was written later than Ephesians, Paul says, I post, if at any time I die, absent from the body, face to face with the Lord, the rapture could have happened then. And it would have been evocative to those left behind because of that. Because they're looking at the old schedule. So 4159 could have been a good year. All right? Now, as far as I can tell, maybe you can see it and I can't, I'm not seeing any other parallels for 4153, 4156, or 4159. I mean, the parallel that Paul's making is here to the 41s, okay? And he's bracketing them because they're, see, in the Lord's 97, that's year 1057, from David's death. That's when the millennium was supposed to start. So that's a play on 41 years after Paul writes this way, and 41 years after Paul writes this way. See, because this is the year he writes. So all of these are, different benchmarks to show that 41 years remain after he writes. So if the rapture happened immediately after he wrote, it would be very evocative to the Jews to warn them what was going on. Other than that, I don't see any other parallels here. Maybe you'll see them, I don't. Let me know if you see them. Okay, the next one, of course, is kind of a no-brainer. Year 1077 from David's Hebron kingship is 4173. And as I said before, another 1077 from 4173 is 5250, which is right down here. So that's kind of a no-brainer. Now, this next one, again, I also don't see any other parallels. There might be some. Paul is likening this to 17 and 27. 17 years based on the Lord having to be age 40. He's writing when he's 46. Okay, what's 17 years after 56? What's 17 years after 56? Okay, and 17 years after 56 is 73, which we would call AD 73, which of course the temple, by some people who are counting AD, will call the temple going down in AD 73. Others would say it's AD 70. We got a 3-year problem, not only in our own BC AD system, but there was a 3-year problem in the Roman AUC calendar, which I haven't worked out yet. And then there's another 3-year problem that might actually be in Scripture itself. I've got to play with those things. See, it all comes back to this being 7 years late to start with. Okay, a whole lot of people have done the timeline on Genesis 5, and they take shortcuts, and you can't do that with the Bible. You have to go do it the long way. So like one guy started, Adam started 4,100 years before Christ. No, it was really 4,106. Christ is born 4103, not 4100 from Adam. 4103. But when you run the Psalm 90 numbers, it works out to be like our ADBC, because Moses really is saying 1050 years from the end point of his own Psalm 90, Messiah is going to be born. He really is saying that. Okay, well, then we got a 3-year problem. I mean, we can't call that 1050 BC, although we should, because it really works out to something like 1047 BC. So then, do we say that the Exodus really happened in 1437 BC? Well, that doesn't actually work either. It throws the AD numbers off. You can't just bump everything up all the time. There's an anomaly here, and I gotta figure out if it's an on-purpose anomaly in the Bible. In other words, the Bible's saying, yeah, there's an extra 3 years. Because do you remember this, how we started this increment? How can 54 become 57? So that you got a 50 plus a 7. Where's the extra 3.5? This is already 7 years late. But this was 7 years late, so relative to that 7 years late with Noah, it's the same amount of time. No extra time is lost. So where's the extra 3.5 years coming in? All right, and I don't have the answer to that. I only know that there's an anomaly here, and I gotta find it. And maybe I'll die before I find it, and you'll find it. Okay. Lord age 50, I don't have any parallel other than what I'm showing. Lord age 53, I don't have any parallel. Okay, see, there's an extra 3 years here that seems to be due to the temple, except that the total is 7, as if it's the same 7. So that's confusing. Paul, of course, is writing 3 years after this, playing again on the tribulation. It could have started then. 41 years before the millennium begins, which ties to the millennium itself 41 years later, see, obviously. But it also helps him to balance these numbers at the bottom, which I haven't gotten to yet, so let me keep on going in order. So this is where we stopped. Okay, Lord is age 70. That's what we would call AD 70. It's really weird how Paul tracks to our BC AD. That's 1077 from David's Hebron kingship, and of course it's 1070 from his United kingship. This number plus 1077, like I said before, is 5250, which is the end of time under the old schedule. This minus 1077 is that. Okay? And, you know, why, I don't, you know, it's just a sort of like, Paul is picking a mirrored number. Okay? So, this, going forward 1077 is the end of the millennium under the old schedule. This, going backwards 1077, is this, David's kingship at Hebron. Okay? Now Isaiah had picked up the story at David's birth, but David's birth is not being tracked. There's nothing like 1050 from David's birth or 1077 from David's birth. Okay, they're not measuring from David's birth. They're measuring from his kingship, which implies that the criterion for measuring changed to kingship once David became king. So then our next benchmark, which is a possible trib rapture date or trib end date, will be the Lord himself at age 77, which happens to be year 1077 from David's United kingship. That's 4180. That would be temple year 1024, temple foundation year 1034. Okay, that would be Exodus year 1514, la la la. Now that is pregnant because it's 21 years after Paul writes, and 4180, and the 21 years goes back to Jacob. Okay, and I'm just checking something. Okay. It goes back to Jacob, but it goes back to Jacob in a different way. Strictly based on the 21 years. There might be some other tie. Okay. Jacob is age 40. See, here's Jacob's birth. Okay, when he's 40, he goes to Haran to get a wife. He was ordered to go by his dad. You know, his dad finally got over giving him the blessing instead of Esau. And then, you know, there was that problem with Esau having his Gentile wives, and they didn't like that. So, Jacob had to go back to Haran and find a relative. Okay, so he's going back there in 2146. He's 40 years old at that time. Okay, it so happens that when he goes back, okay, when Jacob is born, see, this is 560, 40 years before the Exodus. But see, look, here's the flood. Jacob is born the 450th year after the flood. He's 40 years old and goes to get a wife, okay, in the 490th year after the flood. You see that? God's tracking that to a 490. I don't know why. So the implication is that this is somehow tracking to a 490 also. I don't know. Or this is tracking to a 490. I can't find any. Alright? But definitely the 21 years is talking about the generation building that occurred, you know, the 21 years that Jacob was working for Laban. Alright, so that's definitely what Paul's talking about here, and that's why he uses 21s. It means generation building. family building. By the time Jacob left Laban and left Haran and came back to the land, all right, 21 years, the beginning of the 21st year, was just starting. And he already had 12 kids, okay, and probably had grandkids at that point. Who knows? Okay. I know that Levi's youngest daughter was born to him in old age in Egypt. So, you know, his oldest kids were, you know, at least 20 years old, some of them. Or no, let's see. He worked 6 years before he even got married. So his oldest kids would have been like 14, 15. So they didn't have any kids. So it was just him and his 12 kids and his 2 wives and the 2 concubines. And then all that booty. You know, speckled animals. Which aren't even, they're speckled so that they can't be used in, you know, temple sacrifice. So they're his property to eat as he chooses. Alright? So the Lord, age 77, coupled with this 21, is being evoked. Alright? But there's not a parallel 21 years prior to it. So maybe there's more to it than just saying this connection. Okay? But this is all I know. Alright? Next stop, the Lord is age 90. That's year 1050 from David's death. That's the beginning of the tribulation, most likely. 7 years before the millennium. The Lord would have been 90 then. He would have begun his 91st year. John is actually dating Revelation to that. Except that it looks like John is changing the calendar. In other words, when I said there's a 3-year anomaly that might actually be in the Bible itself, Paul's accounting here might be using the Roman AUC, and John might be correcting it, because John is saying he's writing 58 years after Christ died, 84 years after Judea becomes a province, 126 years after Caesar was in Judea and fixed the calendar. Okay, well, there's a 3-year variance because the Lord died at 33. 33 and 58 is 94, not 91. Paul's using 91 to 97 for trib dates. He is also using 94 though. That's one of his benchmark meters. Okay. I wonder if I'm going to be able to do this. Let me show you. Whoops. Let me go to the verse. Oh, please don't die on me, computer. Alright, see, look. Because John is tracking to Paul. You got 66 here, that's Nero. You got 77 here. Okay, that's after the year of the 4 emperors, that's still under Vespasian. Okay, you got 84 here. Okay, you got 94 here. This is just before Domitian gets killed. So he's tracking to 94. So is John when he does just the first part of his dateline. It's almost as if he's using a dateline in 2 different formats. Because that, see, 84, and then you got 7. En agape pro, en agape pro. That's 5 more years. That's 89. Or 6 E. 7. So the rapture could have occurred there, or the tribulation could have been over there, or it could have started in 87 at En Aga. In other words, the love of God is not yet complete because the tribulation hasn't started yet. Ha ha. See, very clever. But I really don't know if that's true or not. And it's just, you know, hypothetical anyway what he's doing. He's just saying if the trib happens at this time or that time or the other time, then, you know, this would be the meaning of that time whenever it happens. but he's tracking to it here, okay, based on the Lord age 90. But he also, as we just saw, is tracking to it based on 94. So, and there was a 3-year problem with the Roman AUC calendar. So it's like he's doing it in 2 formats, and so is John. The Roman AUC calendar might have 3 bogus years in it, which means that the founding of Rome, AUC means urbe condita, meaning the founding of Rome. It might have 3 bogus years in it, in which case we should be calling it 1050 BC, 750 BC as its founding, instead of 754. All right. And again, there's a 3-year. When we say 754 or 753 with the Roman historian, 754 with our own calendar, it gets really screwed up. Okay, they might have had that problem. It might not just be us. And that's why Paul's numbers track so closely the emperors. He might be using it with and without the 3-year problem in the Varro calendar that Augustus Caesar had finally said, yes, this is correct, we're going to use Varro. And then by the time Paul writes, Claudius had made the Varro calendar a law. So that might account for why we got this 3-year variance and why he's also listing 94 here. See, under one calendar you call it 90, but it's really the same year and you could call it 94. But I don't know that for sure, so I'm, taking this to 3 years later. I don't know, because John's doing the same thing. 33 years Christ died, 58 years later is a 94. Okay, but 84 years from Judea becoming a province on Roman time would be 91. You see? And then 126 years from when Caesar was in the Levant, or revised the calendar, would also make it 91. So it's like, oh, okay, I give up. No, it's one of these two. I'm going to find out the resolution of it someday. If you want to look up the problem with the Roman calendar, just look up Varro calendar problem. Just Google on that. Livius.org has a piece on it where they talk about the 3 bogus years that Varro just slapped in order to make his timeline balance. Which it doesn't balance because he was also assuming 35 years for each of the kings. It was just, his calendar's really wrong, okay? But we don't know for sure how to fix it. So our BC AD problem seems to be the same as the Varro calendar, so that's why they cancel themselves out. So here we go. One timing session, you're calling it 91. A different timing session, you're calling it 94. Okay, because the Lord would be the same year. The Lord could be really 91, but we call it 94. Or it could really be 94 and we call it 91. Take your pick. Okay, but here I just added 3 years. Okay, that would be temple year 1040. That's pretty evocative. Okay, the temple was supposed to die mid-4197 according to the absolute calendar, because that's 3.5 years before the millennium. All right, whatever BC AD or Roman AUC year we call it. Okay, and then the temple foundation year's anniversary at 1050 would be 4196, so that would be evocative if the temple was to die. But see, here you're looking at, is it really 4196 or 4197? Because mid-year, after 4196 starts, there's that, rounding thing where it was really 4197. So what do you call it? Okay, so I just kept this the same for the sake of our own sanity. But you got to bear in mind that mid-year 4196 rounds off to 4197. Okay, because the temple breaks down in mid-year. The temple goes down in mid-year. So the temple foundation would have occurred in Itanim mid-year based on Itanim, which is Rosh Hashanah. Okay, that would be April, which would be Passover, which is exactly when the temple went down. It went down. Titus started his attack on the temple on Passover. And it took 114 days, which is the equivalent of 9th Av from Passover. If you use the Jewish calendar correctly, which the Jews don't know it today. There's 57 days between the beginning of Passover and Pentecost, and 57 days between Pentecost and 9th Av on God's calendar in the Bible, not on the Jewish calendar. So that would have been pretty evocative for it to go down then. And that would have been, Passover, the same day that the Lord died. You see, Paul's using these numbers on purpose to give you an idea. Well, it could happen here if God was still playing time games. But it wouldn't be based on the time. It would be based on the maturation of church. But church could mature any time. Because you don't know who's a believer and how far grown they are. You don't even know about yourself. Okay, and then the Lord would have been age 47 as of 4200. Okay, let's see if I'm still recording. Yeah, I'm still recording. Good. The Lord would have been 97 according to the absolute calendar, whatever base C or AD we call it, and whatever you call it on the Varro calendar. That was the idea. All right. So the trib would have begun when he was 90, aka 91. He would have been 97, aka in his 98th year on his 97th birthday. That would have been temple year 1044. That's evocative. And of course that's 41 years after Paul writes. The millennium therefore was supposed to start at the end of 4200, the end of the year. The Lord is born at the end of the year. Okay, and he's accounting based on the Lord's birthday. So that's the same thing as starting year 4201. Because the Lord is born in the last week of the Roman year. Alright, Paul makes a big stink about that fact in Galatians 4:4, using the Greek myth about the god Kronos, who in the Roman thing was known as Saturn. And the myth was that the reason why the new year started was that Kronos, his wife, would give birth at the end of the year and then feed the kid to her husband. He would eat it. That's evocative of eating time. The year is eaten up. All right? And Christ was born in that very week of the Saturnalia festival. That's why Galatians 4:4 uses the word Kronos the way he does. And plays on pleromatos, because pleromatos means pregnant. Pleroma means pregnant. A ship full of cargo or a woman full of fetus. You see? So it would start at the end of the year. Well, that would be Temple Foundation year 1054. That goes back here. See? Making good on the 54 years old, the Gentiles. And then the extra 3.5 years I still have yet to account for where they come from. Alright. Because I thought they came from the temple delay, but I'm not so sure now. And that's 41 years after Paul writes. So then he keeps on going. He's adding 7. Okay, just like, because the 78 sevens is 315 syllables. Okay, it's 105 threes. So he's adding 7. Daniel had used 308 years for Noah's time in the boat until his birthday. And 308 days, rather. So then Paul adds 7 to that because there's that hanging chad 7, because Christ didn't die in the 62nd week. He died in the 61st week. So does God have to add 7 to make up the time? Will God do that? I mean, he doesn't have to do anything, but might. If he did, that would be year 2100 from Jacob's birth. The significance of that, of course, is that it's with Jacob that the people Israel start. Jacob becomes Israel. He's renamed Israel when he comes back to the land 21 years after he goes to Haran to get a wife. So that's a way of saying, hi, the time of the Jewish people got fulfilled, but it's 7 years later because there's that 7-year delay, which just keeps on going back all the way to Noah. Never got made up. Okay? So it would balance time relative to Jacob. It would also balance time, this was really a shock for me, relative to Noah, because it goes all the way back to Noah. See? 3150 from Noah And again, it's end of year 4206, but you say 4207 because it's 7 years too. That's balancing to Noah. So God's balancing time pre-Israel as well. And that's temple year 1050 at the end. That's Exodus year 1540 at the end. Flood year 2550 at the end. There's technically only 6 years difference here, but he's playing on the beginning of the new year when he does this. So that's why I'm just using 6 here and rounding them off, because that's what he's doing, is he's playing on at the beginning of the year. Okay, this is actually 4207 at the beginning of the year, which is equivalent to 4206 at the end of the year. So that's why this is done. These years are basically completing, and it's even more relevant because Exodus starts at the beginning of a year. The flood starts at the beginning of the year. Because I think Noah was born on what we call Passover. That's how the numbers balance the best. And then the temple year, of course, is starting in the middle of the year relative to April. Okay. So that's why that's going on. And then I'm not 100% sure this is relevant, but this can't be the right kind of number, except that the 130 here ties back to Adam. I'm going to have to still play with this. If the Lord was age 130, Adam didn't mature till he was 130, that's kind of gee whiz. But this isn't so gee whiz. Temple year from dedication 1077. So what if God picked that as a rapture date? And then, of course, millennium ends 5250. That would be temple year 2094. Exodus and blah, blah. There's not a whole lot of significance here except that this is when the millennium ends. And I'm going to have to play with that some more to figure out, what else is going on here. This whole part of it, I just, I got to play with it more. Then if Paul added 7 to get to 5257, that would be temple year 2100, 2 1050s. And then that, of course, would be Exodus year 2590, flood year 3600. So that's a sort of introduction to the basics, and in the next increment we'll try and do something. Okay, we've resolved the BC AD problem in our, what do you want to call it, our own modern system versus Paul. In order to show you how that gets resolved, I got to go to the Bible's own numbers going all the way back to Adam. It's a far smaller problem than we thought, and the only reason why we don't know it's a small problem is that we don't know the Bible's meter. We could have figured it out without the meter if we just plotted the Bible's dates the way the Bible says them, but we don't do that. Instead, we go to Dear Dr. So-and-so, and we use astronomy and astrology, and people who don't know how to add and subtract, like Josephus and Eusebius, and all these other hoary heads who we call respectable, and instead of respecting the Bible. I'm sorry, I'm going to be real strong about this at the beginning. The reason we've had problems with the dates is due to scholarship ineptitude. There's no other excuse for it. If you went to the Bible and you looked just at the Bible before you looked at anybody else, you'd have gotten the right timeline. And you know everything that I've got here because this is where I got it from. Alright, all these dates that are plotted strictly from the Bible. The Bible uses solar years, but scholars use lunar years, and so that's why all their numbers are wrong. Not all scholars, some scholars. Okay? And that's why your so-called respectable people in the past, especially in Catholicism, screwed it up. Okay? That's not to, single out the Catholics, because the dispensationalists and the Calvinists have also screwed it up. All right? And that's the reason why we got this problem. So the Bible gets blamed when the Bible's right and everybody else is wrong. So, using solar years, you go back to Genesis 5 and you add up the begats. That's all I did here. When you do that, you see that there's a pattern. of how God orchestrates time. So that's what this worksheet is. You can download it yourself. There are formulas in the worksheet. See, as you can see up here. All right, that's a formula. All right, so you can edit the formulas if you want and save yourself some time. Also in the video description, there is a link to the Bible verses I use to get these numbers. So you can look at them yourself and see if Brainout made a mistake, because I'm certainly not, exempt. If the scholar screwed up, well, then a Brainout can screw up. What's embarrassing is that a Brainout can get it right and the scholars didn't. So if I made a mistake, please tell me. And the reason why I think this is so important to do is that all the scholars in the past who are dead now and in heaven are probably praying to God, oh, please, God, don't let people keep on repeating my mistakes because I was respectable when I was down here in the body. In other words, we should be going back de novo to the Bible. So I don't want to die, because who knows when I'll die. I don't want to die and get up there and have to say to God, well, I didn't do my homework, and then face all those scholars who wish I had done my homework. So I'm doing my homework. You do yours or not, but the way you can do it and save time versus what I did is in the video description. Okay, enough. Adam, 130 years old, right here, see? 130, right here in the middle, year of the world, 130. That is the year he became super mature. He had to do it by the end of the first 490. All right? Now, why that is in my Yapping Most High playlist. You can look there starting at episode 10. There's a separate playlist for episode 10 and learn about the 490s. I'm not going to go through that math here. I'm going through something else. He's 130 years old, the begats. Okay? There's a 490 because you have to track to that. This is a voting period for believers. I've already explained that in my other playlist. You'll have to look at them. That ended 70 years later. This is the precedence for the sabbatical years for Israel. And then the next guy who wins the 490 is Jared. His son is Enoch. And Enoch has his kid in 687 from Adam's fall. And Jared has his kid, who is Enoch, 622 years from Adam's fall. That's 490 years from this point. So history got to continue 490 plus 130 to here, and the deadline occurred here, and Jared met the deadline, so Enoch was born. Of course, we know Enoch, super matured because he was just translated. All right, you with me on how to use this? You're the world using the begats, this whole yellow column in the middle, column G. All right? You see that. Now, time is orchestrated by God, shown by various formats in explicit text and meter, but the meter tracks these years all the way back to Adam, starting in Psalm 90. That's why I've been making so many boring videos since the year 2008. That's what I've been doing. Okay, first voting period began for unbelievers. It's a 50-year window. This too is precedence for the sabbatical years of Israel because those sabbatical years bought the extra 50 years. And I go through the math of that right here in A1. You can click on that and you can see the math. Okay, you can see the whole set of rules and the math. Just click on the cell in A1 and download that Word doc, and it'll go through all the math for you. So you can see where I'm getting this. Okay, believer voting window is here, but there's an unbeliever voting window here. The unbeliever is voting to be saved. That's real important. The first 1,000 ended in what we call 3106 BC, and that's going to become important to resolving the BC AD dates. Okay, that ends here. 50 years for the unbeliever. First 1050. God orchestrates time in 490 plus 70 plus 490 year units, totaling 1050. But he tracks whether the 1050 can even occur by means of the 1000s. All right? So there couldn't be a believer voting, unbeliever voting window here in cell G27. if somebody didn't super mature enough to get a 1,000-year time grant, which the guy who did that, you can pretty well bet, is Enoch, because, Bible just says he was translated. He was so, mature. Okay? So you'll notice this is 3106 BC, 3056 BC. All right? That's the first 1050 from Adam. All right? And then the timeline keeps going. Now, what I want you to focus on here is Adam was 130 years when he did this. So that extended time an extra 130 years. The question is that first 130 years, as it were, isn't paid for. God balances time like we balance our checkbooks. All right? So when you get to this 1,000, well, there's this problem of, well, how much time is over or short versus the people who won the grants. Okay, and the last guy who won the grant is Enoch, and so we got 687 years over. So we're safe here. Okay, we're going past time here. But he won it within the 1,000, so the 1,000 can exist. That's how come we're all still here. All right, the next guy to get this 1,000 is Noah. Okay, now here's what's important about Noah. See this right here? That's his birth from Adam. This is in the Bible. You count up the begats, you get to Genesis 7, and you can figure out when he was born. And I do that. Video description has the link to Brain Out Facts 6a so you can see the Bible verses. Notice that year, 1056. The time ended 1050. 1056 is 6 years later. Bible is going to track that because Noah's the guy who got in the boat. It's because of him that the world got to continue. All right, it's real easy to see he got a 1,000. But the Bible is tracking, and I didn't know this till a few days ago. The Bible is tracking the 1050s, not only in this sense, but it's also tracking the 1050s from birth of people who got 1,000-year time grants. That was a real surprise, and I only learned that during this past week. You'll notice that it's 6 years late. It's tracking from his birth, but it's 6 years late. We're all saying, well, how come the trib? How can you be sure that, the church is pre-trib, blah, blah, blah. There's a precedence that goes all the way back to Noah. Israel had a timeline that she was on. She was on that timeline because of this rule about super maturing, and God is balancing the time books like you balance your checkbook. And what he's saying here is that Noah won the grant, but now it's timing it back to his birth. It's retroactive back to his birth. He's 7 years late. It says 1056, but it's really the beginning of 1057 because Noah's birth is on what we would call Passover. Okay, and you can tell that by the way that the calendar for the flood works on his age. Okay, and there'll be a link in the video description on that called Flood Chrono Revised. All right, so Bible's going to measure 1050 from this guy. All right, my calculator's going to keep disappearing. So 1056 from Adam's fall, not from his age, from his fall. Bible measures from Adam's fall, plus another 1050 means the next benchmark is 2106. And you've kind of seen this before because I've sort of walked you through this before, but I'm doing it now for a different reason. 2106 takes us past 20,000 or 2,000, the second, 1,000-year time grant with its own, limitation. Okay, that's a contiguous deadline. But that's not civilization. The civilization started here. That's the second 1050 from Adam. All right? And therefore, the voting period for the unbeliever started here and ended here. Now, we said it was 2106. Okay? 2106 was 1050 plus 1056, which was the birth of Noah. So 1056, birth of Noah, plus another 1050 equals 2106. And it's still, notice, still 6 years late. That's the birth of Jacob. Remember, it said in the story of Genesis 21 and 22 that Isaac had, married Rebekah when he was 40, and they still didn't have kids. And so Rebekah wanted to know why. And then when they finally do have kids in Genesis 22, it's really hard. It's a really hard pregnancy for her because she's got twins in her womb. One will become a believer, one will stay an unbeliever, namely Esau. Jacob was the believer. Jacob is born in 2106. 2106 was also the same year that Mentuhotep united the kingdom of Egypt, which is going to matter because, of course, that's where Jacob's going to end up going. All right? So here's Jacob. He's born 2106. All right, so that's our next stop. We had gone with 1056 plus 1050 to get to Jacob. Now we do it again. Plus 1050, and that takes us to temple dedication, which you'll see. Remember, 3156 is the next stop. So we go here, and we have more history occurring, and I plotted it by these time deadlines. Okay, the gold is for the 490 and the green is for the 1000. Okay, that's the deadline for somebody to grow up is 3000, measured without the 50-year appendages. Okay, 3100 is the sum of 2050, okay, and 2150 rather, and 50, another 1050. See, 2050 plus 1050 is 3100. So that's the next deadline for civilization, irrespective of everybody else. Okay, now I want you to start noticing something here. See, that's the contiguous deadline. This is the new civilization unit. The voting period for the unbeliever is occurring right in here. Look how important this is. Remember, we're going to be coming up on 3156. That's 3100. This is 3150. Look what happened. 3066, David's born. These are all Bible numbers. He becomes king at Hebron in 3096, just before the deadline. Remember very carefully, 4 years here. Okay? Just before the deadline, he becomes king. Okay? Now, 3096 measures a different 1050. 3096 minus 1050 is going back to 2046. What was 2046? Sorry, this is so complicated, but God is balancing time. 2046 takes us back to Abraham. That's when Abraham super matured. So 1050 from Abraham, see, he super matures when Noah's 490 runs out. Abraham is maturing in the soap opera of time in 2046, and 1050 from that, David is crowned king of Hebron. Right here. See? 2046 plus 1050 is 3096, just in time for civilization to continue so that the unbeliever can be alive and vote right here. And of course, David becomes king of all Israel 4 years later, or 7 years later. So notice that. 4 years before the end of the unit, and then 7 years after he's crowned, he becomes king of all Israel. Just outside. See, 3103, 4103 is when Christ is going to be born. But that's what brings us into the BC AD correction. Okay? 3096. 4 years later is 3100. David is king of all Israel 3 years later. So we've got a total of 7 years elapsed here, but this is 4 years before that, and that's real important. Okay? Christ, according to the Bible, I don't know why people don't know this, has to be born 1,000 years after David's crowned over king of all Israel. Okay, Bible's real clear on that too. I don't know why scholars don't know this, but this is the deadline. All right, David retires at age 70, does not die at age 70, he retires 3136 from Adam. Okay, but he dies 3143 from Adam. He dies at age 77, not age 70. The scholars don't seem to know how to add and subtract the numbers in the Bible, which are in 1 Kings chapters 1 through 6 and 1 Chronicles 1, chapter 22 through the end of the book. That tells you what David did during his 7 years of retirement. Then 1 Kings 2:39 says 3 years after David died, Shimei was executed. So the 4th year after David died, Solomon began the temple. And that's where our BC-AD conversion begins. Okay, that's the whole story right there. The 3.5 years that Solomon delayed building the temple. See, remember I said 3156 minus 1050. How come it's not working? 3156 minus 1050 is the birth of Jacob. God is tracking time to Jacob. We are still 7 years late. We're 7 years late at Jacob's birth, and as you can see here, we're still 7 years late here. When Moses' personal 490 ends, that's when the temple was dedicated. Okay, but David had been dead since 3143. Okay, that's 13 years after David's death. Why didn't Solomon start building the temple and finish it by 3150? See, David dies right here, 3143. Okay, that's during the unbeliever voting window. 3143 plus 7, the years it took to build the temple, would have taken you to 3150. And by the end of the third 1050 from Adam, the temple would have been built, could have been dedicated. Now, if that had happened, Christ would have still had to be born by this date. Okay, when did David become king over all Israel? Right here. Christ still has to be born 1,000 years after David was crowned kingship in order for the second 1,000 to renew. Okay? But he also has to die by 1,000 years. This is the deadline in Daniel 9:26 is based on this calculation. The 62nd week is based on 1,000 years plus that date you see highlighted in cell I-99. That's the outer deadline of time in Daniel 9:26. It took me about almost 2 years to figure that out because of the scholar mistakes with respect to David. Okay, well then, even if the temple had started construction after David's death, and it couldn't start any earlier because God told David in 2 Samuel 7, hi, I'm going to have the temple built and you're going to be the progenitor of Messiah, but it has to wait until after you die. Well, God controlled when David died. Solomon still could have finished it by 3150, but didn't. But Christ would still have to die by the 1,000th anniversary of David's death. And that's played on in Luke 1, that's played on in Isaiah 53, that's played on in Daniel 9, all of it by the meter. Luke 1 is more specific because it's saying Christ is the 77th son. It's a play on this. Okay, but still, that's 7 years from there to here. But the temple isn't dedicated until the 1050th anniversary of Jacob's birth. Uh-oh. So we have a 13-year difference instead of what should have been a 10-year difference. See? Look. 3143 is when David dies. The temple could have started the next year and been done here. But instead, it's done here. Temple is dedicated in 3156. Solomon is waiting 3.5 years to even start construction. That's the problem. If he had started construction in the year David died, then Christ would have died on the anniversary of the start of the temple's construction. You get me? Are you following me here? The temple should have started construction and finished by 3150. Okay, fine. If he had at least started the construction, then Christ would have been born on the 1000th anniversary of David's death, and also been born on the 1000th anniversary of the temple construction start, because Christ is the temple depicts. And everything would have been fine. But Solomon waited 3.5 years before he even started the construction. That's 1 Kings 6:1. And Bible makes a big stink about that by saying 4th year of Solomon. It's the 11th year of Solomon, but it's the 4th year of Solomon after David's death, at the beginning of the year, because it's the month of Ziv. All right? So this is where the BC AD problem really begins, because what happened was, and I'm kind of truncating the answer here, what happened was, when the Catholic scholars and the other scholar sense look at the Bible, they look at this weird 1 Kings 6:1. As far as they're concerned, it's weird. They think it's a scribal error. And when they try to add up the numbers before 1 Kings 6:1 versus after 1 Kings 6:1, they always come up with a 3.5 year anomaly. Because the deadline for Christ's birth shifted up 3 years due to the delay in the construction of the temple. The temple should have started here in 3143 when David died. That's when it should have started. But it didn't start until 3146. See, it started 3 years later. That's 1 Kings 6:1. Go look it up. 3 years after 3143 is 3146. And then it finishes off 7 years later, and then Solomon waits another 3.5 years before he dedicates the temple in the 1050th anniversary of Jacob's birth. Now, did God tell him to do that, or was Solomon having a brain fart with God? Well, I don't know the answer to that yet. But see, the temple construction began right here, cell G105. That's cute. That's cute. I didn't notice that until just now. Paul uses a 105 meter to make us think about this very fact. That's interesting. Okay, temple construction started in 3146 instead of starting in 3143. You got that? That's what's creating the 3-year BC AD variance, because when scholars are going back and they're trying to add up the begats like I'm doing here, and then they're trying to reconcile the timeline from Adam all the way to Christ, they can't do it. They can't do it because they're looking at the Moses numbers, and they're right to do that. Moses even does the same thing. They're looking at the Moses numbers. Okay, Egypt, here's the Exodus in 2066. And that, Moses' own numbers, using all the numbers prior to David, you get 1440 BC. You really do. This is what hung me up for the longest time. All right, but the timeline shifts due to David dying and Solomon waiting 3 years to build the temple, to start building the temple. So what should have been 1440 years to Christ ends up being 1437 years to Christ because of this 3-year difference. All right, it's a real loss of time. Now, if you were, instead of, if you just used the Bible's own numbers, you'd notice this difference. Okay, and if you knew about the meter and you knew about God's rules for time, this wouldn't be a problem. You'd understand what happened. Of course, we don't use BC AD in the Bible. It's just years from, and years from Adam. It all reconciles fine. Okay, See, all these numbers reconcile just fine if you just use the Bible. But if you're trying to convert from BC to AD, you have a hickey here going back from the Exodus, because you come up with 1440 BC that way. And that does work. But the timeline had to shorten due to David's death. So Christ has to be born 3 years earlier than what would have been expected based on the Exodus. See, the Exodus was timed based on a prophecy about Messiah also. Moses writes Psalm 90 in 1400 BC. He's writing in the 1050th year of the flood, which you would know that if you knew the meter and you plotted out the Bible's numbers like I'm doing. Therefore, 1400 BC minus 350 equals 1050 BC, which is the year that scholars routinely say, and rightly so, was when Israel rejected God as king and Saul took over. Okay? But because they get David's death date wrong, they don't notice that there's a 3-year shortage, the way it really exists. They know that there's a 3-year problem, and they just lop off 3 years and say Christ was born 4 BC because they don't know what to do with it. But here's why it occurs. David dies 3143, but the temple doesn't start getting constructed until 3.5 years later. So it's on time relative to Jacob, right? 3156 minus 1050. It's on time relative to Jacob, but it's not on time relative to when the Messiah has to be born anymore. The numbers can't reconcile now because David died in 3143 and the temple didn't start construction until 3146. So that's why we end up saying that Christ has to be born 4 BC, because all the scholars, when they're trying to do all these numbers down to Christ, there's this anomaly here between David's death and the start of temple construction. And they don't know what to do with it, because all of a sudden now all the Bible numbers, from David forward don't jive with the Bible numbers before David. There's a 3-year variance. That's why there's a 3-year variance. But the scholars didn't keep adding the numbers just based on Bible. Okay? They made shortcuts and they used lunar years and they did all kinds of, dear Dr. So-and-so did this timeline, and instead of doing the Bible de novo, they just used somebody else. And so they were never able to reconcile this problem. They didn't know that this was a problem. And then when they get to 1 Kings 6:1, okay, which is here in cell G105, when they get to 1 Kings 6:1, because they can't reconcile it, they say that 1 Kings 6:1 is a scribal error. And you'll see that in all of your common lexicons about it. All right, this is, standard scholar spin on 1 Kings 6:1. Oh, it's a scribal error. No, it's not. God's making a point. Whenever you get a number in the Bible that doesn't make sense immediately, God is stressing something about time in that verse that you need to study. And that's what happened to me. It took me a year, easily a year, to understand what this problem is versus this problem. You have to look at the companion passages in 1 Kings and Chronicles about this event. And then, of course, you have to actually read 1 Kings 1:1 through 6 and read the companion Chronicles passages to know that, I'm sorry, David was 77 when he died. There's 7 chapters, in 1 Chronicles starting at verse 22. 1 per year. That's a pretty typical Hebraic style. And then you got 10 years explained in 1 Kings 1 through 6. Now, Jeremiah wrote Chronicles. He knew the timeline in Kings that came first. He's tracking to it. How come we aren't? I don't know. So the net result is that time is 7 years still in abeyance, because David died 7 years later. It didn't shorten the time. See, here's 3150, 3156, beginning of the year. Makes it 7. See, when you end year 6, you're beginning year 7, so it's year 7. Hopefully you'll understand that. You know, I'm coming up on my 60th birthday, so that's my 61st year. So it's 7 years. 7 equals 6 in that sense. Okay? So we're still 7 years late. That's the reason why the tribulation kept on being an extra hanging chad, even before the temple went down. Even before the temple went down. The temple's going down occasioned a second 7. If you add up the Daniel 9 numbers, you will get a shortage, an overage of 14, not 7, if you use solar years like the Bible does. But the scholars, even dispensational scholars, will use lunar years, and so they'll miss that extra 7. They're using lunar years in order to get rid of the extra 7, because they don't know what to do with it. Well, here's why. You got your first problem, see, 3096 to 3103. That is Civil War. Okay? And it was already late. Because, remember, we did, going back to Noah. Okay? Going back to Noah. Already 7 years late there. Then we got our boy here, mature 7 years early, but that's not going to stop the base timeline from Noah. So, it continues with Jacob, who's right here. Still 7 years late. Then we get to David, who is actually 4 years early as far as the civilization unit is concerned. Okay, and becoming crowned king. Okay, but there's a 7-year civil war here. So you'll notice we're 3 years into the new, 4 years early from the past. Okay, with the result that because David dies 7 years later, we're still 7 years past this deadline. That's why Solomon did it this way. The 7 didn't get erased. It didn't get erased. And worse, on top of that, because we have another balancing problem, Christ has to be born, die 1,000 years after this date. Even though David lived the extra 7 years, it didn't make up for that, because Solomon waited 3 more years before building the temple. If you had started temple construction in that year instead of this year, you wouldn't have the problem you do about the last half of the tribulation being reserved for Israel. Because, I'm sorry this is so complicated, but God is really balancing time. Moses was 54 years early here. Okay, so your net loss is due to David. It's not David's fault. It's due to David dying here, but temple construction beginning 3 years later. Okay? That's why we got the 3-year anomaly in history. Now I'm going to post 2 other videos explaining this whole thing differently and see if they make more sense. If they don't, just yell at me. We're back again. This time I've got some really exciting news. We can solve the BC AD problem. It is in fact rooted in something in Scripture. Okay, and I'm going to go through it here. Hopefully, tell me if it's too hard to understand. Remember, I had said that Moses was saying that there were 1050 years after he finished writing Psalm 90 that would have to pass after that, and then Messiah would be born. That's true. Okay? And almost every scholar you want to talk to will say that Israel rejected God as king in 1050 BC, which is, where is it? Where did I put it? Yeah, right here. It was in 1050 BC. Alright? So, that, it's like you say, okay, well then, we don't have, what's with the 4 BC date? Okay, watch. Moses, when he comes up with this number, how did he get it? How did he know that there were 1050 years left? Because look, 1050 from Jacob's birth. Okay? In other words, what really happened was the first temple was dedicated 1050 from Jacob's birth. That was when it was dedicated. But that's not when David died. Because David died earlier, because he became king earlier, 4 years earlier, that's real important, the Lord has to be born earlier because there's an earlier deadline to meet. In other words, when Moses was writing, he's using this information. Okay? Whether he knew David by name or all the rest of it, I can't say. But he knew that these were the deadlines. Alright, so he knew that 1050 years after the end of 350 syllables in Psalm 90, there were going to be another 1050 years. He knows that based on this. He knows that based on this. In other words, there are 1050 year sub-deadlines that are running that he knows about, and he's using those. Okay, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's God's orchestrating time. But when David dies, he dies such that the Lord has to be born, has to also die within 1,000 years after his death. And in order to have the same 40 years, that means the Lord has to be born 40 years prior, which is 1,000 years after David's united kingship. Now, a whole lot, I don't know if I can call it mainstream anymore, but a whole lot of scholars will tell you that David became king 1000 BC. Alright? So you'll find that. But the problem is that when they go to reconcile all the Bible's numbers, what they have trouble with is that David becoming king here doesn't always reconcile, say, with when the temple dies. Here, let me show you. They don't do, some of them have done this, but not a lot. The true BC is right here. Okay? Those are the true years. But when you're doing, it's just like with anything else with math. If you're using a different base for your numbers, you're going to come up with different numbers. So the common scholarship says that the temple died in 586 BC. Okay, well, that's the number base using the Dionysus system, which has the Lord being born 4 BC. So the distance between the two numbers is still 583. Okay, so if they say that the Exodus occurred in 1440 BC, they're still using the same number system as they're using for this in order to be consistent. But other scholars make additions or changes because, like they'll say he died 33 AD. But they won't change the back end, or they won't change it right. And that's why you have so much difference in the scholarly dates. But the biggest reason why you got the difference is that scholars don't realize David died at age 77. That's the number one cause of this problem. Because he dies at age 77, and because the temple isn't dedicated till 13 years later, and it doesn't even begin construction until 3146, you got a 3-year variance there. Christ has to be born 3 years earlier than the deadline that Moses was using. So if you're looking only at Moses and the timelines of Saul, and you don't look any further, you're gonna find that you have a 3-year time difference you can't account for, and then you'll just lock it off to, well, the Dionysus 4 BC issue, and you'll stop thinking about it. Okay, so then you miss the point. God's orchestrating time. There are deadlines. This is why the scholars have missed the deadlines. Christ had to die 3 years earlier. So it's no longer exactly with reference to the temple, because the temple started construction 3 years later in 3146. Okay? That's the problem. Now that resolves the other issue. Okay? We have 54 years credit. Okay? Due to Abram supermaturing in 2046. Okay, that's when Abram super matured. That's 54 years before the 2100 would end. The 2100 was the deadline. So there's a 54-year credit owed to the Gentiles. Okay, but here it's really 3.5. Okay, it's not 54 years. It's really 53.5. At the same time, there's a 3.5-year credit owed to the Jews because Christ has to be born 3.5 years earlier in order to tag the 1000th year of David's death and still be 40 when he dies. And the rabbis, like I said, they still know. It's in Sanhedrin 97a through 99b. That remnant of this rule is still in the Talmud, so they did know about it. Okay? So, in order to be born and have the same year 40 as David had, then he has to be born 1,000 years from David's united kingship. But David's united kingship was 7 years later than he was king at Hebron. And notice this, he's king at Hebron 4 years, really 3.5, okay, prior to the deadline of 3100. The voting period began in 3100 and then lasted until 3150. All right. If you look at Gene Years XLS, because I don't want to throw too many things at you, if you look at Gene Years XLS, go to 3100, and notice that's when the civilization 3000 begins, because it's 1050, 1050, 1050. And then from 3100 to 3150 is the voting period for the unbelievers. That's what the sabbatical years are based on. That's what they buy, is the voting period for the unbelievers. Okay, but David is king, as you can see here, rounded off 4 years prior. So look, 3.5 really, okay, plus he becomes king later, and it's 7.5 and 3.5. If you look in 1 Kings 1, they talk about how it was really 7.5 years at Hebron. Okay, so that ends up meaning 10. It's 10. Okay, you can even round it to 11, but there's a half-year overlap there, so you got to call it 10. Okay? I mean, I don't want to get too technical on you. What I'm trying to say is the 10 years difference in the dedication of the temple is tied to the fact that he was essentially early here. So the Lord has to be born early to correspond to that, because the timing has to correspond to his kingship. All right, because the Lord is going to be born a king. So he has to be born on the 1000th anniversary of when David was king over all Israel. Okay, so that's why we have our 3-year variance, is that when you look at the older numbers pre-David in the Bible, okay, you can tell that there's a timeline difference of like 3 years. Yeah, because there was a deadline that was 3 years later, but that deadline changed. And it changed because David died when he was 77. Okay? He died when he was 77. And the Lord, therefore, has to die on the 1000th anniversary of David's death, no later than that. That was his maximum time. And he ended up dying 7 years early. So now, because he dies 7 years early, and David is 3 years early, okay, 7 of the total 10, the 10 is coming from here, plus here. Okay, pretend that's 3103, okay? I don't want to have to keep going on. There's a 10-year differential, and that all shows up right here in the Bible time distance table. That's a link on the title page. You can just click on the link at the bottom of the title page, and it'll be there. Okay, so your true AD and BC are going here. He's born. We're going to call that year 0 or year 1. 160, 583, 947, 960, 1000 from David, king at Hebron. All right? And 107 from when he was king of, king at Hebron. This is Jerusalem. Hebron. 1037 from David's birth, because David was 37 and was king of Jerusalem. 1437 from the Exodus. So if you want to create BC dates, say that the Exodus was 1437 BC, David was born 1037 BC, King of Hebron is 1007 BC, etc. Now that does have the effect of moving all the dates up 3 years. But the problem you got is that when you look at the scholars, they aren't really following the Bible schedule. They're following other conventions, and the conventions are not the same scholar by scholar. So when you get a variance, you have to find out what that scholar is using as his base. Otherwise, it's going to seem like there's a contradiction, and there's no contradiction. They're just using a different number base. If, for example, like the number base that I use in the Junior's XLS worksheet is following the Dionysus convention of saying the Lord was born at the end of 4 BC, which is fine because that's the sort of used to be mainstream. And so the mainstream, talk about when the temple went down is 586 BC. Okay. Because everything is backed, is minus 3 years. All right? These are all end of year numbers. They're minus 3 years. And that's fine. But if you really want to be correct, use this timing here. Because all that's just strictly Bible. Of course, the smartest thing we could do is just say, hi, he was born 4103 from Adam. He dies 4136 from Adam. Okay, the tribulation was, the 57-year countdown was supposed to begin in 4143 from Adam, and the millennium was supposed to begin at the end of 4200 from Adam. That would be better. But that clears everything up. So the thing that's left is like, okay, Paul is using, back up here, Paul is writing in the year 4159 from Adam, when the Lord would have been 56. Scholars are making the wrong kind of mistake here. They're saying that that's 58 AD for Paul. Okay, but since they're already saying 4 BC for Christ's birth, then it wouldn't be 58 AD. You'd have to lop off 3 years, which brings you to 56. You see what I'm saying? So it's like they're 3 years ahead instead of backing off 3 years. They got to subtract 3 years from a lot of their dates. Now, when they do that, they're using this is the next confusion. They're using the Roman AUC system, a lot of them, to come up with the Bible dates. But the Roman AUC system has a problem. The problem with the Roman AUC system is that Varro padded 3 years due to a civil war that occurred back in the 300s BC, and he padded 3 years because he wasn't sure who was consul what year. He made up a lot of information. He assumed that the rulers each had 35 years of rule and all this other stuff. Okay? So you almost have to chop off 3 years from that too. Okay? Just chop it off. I don't know a quicker way to fix it. Okay? Just chop it off. But as you can see, it really does balance when you take the whole picture into account. It really does balance to the numbers that we get if we take into account that, there's only 1437 years between his birth and the Exodus. Okay? And then the other thing that you want to remember is that there was a different deadline when Moses wrote. He was using the deadline based on Jacob's birth to get his 1050. But because David died at 77, that inserts a 3-year extra credit, which changes the 54 years to millennium to 57. That's why you got 50 plus 7 in the Mosaic Law. Okay, so somehow Moses knew something about it. That's the only thing I can infer, because it's 50 plus 7. Passover is 7 days long, not 4 days long. The 4 days is between lamb set aside and lamb executed, and that's in Exodus 12. It's 4 days. It was 4 days from the time Christ ate the Passover, which was happening on the lunar calendar, so it was running fast, to the time that he actually went to the cross. It was not one day. It was not Good Friday. It was Good Wednesday. Now, I'm not sure how much my explanation helps. If it doesn't, yell at me and I'll try to say it better. I'm so excited I don't know if I can breathe. You see in the lower left-hand corner in black the time distance between Christ's birth and the Exodus. Okay? It's not 1440 years. It's 1437 years. These are the Bible's numbers. Okay? This is page 135 of the Ephesians 1 Reparsed Doc. I haven't changed it. Not this page. The only page I've changed is 134. The BC AD problem is solved because there really are 3 years cut out. And I'm guessing that Dionysius, when he came up with our BC AD dates, noticed what he thought was an anomaly, kind of gave up and just chopped 3 years off Augustus' reign in order to make it align with the Bible. Okay, and that's why Paul's numbers do align with the Roman dates. Okay, because Christ had to be born 3 years earlier than originally scheduled. That's the reason why 54, see up here, Abraham becomes super mature 54 years prior to the end of the 2100. That's a credit of 54 years. At the same time, Christ has to be born 3 years earlier than originally scheduled. Okay? So that the time distance between the Exodus and his birth isn't 1440, but 1437. Okay? In other words, because David died at age 77, which the scholars don't know, and Dionysius didn't know either, he too was relying on Josephus. Because of that, there is an earlier deadline for Christ to be born that didn't apply until David died. Okay? It wouldn't have been an earlier deadline except that the temple didn't get constructed for an additional 3 years. See? The temple started, I got to go back up to 134 here. The temple started, was dedicated in 3156, but David died in 3143. Okay? So 3143 to 3156 is 13 years to dedication, but its construction began 10 years prior in 3146, right here, see? In order to balance to David's kingship and the temple creation, Solomon should have started building the temple, okay, right here in 3143. That would have aligned everything with the Lord's death when it should have happened, okay? But Solomon waited an additional 3 years. So the Lord, in effect, has to be born 3 years earlier than originally scheduled in order to align with the temple dates. Okay? So there is a 3-year cutoff, a genuine 3-year shortening, okay, due to the fact that David had died at age 77 and there was a delay, it's really 3.5-year delay at the front, in starting up the temple. Okay, in starting temple construction. So that's how the 54-year credit had to become 57 years because of that delay. All right? This is really not 54, this is 53.5. I'll be able to find the exact months later so I can prove it better. But it's 3.5 here and 3.5 here. That's how 53.5, literally, becomes 57 by the time the Lord is born. Okay? That's why Daniel 9 is using 57 instead of 54, but they still have to reconcile to 54 rounded. You got 53.5 is rounded to 54. Okay? But the point is that the BC AD conversion that we use ends up balancing except we're sort of calling the years by the wrong names. And you don't bump up all the prior BC years by 3. You just stop. The Lord is born, you call that 1 AD. Because there's really 1437 years between his birth and the Exodus. But when Moses was writing, the Exodus, the difference between the flood and the Exodus is really 1050 years. Okay, so here's the flood, here's the Exodus. Okay, Moses is writing 40 years later. Okay, when he writes Psalm 90, he's writing 40 years later. So all those numbers are still accurate. In other words, the Exodus really occurred in what we call 1440 BC. But there aren't 1440 years between Christ's birth and the Exodus, because Christ had to be born literally 3 years earlier. Okay? So you just have to cut it off and just say, okay, 1 AD is this, and the anomaly is real. It's real, because he had to be born 3 years earlier. In other words, this is why people are having trouble with the numbers. The time distance between the Exodus and the flood is 10 years. Moses is writing 40 years later, Psalm 90. He datelines it, so I know when he wrote it. He wrote it in 1400 BC, what we call 1400 BC. So when we say Christ is born at the end of 4 BC, that's it. That's the only way you can have a contiguous timeline, is you have to say he's born in 4 BC. But the reason is different. The reason is that the Bible is showing that due to the temple, okay, starting 3 years after David dies, okay, the temple starts. It's dedicated 90 years after, but in 1 Kings 6:1 it tells you that it started when David was 80. 3 years later. Okay, since the temple is starting 3 years later, but David had died 3 years earlier, Christ's birth date relative to David's death, in order to have the same 40-year period of rule that David was allotted, then Christ has to be born 3 years prior to. Okay, so it really is an anomaly. There really is, as it were, 3 years cut out of time. The time is shortened. And for our purposes, because the way we want to do our dates, we have to say, well, it's 1400 BC and, all that kind of nonsense. Now, what that ends up meaning is that for your AD dates, it's almost like, well, it's smartest just to call it 4 BC still, like we're used to doing. All right? But if you want to adjust it, and this is going to be relevant for our AD dates, when Paul says he's writing at Christ's age 56, that is the equivalent of our age 58 and 59, which is what we think, when Paul wrote Ephesians. That is our equivalent of it, because we got this 3-year anomaly, and it's a genuine anomaly. I don't know if I'm making much sense. I'm so excited I can barely breathe. That explains why Paul's numbers align to the Roman AUC system. And the Roman AUC system also has a similar problem with 3 padded years in there. So, all of our usage of time is either based on the Roman AUC or Dionysius, which is a version of the Roman AUC. And it looks like Dionysius just flat cut out 3 years from Augustus because he didn't know what else to do, and he wanted to align it to Bible, which, as it turns out, isn't really a bad idea. Peace out. Yell at me in the comments. Okay, to get to the final reconciliation of BC AD, which is very ironic and very shocking, I first got to take you back to the basic structure of the time poems in the Bible, and there are many of them. This is what I mean by Bible Hebrew meter. I'm going to show you from the English, because it'll be sort of easier to follow, how these time poems work. Because they're all interconnected, like if you laced your 2 hands together by your fingers. All the Bible is laced together. And in particular, these time poems link to each other on purpose by means of meter, so that there is much more to be learned from them than you will see on the surface in the English especially. And for my example, and I've done this before in other videos, but I'm going to do it hopefully quickly here. We're going to look at Psalm 90 here. Okay? Now, before I even do that, what I have to tell you is something about drama, the history of drama. In ancient times, going all the way back as far as you want to go, drama came out of a sort of religious observance, a way of tradition passing on the stories of a people or of the gods. And there was always a storyteller who played the roles of all the characters in the story about the gods. And these stories were told orally, they were passed down from father to son, they were passed down from the leader of the tribe to the tribe, etc. Now, the Bible actually has that same tradition, except, of course, it's the real God, and it's the real people, okay, which eventually became a nation named Israel. So Moses here is actually following a drama tradition that everybody at the time he was writing knew. So what he's doing is he's playing storyteller, and he's speaking the words of each actor in a time play. So his Hebrew words are metered to match the years about which he's talking. Now, if you don't know that, you can just read these words and, it's going to sound like, oh, this is a very nice philosophical statement, la-di-la. A lot of people like the text of the psalm and they quote it and talk about it. Okay, but if you just look at the English, you do not know why so many people treat that verse there as a millennial passage. The only way you know why it's treated as a millennial passage is because it is. But you only know that from the Hebrew. The millennium is not referenced in English except in two places. There, right in front of you, in blue, it's got a nickname called Day of the Lord that's used from this point forward, based on this verse in blue. And then in Revelation where it says we'll reign with him for 1,000 years. In English, that's the only way you can find a reference to it. The word millennium is not in the Bible. Okay? But people didn't have television in the old days. They played games with words. And we play games with words too. For example, one of the most famous poems about Christmas is called "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." And if I suddenly said to you, my stockings were hung by the chimney with care, you'd know I changed the word "the" in the poem to "my." And you'd know immediately I was talking about Christmas. I'm not mentioning the word Christmas. I'm not saying December 25. I'm quoting part of a poem that you and I both know, and a custom that was, popular in the West about hanging up stockings over your chimney where St. Nick was supposed to come down through the chimney at night, fill up the stockings, and then go back up through the chimney. You would know all that. I would know all that. But somebody just reading hung up, my stockings were hung by the chimney with care, and they don't know anything about the culture, they wouldn't know what that reference meant. It's the same thing here for the sentence in blue. And you're just reading the words in English. You have no idea what this reference means. You have to know the Hebrew. So now I'm going to show you what it means, because it's going to be real important for getting back to the BC-AD reconciliation. This whole part right here in Hebrew is 84 syllables. Moses is speaking, as it were, for God. Okay? He's playing an actor for God. He's also playing the actor for the witnesses, the believers in the future millennium. And what is their testimony then? He's looking way into the future, and he's telling you what people will say. The sort of, what do you want to call it? The anthem. And that's really a good description for what these time poems are. The anthem of a group at that segment of time. As if they were on stage already and you're watching them in a play. Because like I said, in ancient, very ancient drama, there was one guy speaking all the parts. Okay? So Moses is playing that role. What you see highlighted in blue now is an anthem of the people in the millennium. What their, as it were, viewpoint or philosophy is going to be. Okay? And this is 84 syllables. Isaiah's going to play on that and split it into two groups of 42 syllables to begin and end Isaiah 53. And I'm going to go through that too in English so you can see this. But just know what you see highlighted in blue is 84 syllables in Hebrew. It's supposed to be 70 syllables because the 70-year period, Moses is accounting sabbatically with the meter. The 70-year period is in the middle. The total time unit is 1050. It's parsed as 490 plus 70 plus 490. So Moses is taking each 70, which is a mass voting, mass testimony period, and he's talking as if he were in that period as the actor, the representative actor, believer for that period. Okay? So this is the millennial testimony. That's why it ends with the millennium. It's clever. It's like our little poem, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." And instead of Moses saying, "My stockings were hung by the chimney with care," he's saying, "For 1,000 years in your sight are like yesterday." You can see why that would be relevant to the people testifying during the millennium. It'll be the first time in history that people live that long since Adam. That was the life, the life expectancy of Adam. That's going to be the life expectancy in the millennium. And one of the things that those people are going to need to remember is that 1,000 years really isn't a very long time. They know it's 1,000 years, and then the end comes. They're going to know the time limit. And it's not really 1,000, it's 1050, but the last 50 years are a mass voting period for unbelievers. And so that doesn't have to be mentioned, that's axiomatic. All right, it's the 1,000 years that's highlighted. Okay? This is 84 syllables from here to here in Hebrew. Not 70 because there's a shortage at the end, and I'll get to that. There's a 14-year shortage that Moses is forecasting. And that's going to be real important when we get back to the timeline on the BC AD reconciliation. Just take it for granted right now. This is 84 syllables. It's meant to be 14 years over. It's basically saying the 14 years are hidden in Christ. And now we come back to history proper. This particular part right here is Adam, the Adamic generation, pre-flood generation testimony. And you know that, first of all, because of the way he's metering it. But if you didn't know the meter, the keywords are like flood, they fall asleep, okay? Because even 1,000 years, that was the life expectancy in Adam's day, that even 1,000 years don't mean anything. Okay? And it's the morning. It's the morning. It's the dawn of history. Adam's fall was the dawn of history. Okay? And this is the Adamic period testimony. Different actor now. A new actor is on the stage. Moses talking his lines. This is the anthem for the Adamic period from the time of Adam's fall until the flood. And it's keynoted here by the word flood even. Okay? It's also keynoted because the word here, placed, that's Seth. Meaning, Adam's son who carries the name. So Adam's son who carries the name, he's appointed, placed to carry the name. So see, again, because this is so well known, they're using wordplay. It's like I hung the stockings by the chimney with care. I don't need to say it's Christmas. You know immediately what I'm talking about. So if he uses the keyword Seth, okay, and the word flood, all right, then that's real clear. And the difference between the guy who announced the flood, Enoch, and Seth, placed, is 490 years. So it's very clever wording. Okay, morning of history. Okay. And then the evening of history, of course, is going to be the flood. See, swept away like a flood. That's in parallelism with evening. Even in the text, you can tell that. All right, in the morning they grow. In the evening they fade. Okay, well, that fading is compared right here with being swept away like a flood. You could know that even if you didn't know the meter or what he was talking about. It's a parallelism. All right, so this is all the Adamic period. This is 70 syllables long in Hebrew. So that closes off the Adamic period. The next period is the Noahic period, and it runs through here, and that also is 70 syllables long. This is the people who come from Noah. This is their testimony during their own 1050, which began, of course, with Noah. As we're going to see when we get back to the timeline, Bible measures a 1050 from Noah. All right, so this is their 1050. So you have the final 1050 of the millennium here. Whoops, I'm sorry. You have the final 1050 of the millennium here. You have the first 1050 of history right here. You have the second 1050 beginning with Noah here. And this is the testimony of the Noahic people. All our days have declined in your fury. Yeah, they're post-flood. You see how clever that is? Declined. Yeah, the life expectancy went down as a result of the flood. And it went down to 70 years by the time the 1050 was over. Okay? 80 years. All right? The people, the first generation out of the flood lived a lot longer, but if you look at the begats, you'll notice that after the flood, starting in Genesis 11, the life expectancy goes way down. Okay, so that's why this is so apt. Our days have declined in your fury. Yeah, the fury of the flood. We finish our years with a sigh. Okay, and I covered all this in my Psalm 90 videos in detail, including the retranslation, the meter, the whole bit. But I'm just trying to give you the overview now. So this is the Noahic testimony, a third actor on the stage, Moses saying his lines. What is the testimony of the Noahic people? Okay? And it's 1050 years from Noah to Jacob. Okay, we went over that in the earlier, 12a and b. It's 1050 years from Noah to Jacob. So this is the Noahic people prior to Jacob, what they say. Okay? And then we come to Moses because he's the output. This is Moses' own autobiographical testimony. He's actually voting during the voting period of the third 1050. Okay? David rises at the end of the 1050. All right? This is Moses' own testimony of his own vote during the voting period, as a result of which the Exodus occurred. This is what Moses was saying to God. Teach us to number our days. Okay? And what God is answering is this mirroring thing. Make us glad according to the days you afflicted us and the years we have seen evil. In other words, if you have afflicted us 400 years, then give us 400 years of prosperity. And that's real important to know. God is answering this. 400 years after the slavery is answered by 400 years David is born. The 400 years of the slavery are a composite. 390 years proper Israel was in the land from She was in the land for 40 years. Jacob and them come into the land 1870 BC. The first 40 years, everything was nice because Joseph was still in power. Then Amenemhat the third comes to power, and that's after Joseph retires, and he manages to do a sort of eminent domain encroachment on the land of Goshen, turning them into granary cities, and that's how come Israel became temple building slaves. Okay, that was 390 years. So they have a total of 430 years, Exodus 12, 40, and 41. All right, but there are 10 extra years. That's why God said 400 to Abraham in Genesis 15. The extra 10 years are for Joseph's own enslavement, because he was enslaved 10 years before he became vizier. So it is a total of 400 years, but they're not contiguous. But it is a total of 400 years, so 400 years they were in total enslaved, 430 years they were in total in Egypt, the last 390 they were enslaved. They come out 430 years to the day from the time Jacob entered Egypt at age 130. All right, and then 400 years after the Exodus, David is born. He becomes king 430 years after the Exodus. So God is answering Moses' own prayer in the highlighted blue you see there. I call it mirroring. That for the exact amount of time that one thing happens, there is a mirror, a credit, offset. In other words, you've got a certain amount of time spent on one side of the ledger and then on the other side of the ledger. Like when Joseph became vizier and he had the Pharaoh had those dreams of the 7 fat and 7 lean years. That's really 2 40-year periods back to back, with the 2 7-year periods being in the middle. And Jacob enters the land during the middle of the lean years in the second 40. Okay? You have to do your math in the Bible to understand this. It's very sophisticated. And unfortunately, the scholars haven't done it. So that's why we think our Bible timeline is, that the Bible dates don't reconcile. They reconcile all right, but God's using different time tracks and we're not paying enough attention to how he's using them. This is how he's using them. This is his rule for time right here. He balances time like a checkbook. And Moses asked him to do that. Now Moses is asking him to do something that Moses knows God already does as a rule. But he's asking God to teach the people how he does that, because the people, had lost it. They had gotten apostate. All right? So that's the Mosaic testimony during the third 1050. Moses' own testimony. Moses is now speaking as the actor for himself. Then the last 1050, which is the one during which Christ will die, is right here, and this is 56 syllables instead of 70. See, this was also 70 syllables here. This is 56 syllables. And it's here, let me pull this down a little. This is 56 syllables. And that's the time, that ends with the time of Purim. All right, that's the voting period that Purim ends just before the new voting period, the new 70. And this is only 56 syllables. The other 14 are reserved up here. Okay. The other 14 are reserved up here because the temple was going to be in trouble. Israel was going to be in trouble. There would have to be some rebuilding. So that's cleverly denoted by the work of our hands. See, he keeps saying it. Work of our hands. Let your work appear to your servants. Yeah, because this is about the rebuilding of Jerusalem. Okay, and Purim was a threat to that never occurring. The temple got rebuilt in 516 and Jerusalem with it, but it ended up getting in trouble again by the time of Purim. there was a threat called the Haman Conspiracy that would have wiped out Jerusalem beginning on 13th through 15th of Adar, which was patterned after the Jewish Passover. They were casting lots. That's what the word Purim means. They cast lots to determine the best time to kill the Jews in their pagan culture. That was what Haman sponsored and had Esther's husband sign off on. And then Esther went before her husband to warn him about what this really was. And that's, Israel got saved and Haman got put on the gallows. That's what Purim represents. Moses is predicting that as the final voting period before Christ comes. Okay, so when you take it all together, this is 350 syllables equals 350 years. And it's standing for the 5,250 years of history that were scheduled. 4,200 meaning 2,100 for the Goyim, 2,100 for the Jews. The Jews call that 2,000 and 2,000 today, but it's really 1,050 each times 2. And then Messiah was supposed to come back, and the millennium was supposed to start 4,200 from Adam's fall. And then there were another 1,050 years, which would take you to 5,250, and the eternity was supposed to begin. That's all encapsulated in this time poem here. All right? So, yeah, you can read it in English, and you'll get the words on the surface, and it'll be a sort of gee whiz, oh, isn't that nice? And you'll miss the entire import of what he's really saying, because you don't know the Hebrew. And since scholars have been debating whether Hebrew even has meter for 300 years, Christians don't know about this. And the Jews know about the fact that it's 2,100, but they call it 2,000, plus 2,100, then Messiah comes back. They know that. But nobody listens to the Jews because Christianity is anti-Semitic. Okay, I'm sorry, that's the problem. That's why we don't know about this Hebrew meter. The people who have been debating and working on Hebrew meter are largely preterists, and preterism is anti-Semitic. So of course they're not going to notice the meter, because the meter tells you that, pre-trib rapture is biblical, because it's based on the time owed to Israel, which is now vested in Christ. So it's owed to Christ. And Israel therefore cannot lose it, because Christ is King of the Jews. We don't wear that hat. We don't share in that covenant. We have our own covenant based on Psalm 110. That's the theme of the book of Hebrews. But just understand that Jews know that this is about the millennium. The Jews know that. They know that this is about the millennium, the 1,000 years that Israel will be queen of the nation. You probably talk to almost any Jew and they'll tell you that. They probably don't know or don't remember that this is metered in 350 syllables. Or if they know that it's metered in 350 syllables, they make the mistake of counting it as 7 jubilees and therefore think there's 7,000 years to history. But it's 5 70s, not 7 50s. That's a place where the Jews make an accounting error with respect to this psalm. Okay? The other thing, and I've got to say it and then I'll be done, this 350 syllables equals years time poem also is a forecast of how the book of Judges will play, the time of the judges. It's also a wry commentary, syllable by year, on the time of the judges, how it will end. And this is how it ends in the book of Judges. And when the book of Judges, you know how it sort of segments time off, so many years under Othniel, so many years under Deborah. It's tying back to segments of this time poem here that reference the wry text referencing every year under the terms of the judges. It's tying back to that. But you'd have to know the meter in Psalm 90, and I did a bunch of videos on it, so you can go look it up. And then also in that playlist, the Psalm 90 playlist, I show the map with the book of Judges and how it's tying back to Psalm 90 to show how Psalm 90's words got fulfilled in the time slots that it used inside the book of Judges. That's why the book of Judges is there, is to show that Psalm 90 was fulfilled. Okay? But just as a quick recap, what you need to know is beneath the text and the meter interact, these are actors. These are the actors for the millennium, talking. And the meter tells you the time period. That's why you have to know it, and you can only know that from the Hebrew. That's how come you know that this is a millennial actor for the future millennium, with the 14 years owing to Christ already housed inside. Again, this is the Adamic generation, as it were, prior to the flood, their 1050, the first 1050 of history, and their testimony, second actor on the stage, Moses saying his lines. This is the third actor in the Noahic 1050. Okay, their testimony. Okay, this is 84 syllables. This is 70 syllables to stand for the 1050, which is in the middle. The 70 is voting period in the middle. Mass voting, so it's the mass actor talking. Okay, mass actor talking here again, also 70 syllables, the Noahic generation actor for that 1050. Then this is Moses himself for the third 1050 talking. And then I stressed how, yeah, God mirrors the time. We're going to see a lot of that mirroring coming up after I get back to Ephesians 1 reparsed. So this is Moses' testimony during the third 1050, and God, of course, answering it. And then this is the final 1050, during which Christ comes, with focus on the voting, on the Purim threat to the voting period even occurring in that last 1050. That's the hands of rebuilding. Okay, confirm to us to the work of our hands is for rebuilding Jerusalem, and then the fact that the Lord will have hands. Isaiah is going to play on this in Isaiah 53:10, where he says, you know, the work he shall prosper in his hands. Okay, that's like the last part of Isaiah 53:10, and then also in Isaiah 53:1. Where it says, to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? That's all a play on this particular passage. Still futured even when Isaiah is writing, but it's a play on it. Because it's when Messiah is going to have hands. See, again, if I said to you, my stockings were hung by the chimney with care, I'm not saying anything about Christmas or December 25th or Christ or the fact that there's a holiday or anything. I'm talking about stockings in a chimney. If you don't know the cultural meaning of that reference, you don't get the wordplay. Same thing here. Same thing with verses 16 and 17. It's 56 syllables, not 70, because the extra 70 is housed in Christ up here. He's got to come first before that 14 is going to play. And that's a running metrical theme throughout the Bible, and Paul's Ephesians 1:3-14 carries forward that theme. So hopefully you understand a little more about it, and we're going to now get to the Isaiah play on it in the next increment. Now we're coming to Isaiah 53, and before I show you the translation, I want to show you the structure, the metrical structure of Isaiah 53. In the first place, I've already made a 2-minute video on this that goes through the structure at the beginning of the Psalm 90 playlist, so you can sort of watch the poeticness of it. But bearing in mind what I just told you about Psalm 90, I want you to see that Isaiah is taking, first of all, I gotta tell you, Isaiah 53 doesn't begin at Isaiah 53:1 in Hebrew. It begins at 52:13, right here. Okay? So you have to go from 52:13 all the way down to the end of 53:12, which is right here, to get the full real chapter in Hebrew. So again, if you're just reading it in translation, you're missing a lot, a great deal. Because just as Moses had done, so Isaiah is mapping time beneath the words. So the words have one meaning when you just read it as plain text, and we all know that meaning is about Christ. But it has another meaning of plotting a timeline countdown. Each syllable standing for 1 year, and it's telling you something about the history that's going to transpire, just like Moses had done. Paul's doing the same thing, but with respect to church. So Paul's continuing a tradition that goes back to Moses that I'm sorry the scholars don't know about. So that's why I have to make so many videos that to many are very boring, because nobody knows about this, and I just have to show it to you from the Bible text, and you can, the Bible's the authority, not brain out. The numbers are here. The text is here. It is what it is. I'm just presenting it, okay? So, as most people know, Isaiah 53 begins at Isaiah 52:13 in Hebrew. There's a summix marker that denotes when a chapter ends and begins. Okay? So we're going to go through the English in a minute, but I just want you to see that 52:13 and 14 are 42 syllables in length in Hebrew. Matthew uses his 42s in his genealogy. He's playing off Isaiah. Okay? And you're going to see why, hopefully, in this segment. All right? He also, therefore, Isaiah is closing with a 42 syllable segment. So that's the 84 that Moses had used in Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4. What basically Isaiah is doing is he's splitting the 84 into two parts to tell you that first 84 syllables, which is the millennium, how it gets done, also that it's the decree of God, God being the actor Moses is speaking for in Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4. How is God going to effect the return of Israel? Return is one of the most important keywords in Israel even today. Okay, one of the words that they use to talk about it is aliyah, returning to the land. Okay, returning to your roots. Shuv is the actual Hebrew word, but aliyah has got a very significant legal connotation in Israel even today. Okay, so the return. Return, oh man, return the time, return to perfection, cycle, finish, because, it's perfect environment in the millennium. So that's why he's bracketing the 84 as 242s. Everything in the middle is supposed to tell you that, this is God's purpose overall. God's will is going to get done. That's the first meaning of it. Then you got 35, which is God's vote, in verse 15, marked off and paralleled in both text and meter with this 35 in Isaiah 53:10. Both of them are on atonement. But in particular, verse 15 is on the prophecy to the Gentiles. How the Gentiles are going to hear about this Savior, this Messiah, that, wasn't told to them. Now, the total number of syllables from 52:13 to 52:15 is 77, which was David's age at death. The content running sotto voce, the surface meaning, of course, is Messiah, but Isaiah is also plotting the meaning of David's life in segments. This is about David's life. The chronology in Psalm 90 ended at 1050 BC with the rejection, because there was the judges. At the end of the judges, you have the rejection of God as king, Saul appointed king. Isaiah skips 10 years to David's birth and picks up the timeline from Moses at David's birth And this is basically a theme of first David to last David. The birth of the first David starts here, and the death of the last David ends here at the end of 53:12, Isaiah 53:12. That's the meter structure that is being used. Okay? The 235s are God's vote and the people's vote. Okay? That's 70. 70-year voting period, 70 sabbatical years, get the pun. Alright? But Israel's going to vote badly. So there is a hiatus in here between David's death at 77. There's a hiatus of 252 years that Daniel's going to play on in his own meter in Daniel 9. There's 252 years in ellipsis there. So Isaiah 53:1 picks up in 712 BC or 714 BC. I got to hone it down. When Hezekiah is first, he's attacked twice. When Hezekiah is first attacked by Sennacherib. It happened 2 times, not 1. And so the timeline here picks up with the text at 714 BC. So between David's death at age 77 and the beginning of Isaiah 53:1, which is probably why scholars think that the chapter is separated this way, that's a hiatus of 252 years beginning at 714 BC. And it goes syllable by year all the way through to Messiah's death. There's another hiatus that's occurring right in here of 364 years. Okay, but the point is that this is syllable by year. So that 56 years takes you to Manasseh, the end of Manasseh. Okay, and then I'm not going to give you all the history because that would take too long. And then right here at the end of verse 4, this is when the temple goes down in 586 BC. And then down here, this is 460 BC, when if the temple had always been standing and never went down, it would have completed its 490, its second 490 that was owed to it, because the temple was given a 490 and it was owed a second 490. But because it fell, it had to be rebuilt. That caused an extra 14 years shortage in time, and therefore Isaiah's total explicit syllables are 462, debiting the 14 short from Moses plus an extra 14 short due to the temple falling. So instead of it being 490 here at the end, it's 462, meaning 28 years have to be made up at the time Isaiah's writing. Okay, there's a 28-year shortage. He's doing it a time accounting. And then this same ending point here is 37 AD, when the Lord was supposed to die. Because if you add up 462 plus the 252 in ellipsis right here, plus another 364 that's in ellipsis, it's actually a reimbursement of time for temples standing for 364 years by the time the first temple dies. So Isaiah adds it back here. This therefore begins in 5 BC when Mary gets the Annunciation, and the text is about the Annunciation. And then this last text is about, of course, Christ dying on the cross, but he was scheduled to die in 37 AD. He ends up dying 7 years earlier, but he was scheduled to die in 37 AD. And this is where Daniel's endpoint is in Daniel 9:26, playing back to this part of Isaiah. Okay, so you see that pattern. So we got 126 years after 714 BC. This is the 70 continues all the way down here. 714 BC and 126 years takes you to 586 BC. Temple falls. Okay? Then, after the temple falls, there's a hiatus. Alright? And then that takes you down here to when Daniel prays and Cyrus dies. then the temple starts to be rebuilt, and it's rebuilt during this time. And then it's up again, and that takes you to 460 BC. And then here, this is taking you to when Nehemiah goes to rebuild the walls. And then here, I hope I'm doing this right, I'm talking off the top of my head. Okay, this takes you to the completion of Canaan under Malachi. Okay, and then you got the hiatus. That's why 35 is so important. Will Israel keep on voting when Scripture's completed? And then there's the other 364 years coming in here. When there's no canon, you know, because that's the silent period. We call it intertestamental. That's when books of the Maccabees were written, Alexander rises to power, all that. Or no, I'm sorry, that's down here. That's down here. I missed it. That ends down here. And then that takes you to 5 BC when Mary gets the Annunciation, probably in Adar. Well, definitely in Adar, but I'm thinking she got it at Purim. It was either Purim or on the anniversary of the completion of the Second Temple. I have to hone that down. Okay, so that's the structure. You'll notice that there's a lot of mirroring going on. Remember Moses said, give us as many good days as we got bad days? So you got 228s. 56 represents Israel being vote short. 49 years she didn't observe she missed 49 sabbatical years. And during the 49 sabbatical years, 7 extra years were owed on them. So now it's a 56 instead of 49. And that's representing the time period that the temple was down. And he's pairing that to Manasseh because the Bible says it's due to Manasseh that the temple will go down. And that's how long Manasseh lived. That's how long Manasseh reigned. I mean, that's how long he reigned. Okay? And then obviously you know what the 70 is. Okay, so you see the 70 is mirrored and credited. It's mirrored and credited. See, the mirroring is real obvious in Isaiah's time poem. You got that. And you can download this. The link will be in the video description so you can look at it. So now we come to the English. This is about David's lifetime. It's about Messiah, but David is the progenitor of Messiah. So this is about David too. It's one actor speaking about both people. Isaiah playing the role of, and this is God talking again, just like it was at the beginning of Psalm 90. See? And that takes you to the end of David. Then you have the 250-year hiatus in between. And now we're at 714 BC. And it's talking about Messiah, but it's also talking about the reign of Hezekiah and then Manasseh. Manasseh started out real good. He grew up like a tender shoot. Okay? But then Manasseh came to despise Christ. Alright? And I want to say it was here. Like to here. Then Manasseh goes in jail. He's jailed by the king of Assyria. I think it was Assyria. And then he repents, and he actually starts to believe in Christ. So now he himself is having griefs because he starts to believe in Christ, but the people don't, and they still despoil the temple. So Manasseh rebuilds the temple during the remainder of his life, but the people don't. They esteemed him stricken. And of course that's the takes you down to 586 BC, when the temple goes down. Okay? Now the temple's being down, and this is the time period when Daniel has gone into exile and he prays. Okay? And then this is the time of the temple rebuilding. Okay, it goes down to I want to say here. I might be a little off because I'm not used to working with the English, and so it's hard for me to work with the verses. Look at the map and that'll tell you. Okay? And then you get all the way here, all the way to here. Oops. All the way to here takes you to the intertestamental period. All right, and between, that's the end of the book of Malachi, and in between verse 11 and the start of verse 12 are 364 years. And then this is the Annunciation in 5 BC, and this takes you to 37 AD, when Christ was supposed to die. Now, you're going to have to play with that, looking at the meter, looking at the syllables, looking at the history to understand how pithy a message this is about the history of Israel during the time between first David, starting up here when David's born, to the death of the last David in what was then scheduled as our 37 AD. But I hope you're getting the basic impression that there's more to these words than what you just see on the surface. There is a map of time. It is a time poem. Isaiah is picking up where Moses left off, interlinking with him. And the theme of this is from first David to last David, and the total, this is real important, the total number of syllables is 1078. Now you know why I spent so much time on the 1077s, and we're going back to that, because Paul is basically tying what he says back to Israel's history, and especially back to Isaiah here, because Isaiah's total syllables, including the ellipses, are 1078. Okay, and Paul's going to set up parallels to that to show how all history is wound up via church, specifically to fulfill the promise made here to Israel. Okay, so that'll come up in the next increment. No, in the next increment I got to cover Daniel, and then I'll get to Paul. Okay, now we come to Daniel 9, and frankly, I'm only going to be able to give you the barest highlights about how his poem works. You're going to have to look at the document that's in the video description. It's extremely long. It goes through syllable by syllable, cross-referencing everything Daniel says to the particular king he's talking about, and the Bible verses that cross-reference it so that you can see his sarcasm. Okay, he's using a lot of sarcasm. And of course, you know, on the surface, this looks like a very repetitive prayer. And frankly, I didn't want to study it, but the Holy Spirit kept bugging me to do it. He kept saying it's metered. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to know this. So, you know, mea maxima culpa. The videos on this in part are in Psalm 90 playlist. But it's best to just download the document that will be in the video description here and there, and just read it through. Because when you see the sarcasm, you'll begin to understand and appreciate how these time poems work. Now here we're going to go to the bare outline of it. Okay, this is just introduction. Okay, that's just, he's telling you that, you know, it's the year that Darius the Mede had died. Cyrus had taken over. So you're looking at 538 BC at this point. I'm sorry. Darius the Mede had not died. He just took over on behalf of Cyrus the Great. This is 538 BC. All right, it's really important. It's the month of Bul. Which is equivalent to, like, you know, November. And so it's the end of 538 BC. That's real important. Daniel tells you, I haven't covered that in these time poems, but each time poem tells you, the author of it tells you exactly when he's writing. It's the first paragraph that's divisible by 7 in the meter. That's how come you can know exactly. Moses tells you, that's why I could tell you when it was written. The same thing true with Isaiah. That's why I can tell you it was 714, 712 BC when Isaiah 53:1 is penned. And the same thing with Daniel. He's telling you it was done at the end of 538. And that document in the video description will show you how you know, because this is a very sophisticated time poem. Okay, so the time poem itself starts right here. Okay, and it goes all the way down to verse 19. All right, I can't show it all on screen, unfortunately, without shrinking the text too small for you to see. So you're gonna have to like do this. This is his dateline. He's telling you that he's writing. Okay. You know, in 538 BC, essentially. The document will give you the whole specifics about how you can tell. It shows the Hebrew, it shows the meter, and it shows syllable by syllable what kings are being discussed. Daniel starts back at David, just like Isaiah had done. He's keying off Isaiah and Psalm 90 at the same time in alternate meter. He's developing two time tracks to track to both of them, and his whole time poem is 742 syllables because there's 757s in a 5250 time period. In other words, you know, Moses in Psalm 90, 5250 years. That's the whole period of history that was scheduled. So Daniel's playing off Moses that way, but he's making 757s, but he leaves the last 56 years out on purpose because those are the years that Moses had left off, the 56 at the end of Psalm 90. Daniel's repeating that to show that time critical history isn't going to complete because the temple's down when he prays. He's praying for it to come up again and for that 56 to be completed. So he leaves it out of his prayer because God could say no. All right? Even though he knows God is going to say yes. So he starts here with David's Hebron kingship. And every syllable per year is about that time. In Hebrew, this is 40 syllables. David is the only king in this roster of kings that's going all the way from David to the end. This is the only verse, the only segment that is specific to one king. Now, what's really important about that is when you start bundling kings together, it means that none of them are faithful on their own. Okay? I mean, it's really sophisticated. It's going to be really hard for me to get very specific about the English. You really need to read the document and see how he does this. Okay, it's very important. But this part I wanted to explain. This is David's reign, 40 years. Okay? From the time that he becomes king in Hebron to the time he retires, not dies, retires at age 70. Solomon takes over, and the last 7 years of David's life were spent on the temple, which is told to you in a book that's contemporary to Daniel by Jeremiah called Chronicles. Jeremiah wrote Chronicles, and he's making a commentary on the book of Kings that became part of Scripture. In David's last 7 years after he retired from kingship are recorded in 1 Chronicles 22 and following. And that's paralleled in 1 Kings 1:1 through 2:39, which is the third year after David's death, when Shimei was executed. Okay, so David, that was what happened to David, and Daniel's going to track every single king, syllable by year in the Hebrew, and that's why this text seems so repetitive. We didn't obey, we didn't obey, we didn't obey, but the individual words slightly change to suit the particular king in question, and Daniel changes his meter based on when the king went good or when he turned bad. And I cross-referenced each syllable to the Bible verses in question so you could follow what Daniel's saying. The satire is unbelievable. And that's really important because Paul's going to ape Daniel's style. He's going through the whole chronology of the kings just like Isaiah had done, except when Daniel's doing it, he's doing it through the past. Isaiah's doing it through the future. Daniel's doing it through a past, because what is he doing? He's setting up the indictment. This is the basis for his petition right here. We're wrong. We have not sought your favor. He's full circle at his own captivity at this point. He's operating on 2 time tracks, one based on Isaiah, one based on the raw history of his own captivity. He starts saying, hi, I'm praying to you in the 70th year of my captivity. And then he comes full circle to his own captivity here. This is his summation of the case, because he's a lawyer. All right. And then this is all the legal basis for the petition. All right, through here. And then he's giving his petition through verse 19. Okay, this is where he ends it. At that point, it's 742 syllables in the Hebrew. It took me months to parse this out. Okay, he's going forward in time to the millennium just like Moses did. And he's basically using a forward millennial accounting, basically saying that, you promised us all those years that Isaiah put in ellipsis with the 364 to Messiah's death and then the millennium afterwards, and I'm claiming the promise. That's what he's doing in verses 15 through 19. He's turning his face to the future. And then he leaves the last 56 syllables out because it ends at 742 syllables instead of 750. See, because there's 7. 742 sevens, 757s equals 5250 years. He's leaving that extra 56 syllables out just like to create a sort of hanging chad like Moses had done. Like Isaiah stressed with the 256s. Okay, he's doing the same thing because God can say no to his prayer. He's asking God to complete the 56 because, see, he's praying in the 49th year of the captivity. He's praying in the 70th year of his own captivity. See, 49 years from the time the temple went down, 70 years from the time he was captured back in 607 BC, just before Nebuchadnezzar became king. And so now he's saying, okay, well, there's 56 years to run on the clock because we're in the 49th year and there's 7 more years due on the 49 lapsed sabbatical years. And that extra 7 can't be made up, so we still got another 56 to deal with. Do you want to complete it? That's why God replies the way he does in Daniel 9:26 with 49 years. When he says 70 weeks, see? Where is it? See? That's 49 years. It's a reimbursement of the 49 elapsed years from the time that Daniel's praying. And then the 62 weeks is 434 years, which is the 364 years in Isaiah, plus an extra 70 years because of the promise in Jeremiah, which prompted Daniel's prayer in Daniel 9:2. The 70 years that God had promised in Jeremiah 25 and 29. That's getting reimbursed. So this whole timeline, the decree to restore is God's decree in Jeremiah 25. God's decree right up here. It's not a human king. It's not Darius or Artaxerxes or the king under whom Nehemiah was serving. It's God, God the king. God the king who said the 70-year decree in Jeremiah 25 and 29. God the king who just issues the decree right here and says, you don't know, from the issuing of the decree. Whose decree? God's decree. Where did he put the decree? Well, right here and prior, 70 years prior, in Jeremiah 25 and 29. So he's saying, okay, when the 70 years are up, which is going to be 516 BC from 586. You count the 70 from 586. Then there's another 70 years, and this 7 weeks begins 140 years after the 586. And then the 62 weeks takes you to the completion of canon Malachi. Okay? And then, also takes you to the birth of Christ. the birth and the death of Christ. But it's in the 62nd week that Christ has to die. But he doesn't die the 62nd week. He dies the 61st week. Okay, and that's why you have the 14 shortage, because he's dying the 61st week, really dies, but he's allotted to live till age 40 and die in the 62nd week, which doesn't end up happening. Then in between this verse and this verse, remember I said 1050? There was the 50-year voting period for the unbelievers, 50-year voting period for the Gentiles. There was 50 years between this verse and this verse that were supposed to transpire. The last 57 years of history, which is composed of the 54 years that are owed from Abraham maturing too early in 2046 from Adam versus the first 2100 that were owed to Goyen. And then the extra 3.5 years, that's our time overlap that I'll get back to show you, that resolves our BC AD problem where we have the same overlap. Because Messiah ends up having to be born 3 years early because David died 3 years before the temple was constructed. The temple construction began late, so that's how 54 turns into 57, which is 1 week plus the unmentioned, because it doesn't belong to Israel, the unmentioned 50 years between this verse and this verse. That was the harvesting the Gentiles. It was represented in the law by Pentecost, and it was represented in the law by Jubilee. It was the last 50 years of history. Okay, and the last 7 is tacked onto it and really is the very last 7 years that plays before Christ returns. That was the timeline Israel knew. That was the timeline we should know, but don't, because we don't do our math right. We think that it's a human king, okay, that's talking, that some human king had to issue a decree. We're forgetting that God just was talking as the king here. And we're using lunar years to do all this. So we miss the hanging chat of the extra 7, and then we don't realize that Christ died 7 years earlier than scheduled. Because we also screw up David's age at death. So you see, all this fits together, and Daniel knows it. So that's why when he gets to this end here, his prayer is 742 syllables at the end of verse 19. And he has covered all of history all the way to the millennium, because he does millennial year accounting just like Moses did. Okay, and he's playing back from Isaiah, because Isaiah had picked up at David. So at David's Hebron kingship, skipping over, the first 30 years, is where Daniel picks up, and he covers the whole 40 years of the kingship. Okay, and then he goes king by year, all the way through, and he finishes off the kings there. Actually, kind of finishes them off here, but there's a sort of extra, internal, transition phrase there. And then he begins his petition, and all of this is future to the millennium accounting. He's using that as the basis for his petition. That, hi God, you promised us extra time, and we don't deserve it, but you do. It's your promise to Messiah. Please rebuild the temple so Messiah can come on time. That's basically what he's doing with this meter. But of course, if you don't know the Hebrew, this just looks like all very repetitive text. We've sinned, we've sinned, we've sinned, we've sinned. And what you don't know is that he's bringing a litany of each king's history of rejecting God. See, our kings, our princes, our fathers, that's very wry when you know that he's talking about specific kings, starting with David. And only David is allotted his full time in one verse. Everybody else is all lumped together with the verses changing at turning points. When they turn good, when they turn bad. And each one of these words is wry wordplay on the king in question. It's just awesome. So I would suggest that if you're interested that you read the Daniel document that's in the video description. So basically Daniel's theme is from David to millennium. So he picks up where Isaiah leaves off, or not leaves off, but he picks up at Isaiah plus 20 years. And then he goes all the way to the millennium with 742 syllables, literally. And then the last 56 he's leaving in abeyance because he's waiting for God to answer. So now you know what the 56 is in Paul, and actually between Daniel and Paul is Mary. And that's where we'll pick up in the next. Okay, now we come to Mary and the Magnificat, but in order to show you where Mary starts, I got to go back to Daniel. Don't worry that you can't read the Hebrew. Okay, just look at the numbers. This, hopefully you got the correction, is where Daniel had started with David. I was thinking, when I did the video that it was 9:5, but it's 9:6, which is easily seen because the difference between 73, which is a date line, and 113 is 40, okay? Now, what I need to explain is I want you to see, look at the 49 that's above the calculator, okay? That's the 49th year of the captivity from the temple being down. 586 BC minus 49 is 537. It's the beginning of 537, end of 538, okay? The second, the 73, that's now above the calculator, is a second date line. It's now cross-referencing Psalm 90. Psalm 90 ended with the beginning of the 1051st year to the birth of Messiah, okay? That's what we would call the end of 1050 BC. Okay? Now, that is 73. He's using it a different way now. Times 7 is 511 years minus 1051 BC. Whoops, I did it wrong. Okay. 1051. I always screw this up. Okay. Let me do it again. 73 times 7 is 511 years, okay? That minus where Moses leaves off, okay? So Moses left off at 1051 minus 538 would be better. Okay, so it's 537. Wait a minute. 1050, sorry. It's beginning and ending of year always gets me bollocks. I have the same problem in my job. 511. Okay, 539. There's a beginning and ending of year problem there. Okay, but he means the same date. It's just that I'm not able to explain it as well because it's like 6 o'clock in the morning and I haven't gone to sleep yet. But it's the same date. He's picking up where Moses leaves off. Mary is going to take this 73 and it's going to pick up where Daniel leaves off. Well, where does Daniel really leave off? Well, that's where we have to come to this very convoluted chart here. Let's see if I can get it all on one page. I hope you can see this. Okay. See if you can look at the bottom. I'm going to have to increase it to 125, I think. Alright, it's not going to show the whole page, I'm sorry. I wonder if I got rid of, can I hide this hide the toolbars? Yeah, okay, good, that lets me show it better. Okay, right down here in the lower right hand corner, you see this? Daniel's going, like I said, he's going future, alright? He's going future on multiple accounting tracks. One of the ways he's doing it is that he's indexing time, actually 3 tracks altogether. He's indexing time to Isaiah. That's Isaiah right there, syllable 133 in Isaiah. he's tracking that. In Isaiah, that references Manasseh. Manasseh is the cause of temple down. He's tying the juridical to the actual timeline. At the same syllable, he's also tracking to Solomon through Asa's 11th year. It's very sophisticated here, okay? By doing this dual mode accounting, he's taking the man of time, which is the, the 10 toes and the iron mixed. That's the rise of Rome, okay? Rome came to its rise during the Punic Wars, okay? So Daniel stops his accounting at 238 BC. With the rise of Rome, he's gotten to the feet of the man of time. And that's where he stops in his annual chronology on 2 different time tracks. Keep that number 238 BC in mind, because now we're going to go to Mary. Okay? I'm sorry this is so complicated. Okay. Now we come up to Mary. There. Okay, now we come up to Mary. Remember, we stopped at Daniel at 238. 238 minus the same 73, only she's using just flat years, is Hanukkah. Okay? Again, you got a year rounding difference, beginning and ending of year. You always have that with the Bible accounting. And I've got to hone it down as to which is beginning and which is end. But that's what's meant, is Hanukkah. So Mary's chronology, this is her Magnificat. Here's the translation using the exact same meter but in English. So it'd be easier for you to tell. See, these are the same, I'm using the same syllable counts as the Greek, except I translated it into English. Okay? So it's the exact same syllable count as you'll see here for the Greek. Okay, these little red things are ellipsis, where you pronounce that as one syllable. So it'd be Kaipin Miriam. I did a whole playlist on the Magnificat. It's 12 videos. Just look at the Magnificat playlist to go through all the details. I'm not going to go through all the details here. Okay, because obviously I'm not, you'll fall asleep. Okay, just know that I translated the exact same syllable counts in the Greek into English. Okay? And then I made it look the poem that it is by, using one line like this. And then these colors, this is a whole paragraph. All right? This is a whole paragraph. That's by color. So it's one paragraph in yellow, then there's a little hiatus, okay? And then there's another paragraph in blue, and then another paragraph in yellow, alternating, so that you could get the sense of what she's saying in the Greek, but using English. Okay, now just like everybody else, and she's saying this on the fly, which means these people were taught how to do this when they were kids. She's starting 73 years after Daniel leaves off in his time poem to start at Hanukkah, because her son is going to be born on Hanukkah, because when she's visiting Elizabeth, it's the 6th month of the calendar, which Luke tells you in Greek, using double definite articles, which is how official dates in the Old Testament in Greek were used. When they used official dates on the calendar, they used 2 definite articles. When it was relative to just somebody, they used only 1. The 6th month in Luke 1:26 is talking about the 6th month on the calendar, not the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy. It is the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, but you don't know that until Luke 1:36, where Gabriel says, it's the 6th month of her pregnancy. Gabriel does not have to tell Mary that she's in the month of Adar. He's making a pun on the fact that she's in Adar and Elizabeth is also in her 6th month. Okay, which means Elizabeth got pregnant in Elul, just after the anniversary of the completion of the walls. Okay, which is in Ezra 6:15. All right, Nehemiah 6:15. I'm sorry. Okay, so Hanukkah is when Christ is going to be born, because 9 months from Adar is Kislev, and it'll be Hanukkah at that point. Okay, that's the gestation period. 25th, Hanukkah, second Independence Day for Israel. Feast of Lights. The light of the world is born on that day. See? That's why light is made so much of in the book of Luke. That's why the star, which isn't a star but an angel, is not in Bethlehem, but suddenly disappears when it should have been over Jerusalem, because that's why those magi are there looking for the star. They can't see it anymore. And neither can anybody in Jerusalem, which is why the magi are there saying, oh, well, where's the king? Because they can't see the star. Why? Because it's an angel, and because Mary and Joseph are in Jerusalem, because 40 days postpartum she has to present herself at temple. 8 days postpartum her son has to be circumcised. They're at the temple registering Christ, who's just been born. Okay, they aren't in Bethlehem. They're in Jerusalem. Okay, and the angel is not going to be visible in Jerusalem because he's protecting them. Hello. Stars don't hover over houses. And it's not until they go back home to Nazareth, which is at the end of Matthew 1, that the star is seen again. Yeah, and it's seen at Nazareth. And you know what? Herod was following the Magi. And you know what? Joseph has to leave the same night that the Magi arrive, which was what? 40 days after Hanukkah. You see the meter? You see the joke? Again, if I say the stockings were hung by the chimney with care, I don't need to say it's Christmas. If there's all these lights and angels, you don't need to say it's Hanukkah, because that's what Hanukkah was about. Of course, Paul flat tells you it was the Saturnalia festival in Galatians 4:4. He's making wordplay also. But if you don't know the Greek, well, then you don't know that. Okay? So this is what Mary's doing. Okay, so she has her own time poem. She starts back at the initial Hanukkah, 73 years after Daniel leaves off. Okay, 16 years later, that's 1 Maccabees 10:1. Okay, now what happened with the Maccabees is they usurped the kingship and the priesthood away from the rightful house of Judah, away from the rightful house of Aaron. That's what they did. The Maccabees were bad. They started out good, they went bad. And it's here that badness occurs. With Demetrius, who was the Seleucid guy, okay, the Seleucids and the Ptolemies, they make a deal. The Maccabees make a deal to trade it off, and that's how they usurp the kingship. So she's picking up from there. Okay, in other words, she's saying that the reason for Hanukkah to happen in the first place is because these guys were playing footsie with the Greeks, the Seleucids in the north and the Ptolemies in Egypt. Okay, that's called the War of the Diadochi, which happened after Alexander died. So the guy who was the most prominent to do this, and he started the dynasty, and Herod will come from him, is Hyrcanus. And these are the Bible verses being listed. She's metering to that. Okay? Now she meters here, and the thing that's real important about this, these later numbers here are if Luke is tracking to another timeline, but I haven't worked that out yet if Luke is really doing that, because there's an extra 4 syllables here at this fronting clause. Mary's actual time poem begins here. So look at the right-hand side numbers for Mary's own meter. And here, it's first divisible by 7. That's her date line. She's saying she's 35 when this happens. She's also saying that it's 5 BC. And she's also saying that our friend Herod had been in power since 40 BC. Since 40 BC. But she's saying she's 35. She's a royal person. She should be dating time in light of years from a king, years from a queen. She's entitled to be a queen. She should date in light of herself. That's the first date line, and so she's dating in light of herself and in light of the king who's in power, namely Herod, all at the same time. That also dates back to 129 BC, when Antiochus VII freed Israel. The defeat of Antiochus VII by Hyrcanus freed Israel. Okay, and then she's mapping it again. 42, this is relating to 42 BC. I go through all this in the video, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. This is the rise of Marius. She is benchmarking the historical events that gave rise to Israel being free and her son being born. That's what she's doing. And I go through that in detail in the Magnificat playlist. Okay, then she's 7ing again to the rise to Marius being disgraced. It's because of Marius that Rome really rose to power, because it's Marius who's the guy who allowed the plebes in the military. And that's what made Rome finally become great. Because until then, plebes weren't allowed in the military. It was only the nobility, and that was decimating the nobility. So Rome was actually losing power instead of gaining power. Okay, so it's because Marius allowed plebes in the military that Roman power finally was able to grow. And Marius and Sulla were constantly at war with each other. That was a sort of Roman civil war that was going on. They called it the social war. And she's benchmarking these very significant events that gave rise to Israel's being able to be free. Sulla retires here. She's benchmarking that. Then Pompey comes into power. Then Pompey comes in the Middle East, and that's what fosters the change for Israel. Okay? And then in 59, Caesar's elected consul, and when she highlights that, the text, and I explain this in the other videos in the Magnificat playlist, I show you how the text is actually referencing in wry wordplay the rise of Caesar being elected consul. I don't have time to go through all that here. I just want to show you that it's happening. Then she's benchmarking Caesar crossing the Rubicon, then Herod becoming tetrarch, and here she's going full circle back to her own age and her own birth. Okay, to this first 35 up here. See, Daniel went full circle, and so does she. And then, of course, she's benchmarking the next significant event that gave rise to Israel's future, the Battle of Actium, which is where Octavian, a.k.a. Augustus, became solely in power. And then the rebuilding of the temple became possible because of the Parthian Treaty in 21 BC with Augustus. And then, of course, in 14 BC, Tiberius was promoted, and that would have a major impact on Israel's history. And, of course, this is what we have to call 4 BC, Christ born at Hanukkah. Okay? And this is now, 9 months future to her. But she goes past that. So now, like Daniel, she's going into the future. In the 160th anniversary of Hanukkah, Christ will be born. And again, like I said, I go through this in much more detail in the Magnificat playlist. Okay? Then she benchmarks to his future events in his life. When he's age 12, we learn about that in Luke. When he's, she and Joseph sort of have a brain fart. They forget their own kid. And for 3 days, they're halfway home. And then they realize that he's not in their caravan. So they have to double back, and he's in the temple. And that's where they find him. And he says to them, "Didn't you know I'd be in my Father's house?" So she benchmarks that in the future. It's really interesting. I mean, she had to laugh when the event actually occurred, because I'm sure she didn't intend for it to happen. And then this is when he becomes an adult. All right? This is when he's getting ready to announce himself as king. And this is the time he was scheduled to die. Again, that ties back to Daniel 9:26. It's the same timeline. All right? And here she's doing like estimating. It's as if she knows that something's going to go wrong. I haven't worked all this out yet. Paul's playing on what she does here. She's basically saying, okay, well, by what we would call 48 AD, Abraham's time was that 54-year credit. She's trying to figure out, well, okay, if it's as if she kind of knows he's going to die here. Because now she's saying, well, okay, 24 years later, there would be so many years left to the millennium. If the temple destruction started happening here, or the time of the Gentiles, would this be a payback on Abraham's time? And then definitely by this point, okay, it would pay back on Abraham's time. Now see, the point here is that's 53 AD by our terms because we have that 3-year overlap. All right, see, measured from here, he would be age 56 in his 57th year. And that's what she's calculating as she talks off the top of her head. Just got off her donkey to visit Elizabeth, and this is how she reacts. Either Elizabeth's telling her the news and she didn't know, or she does know but didn't know Elizabeth knew, and maybe she was composing this idea as she was traveling to Elizabeth. I don't know. But the thing is that she's composing this in her mouth, orally, on the fly. So these guys were taught this meter. They were taught this as kids. Because when Paul does it, he's also sitting between two praetorian. Well, not, he's in prison talking to an amanuensis, either in Jerusalem still at the time he says Ephesians, or he's already in Rome talking between two praetorian guards to an amanuensis, dictating off the top of his head the meter. She's doing the same thing here. I'm totally blown away by this. Okay, there must be thousands of passages that have the same kind of pattern in it. I won't live long enough to find them all. But that's what she's doing, picking up 73 years after Daniel, going all the way down to when Christ would be age 56, figuring out the time period that plays back and pays back for the 54 years that Abraham matured early so that the Gentiles get repaid. And that's where Paul picks up, and that's where we'll pick up in the next increment. Okay, we're going to get into Paul, but we're going to start to focus on the overlap and the resolution of the BC AD problem that we have, which actually isn't the problem. It's indicative of two bisecting Bible timelines. So it's really interesting how this works. We stopped at Mary with the Magnificat, and we noticed how she stopped right in here, going future, to figure out the payback on Abraham super maturing 54 years prior to the end of the 2100 year allotment owed the Gentiles, which today is called 2000 for shorthand, and is known by the Jews as the Age of Desolation. You can Google on that. So what she was trying to do is figure out how that was going to work. So she must have known something about how he might die early. I mean, this is when he announces himself, and this is when he was supposed to die. That was the 62nd week of Daniel. That was the 1000th anniversary of David's death at age 77, not 70, which is one reason scholars don't understand the Daniel timeline. But she does, and she's saying, okay, well, the 54 years gets paid back here. Now, the thing is that Christ would be age 56 at that time. See, you got the 4 years here. This is really the end of 4 BC, so you add only 3 years. So that's a total of his age 56. Now, at the time Mary's doing it, it's 5 BC, and Augustus is in power. At the time Mary's doing this, there was a raging debate going on in Rome and all throughout the Roman Empire about how do you date Roman time. The main school of thought at that time, when Mary's talking, was dating Rome from what we would call 750 BC. There was a second school called by a guy named Varro, who was a famous prose writer who Augustus liked a lot. And he instead came up with what we would call 753 BC as the birth of Rome. Augustus would accept his Varro's idea based on what we would call 753 BC. Therefore, you have an overlap, even if you're Mary and you're accounting on Roman basis. You've got two accounting dates you've got to track to. you've got to track to the popular one, which was based on 750 BC, and you've got to trace back to Varro, who was favored by Augustus when she's talking, which is 753 BC. Okay, this is the Roman AUC system, and the question that was raging in Rome at the time was whether or not you date based on what we would call 753 as the birth of Rome, or 750. 750 was being used by most of the populace. So if she's composing, and Luke is putting this in scripture, so it was real important and known as important in scripture at the time, then she's got to date his age on 2 time tracks. So what she neatly does is she has a second time track, which is based on 750 BC in our terms, reimbursed for Abraham. Okay, and based on the Varronic, which was being approved by Augustus at that time, calendar, well then that would mean that she was really at, 4 years earlier, really 3 years earlier, because this is end of year. Very last week of the Roman year this happens. So she's calculating based on the Varronic calendar. So she's taking both calendars into view. Okay? You with me on that? So that's Mary. That's where she leaves off. Christ age 56 on 2 different Roman calendar time tracks. Well, Paul's going to do the same thing. And you've seen me do this before. All right? Paul is starting his dateline. Christ would have been 56 when Paul writes. That tallies to Mary's chronology using the Varronic calendar. It's real important. Remember, we just saw that you'd have to date Christ's birth back 3 years if you're using Varro's calendar, which was approved by Augustus at the time she writes. By the time Paul writes, when Christ would have been age 56, where Mary left off, that same calendar was made law under Claudius. Claudius had died in 54. Okay? And toi sepou, that's the end of our dear boy Caligula, when Claudius came into power. When Claudius came into power, he wanted to restore excuse me, I ate some popcorn, it went down wrong. He wanted to restore Roman ways. He kicked the Jews out of Rome, he kicked the Christians out of Rome, not necessarily the Jews. And he was on this big restore Roman dignity campaign, okay, until he dies. Okay, so the Varro calendar, which dated the Roman AUC calendar backwards 3 years, was law by the time Paul writes. So that's where our 4 BC really comes from. There is a similar mistake that was made by a guy named Dionysius under Pope Gregory in the 6th century AD. But my guess is that Dionysius recognized this 3-year variance and just flat cut out 4 years from Augustus in order to align to the Bible. There's no indication that any of them knew anything about the meter, but there were other ways to know the timeline. And so our so-called 4 BC birth of Christ really is sourced in the controversy in Rome over whether the Rome was born in what we would call 750 BC, which was the more popular opinion, okay, or whether it was what we would call 753 BC, which was Varro. Varro flat made that up. There were 3 years of civil war that they just made up names of consuls in order to pad the number of years, because they had a 3-year anomaly in their own accounting. And all that was happening when Mary wrote. So Paul's just following convention. In either event, Christ himself would be 56. You see the point? Now there's more to the story than that that's even more intriguing. But just that much you can tell right now. And I put links about the problem with the Varro calendar versus the 750 BC in the beginning of this episode 12a. 12a, 12b, 12c. I think the links are in 12c. So you can look them up on the internet yourself and see it. Okay, this is a very well-known problem that was going on with the Roman calendar. All of our AD-BC dates are based on the Roman calendar, and specifically they're based on Varro, which became law under Claudius, which started right in here. That's 41. Okay, and then he dies about right here. Okay. I want to say he died in 54. I'm just guessing right now off the top of my head. Okay. And then Nero comes to power after him. So here's the beauty of this. All of these numbers are AD dates. Just read them straight AD like we do today. Okay, the conventional AD dates that, Roman historians and most Christians use, just read them like this. Don't do the +3 thing. Just read them in the conventional historical AD. Like we say, the more common history in Christianity is we say Christ died in 30 AD. Use that. Okay? The Bible, I'll reconcile it to the 3 years later in the next video, but in this one I just want to walk you through the numbers so you see how interesting it is for what Paul says. And I covered this in detail in my GGS series 11 videos, but I'm going to go through it in rapid fashion now. 10 AD. Augustus Caesar dies to Curio. What you could call, in all intents and purposes, end of 14 AD. It's a question because there's a September fiscal year that's going on here. This is when Augustus dies. He was deified. See, Lord, you get the play on words. Augustus dies there. In English, we'll just use the English so you can follow it better. That's 14 AD when Augustus dies, and he dies in August, which is the end of the fiscal year at that time. So it would be, their idea of beginning 15 AD, end of 14 AD. Okay? They deified him at his death, so he was called Lord. You see the wordplay? This is really biting, how Paul does this. Okay? 37 AD was when our boy Tiberius dies, and that was the same year that our boy Pilate got recalled by Tiberius, and because Tiberius dies, Pilate didn't get punished. So, gee, that's a spiritual blessing, at least to Pilate. You see that? See, the idea of spiritual blessing, see, you're spiritual like in heaven. Okay? Then our boy Caligula dies right here. He thought he was a god. Okay, well God, the real God, is saying, no, not quite. Because this is ep uranias, which means in heaven. But Caligula dies right here in the middle at Epu. Didn't quite make uranias. Didn't quite make it to heaven. See, Paul's sarcasm is biting. I'm using real Roman history you can test. And this will be much more familiar to you. Okay? And of course, Christ himself went to heaven. Get this. See, 27 AD. Christ dies in 30 AD. En passe. In all. In every. Okay, well, you know what? This is the word spiritual. Or blessing. Yeah, he's dead here. With Well, see, you can't. Every. With ev. Yeah, with every. When the word every ends, that's 30 AD. Okay, so now he's with every spiritual blessing, all right, because he's in heaven. See the word play? I covered this in more detail in the GGS videos, but I just want to give you a sense of the flavor of how the meter and the text interact with history you're more familiar with. Okay? Okay, so our boy Claudius takes over here. Okay? And he's all concerned about Uranius at that point. That's his big thing, is to take Rome back to the gods and away from Caligula, who sort of ruined it all. And Christoi. Okay? And what does he do? What does Claudius do? He expels the Christians from Rome. Okay, so did he expel them by killing them? Well, then they'd be living in heaven in Christ. Did he expel them to the outer provinces? Okay, well then they're still living with Christ, but on earth. You see? See, every spiritual blessing together with those in heaven. In other words, those on earth and those in heaven are together. We're getting all the spiritual blessings while we're still on earth. So whether on earth, absent or present, with Christ, in heaven or on earth, we're together with. Okay? Because he's blessing everybody with every spiritual blessing together with those living in heaven via Christ. You see that? Isn't that cute? And then I want to say, if memory serves, that Claudius dies in 54. So this is 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Okay, yeah, because Hamos is 54. Okay, so Claudius was elected to die by God. God elected to kill him in 54. He was poisoned by his wife, whose son was Nero. Okay? So Nero was elected to come to power. Us. And that's how Nero regarded himself. Nero also regarded himself as a god. And so this is 54, 56 AD, these last two syllables here. Is that cute or not? Okay? And Christ would have been age 56 at that point. So now Paul's going future. What if, and this is where he gets into it, and I cover this in detail in the document, what if the rapture occurs here? That was the first, people were trying to date set the rapture just like they're doing now. Okay? And Paul is going to tell you how, if the rapture were to occur in these benchmarked years, here's the character of the time at that time. Okay, 56, pregnant point of history. Remember, 56 benchmarked at the end of Psalm 90, 56 prominent in Isaiah, 56 is what Daniel had left out as his ending syllables. Mary ends her poem, therefore, at Christ age 56, which is where Paul picks up. So now we're going future. Okay, what about 10 years future? Christ died at age 33. At age 66, he would have been dead 33 years. That's pretty poetic time for him to come back. Okay, and if he comes back, we're going to say that we were in him from the founding of the world. Now here's the satire on Rome. Nero, at that time, wanted to refound Rome and call it Neropolis. So this is satire against Nero. Also, Katabolis, foundation. Nero regarded himself as the foundation of Rome. He wanted to rename, he wanted to redo time, redo everything. Okay, well, that's a good time for the rapture to happen. And the thing that's even funnier about this, I wonder if Paul knew, 2 years after that benchmark, Paul would be dead. So Paul will be saying that. Right there, at Ine. Paul was pronounced holy, blemish-free at Ine, 68 AD. So he's, I don't know, does he know that he's going to die then, even when he writes? But that's when he died. It was in the year of the 4 emperors. It was a few months before Nero died. Nero died about, I want to say January, March, might have been June of 69 AD. And that provoked the year of the 4 emperors. Okay, well, if that provoked the year of the 4 emperors, then looky here, 73, and we're going to be visiting this number again when we get into episode 13. That would be a good time for the temple to go down, see? It could have been the beginning of the rapture there, and the end of the tribulation here, at which point we would all be hagios. Everybody. Okay? The temple, therefore, would have gone down, and it ended up going down. So that's 68, 69, 70 AD is when the temple really went down. So then the temple would have gone down mid-trib, just as Daniel 9:27 foretold. And of course it did go down that year. At which point, then a lot of people were expecting the rapture to occur, or not the rapture to occur, but the tribulation to end in 73. The temple really goes down here as a consequence of the year of the 4 emperors. That was ended by Titus. Vespasian finally was the 4th emperor to get into power, and then he had adopted Titus while Vespasian was still in Jerusalem with Titus, and then Titus had to go to Rome, and he had to bring home Dad of Triumph. And that's why he did this thing, starting on Passover, ending on 9th Ave, boom, 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 114 days, end of temple. And that's where it ended. Okay, so then, was that the tribulation? Was there 3.5 years left? Well, Paul doesn't know. It could have started then. That could have been the end of the temple right in the mid-trib. And that could have been the end of the trib at Christ's age 73. So these are all what if the tribulation begins scenarios. Okay, well, what if it doesn't begin then? What if instead Hagios, the holy temple, get the word play? What if the holy temple goes down in 73? Which would mean that the tribulation started at Hamas in 70 AD, year of the 4 emperors, as it turned out. And then the tribulation ends at 77 and everybody's amomus, blameless. See? You see how he's tracking? You see how pregnant these words are, tracking to the text? And now you can better understand the text. Okay? Alright, well, what if it doesn't happen? Then what if the rapture happens in 77 instead? And ends in 84? See? And he's saying that that's very likely. Because all of a sudden he's metering that to a standalone clause of 7 syllables. Well, then at the beginning of the tribulation we would what? Revelation 4, be before him by his standard. Revelation hadn't been written yet, but when John talks back to, John is mapping to Paul here when he writes Revelation. So, okay, we'd be before him by his standard. And we'd be by his standard at the end of the tribulation. We'd be of his standard riding back on those horses at the second advent. See? Isn't that cool? So it would be poetic if at Christ's age 77, between his age 77 and if at his age 77, the tribulation occurred. After all, David died when he was 77, so why not have, when Christ is 77, have the tribulation begin? And we're going to go through this more because Paul is actually mapping to these numbers in more than one way when he's tying back to Israel's history. Here, what he's doing is he's mapping out Roman and church history by these designations here, specifically to the Roman emperors and eventually to the rise of church. But what he's going to do, and it comes up starting here, see, this is what if 84 AD, what if the rapture happens in 94 AD? 94 AD was the latest expected time for the temple to go down, because under the old schedule of Israel, Christ was going to be 97 when the millennium was supposed to begin. So that's why he's using prorisas. And of course, that's what the mission thought he was. I'm kind of leaving out the Roman emperors here because I gotta go fast. Okay. And at this point, this is where Trajan dies and Hadrian takes his place. And each time you get this Ada in Telematos, some emperor has died at the Tel, and the successor takes over at the Ada, and the successor always undoes the goal of his predecessor. The second time that happens is with Macrinus, and that's taken over by the Severans, and the third time it happens is with Diocletian, and that's undone by Constantine. Okay? This is the first time Paul uses what's called an Anaphora, which is a repeated phrase that's used as a tracking device. It's similar to what in Greek is called chiasmus, where you're benchmarking off a section of text to make a separate internal set of points, bullet points really, to show a chronology or some kind of cause and effect relationship. And what he's doing, starting in here, which is starting with Trajan, okay, 105 AD, okay, keyed off by Diocletian, because Trajan was part of the adoptive emperors. Sonship, adoption, you get the pun? That's why he's picking it. See, this is Nerva and Trajan. And one of the things that distinguished these emperors was that they were adoptive emperors. So, to characterize them, Paul picks Diocletian. You know, this same text could have been inserted anywhere in the passage, and it would have the same meaning. But he's timing it to the emperors of that time. And this was the main characteristic of those emperors, is that they were about adoption. They adopted sons. Trajan was not Nerva's own son. Nerva comes into power, Domitian dies. Nerva comes into power right there. Aisqui, that's 96 AD. That's when Nerva comes into power, and the first thing he does is adopt Trajan. And of course, Nerva doesn't stay in the power very long. Maybe he came in... No, it was 96 to 98 for Nerva. So he comes into power there. Aisqui o tes. And then this is where Trajan comes in. That's how precise Paul is being. So when he gets here, this is where Trajan dies and Hadrian takes over. At the Eda telematos. Tele is a sound play on he wills. You see, wills, he wills, your last will and testament, you will for somebody to be your successor. This is a kind of satire and wordplay Paul is using on Roman history. But now, at this point, he's tying it to Israel's history backwards. Because why? Because he's saying sonship into him per his own will and purpose. Well, when did his will and purpose begin? Back in Genesis. Back when Israel left the land. And of course, at this point, Hadrian in particular gets into wars with the Jews in this time. So the Jews need to know how to characterize this time. Well, what if the rapture occurs now? What if the trib occurs now? Because from their perspective, Hadrian starts to turn anti-Semitic here. And not without reason, because the Jews are bucking him. They're trying to get him to rebuild the temple. And he's putting them off and saying no. And basically they misinterpret his no as a yes. And because of that, they start what ends up being called the Bar Kokhba rebellion. All that starts right here. So it's an appropriate place to tie it to Israel, since that's when Israel's going to start making an issue of rebuilding the temple. You see, if you know the history, and you know the meter, and you know what year he's referencing, then all you got to do is look at the text and look at the history, and it's like, oh my, this is an actor on a stage saying lines about that time in history, and now it's going back to Israel. So he's what do you want to call it, threading together Rome's history, church history, and Israel's history. To show what? To show how into his own delight, his own will and purpose will result in the glory of his grace. And of course at 133 here, that's the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And by 141, there's a pig temple standing called Aelia Capitolina. There's a pig temple standing on top of the Holy of Holies. And no Jew is allowed to enter. Okay, they're not allowed to enter the city. Graced us out, all right. Yeah, they're kicked out. Ekaritosen means to grace out, to over-grace. Yeah, they're kicked out. Only the apostates that remain behind, they're either dead or they're kicked out into diaspora. So you're out of Jerusalem, but you're in the beloved. And what is that? A 14. See, this is generation building from Jacob. Jacob was 21 years before he returned to the land. This is tribulational number, promise 7. Okay, so you got generation building, tribulation likely, generation building if the trib doesn't happen, generation building half a vote, half of 56, and then the pregnant 14. Okay? And that completes the first quarter of church history. See, he's now making a play on Noah, as I covered before in the GGS videos. This is the spring of church. Okay? He's now going back to Noah, as we're going to see more when I get into episode 13. Okay? And so now we continue, and these are all AD years. So all I have to do, and I where do you want to put it? The chrono chart. This is the chronology chart. These sources are all either contemporary Roman history on the internet, meaning in Latin or Greek, or, everything you want to know about Rome is here, or they're modern Roman historians talking about it. And then in each verse, I track it, and these are links to each of the writers of the period or to the history of the period, so that you can see the wry wordplay that is being used on Roman history. And you can just link it and read it there. And then if you want, you can go back to each verse to see the Greek. And I just, specified out the keywords to show the satire. And, how you can interpret it and how you can look at independent, history on it from all over. Like this one is at Chicago University of Chicago, rather. And then this one is at Evansville University. I call it Evansville. Okay. And that one is at earlychristianwritings.com. So each one, it's from all over. It's whatever I could find that was most useful, to help you, clue into what Paul's actually playing on here. Okay. So let's go back to verse 5. All right. So that's the first Epinon. That's the first Anaphora, and it wraps around the history of Israel. This is another one that's nested. And this is where we're getting into the Epinon Anaphora, interplaying with the Eudokian Anaphora and all that complicated stuff about the 78 sevens, where I'll pick up again in episode 13. But I'm going to walk you through the history real fast now. So we're now solidly into the tie with Israel, Rome, and church being threaded together. How does the future of Rome and the future of church, relate to Israel? And what he's saying is how here's the first quarter of church, and these are the characteristics of each year, and it's wry wordplay, basically saying that church is not doing her job right. But she keeps on getting chances to rebuild and vote. This is 157 AD, 165 AD, and it doesn't look really good for her, because the 28s, just like they were in Isaiah, 28 means vote short. You're only even half voting the vote short. So Christianity, the church, Rome, the Jews, everybody's not listening too well to God right now. So that's why we get this pregnant 14, which always signifies a crucial, critical changeover time in history, which of course it was, because this is when Jerusalem goes down. And now a pig temple, is standing over the Holy of Holies, which is just like the diaspora, which is the same 14 that Daniel was praying about in Daniel 9. That's how bad it is. That's how bad church is. That's how bad Israel is. And that's how bad Rome ended up being. Because Hadrian at this point had died, or was getting had just died. And Antoninus Pius took his place, and Antoninus Pius was busy trying to revive Roman manners, Roman gods, Roman everything. And he stopped a massacre that Hadrian had ordered just before he died. So it was really bad for Rome, too. Okay, so then we get into the Marcus Aurelius years. Okay, and then we get into Commons. Okay, those aren't good years for Christians because they're still half a vote short. In other words, vote short is 56. That's like the diaspora, 49 plus 7. 56 is the total, and it's so bad in Christianity. There's just enough to keep time going, but it's not good. And that's why there is a Commodus who comes to power as a teenager because Marcus Aurelius is just too dumb to live. Okay? And he lets his own son be co-regent with him. Okay? And then at this point, we got another 56, which means, oh, the vote is really short and time is so bad that you're going to have tribulational quality time. Yeah, because here's when Commodus dies, and then there's this massive, like, little civil war going on here that results in the rise of the Severans. And one of the things that was they were regarded as superabounding for the benefactors of Rome because of the civil war that preceded. It's unbelievable. I go through the whole history in the GGS series and in the chrono chart on verse 8. Okay, you can just go through that, or go back to the verse, or go back to the chrono chart. Okay, on verse 8. Which is blah, 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 right here. And this is where it gets into the severance, right in here. And you can look them up on the internet as you choose, okay? So that's basically how verse 8 goes, and that's the severance coming to power. And then here's his key word, musterion, which Paul uses to mean pregnancy, which means women. And at this point in history, this is Caracalla, the women are behind the throne. Severus has died. Caracalla murdered his brother. He's taken his place. He's about to die with the connivance of the women. Past hidden content. Yeah, they're the hidden power behind the throne. And this is what produces them doing all kinds of little nasty stuff with their own kids. Okay? Macrinus rebels and takes over and beats the Severans temporarily, and then he dies, and the guy who was supposed to be his son, Diadomeneus or something, I forget how to pronounce it. Okay, this is where the Severans get back in power. Macrinus has died at this point, and the Severans get back in power, and they use their sons, Heliogabalus and Severus Alexander. And they get into power. And this is where Mother Church is born. And I did those videos on the bishop's list showing you that guy's dissertation where he proves a bishop list, the invention of Peter being at Rome as some kind of Pope bishop guy. That was invented in order to discredit Origen by a guy named Demetrius of Alexandria, whose cohort was Julius Africanus, using another guy named Hippolytus, there were two of them, in Rome, trying to convert the Severans, who were in power beginning here, 217, 218. Origen was in Rome at the time. They invented a Pope list in order to make the Severans feel that, oh, see, Christianity is really a Roman religion. And this guy Peter was at Rome, see, he was our most important guy. They leave Paul off the list. It's hysterical. They invented it. Mother Church is born right here at Telematos. And Paul's making fun of it. Past hidden content, yeah, power behind the throne, and the invention of Mother Church, pregnant according to their will but not God's, but God's going to accomplish his will despite them. Of course, now we got a little bit of problem, because see, vote is short here, baby. Absolutely short. So tribulation quality to clean out has to result. And that's exactly what this is. In 231 to 238, there was a massive persecution of Christians. Okay, it was kind of local and sporadic, and it was mostly by the mobs. But the guys who were trying to convince the Severans to turn to Christianity by inventing Peter as a pope, okay, the guy that was the bishop in Rome at the time ends up getting killed. Hippolytus himself gets banished. And during these 7 years, it was not good to be a Christian in Rome at that time. Not only that, but I have to say, probably based on Paul's meter here, everybody in Rome was expecting the tribulation to start then. And I did links in 12C, episode 12C, where you can see that, the debate that was going on about it. Because there are links on the internet about this. And this is called, in Roman historian terms, the crisis of the 3rd century. Begins right here. And this was a period of persecution. Severus Alexander is killed during this time by his own troops. About here in 235. So 1, 2, 3, 4. About there. Severus Alexander is killed. And then there's this massive civil war that goes on here. So Paul turns that into a 14 all standing by itself. The summing up of history under church. Pleromatos is another pregnancy term of Paul's. Pleroma means to fill a ship or a woman. Fill up a ship or a woman. That's its provenance in Greek. The filling up of time's dispensation is a nickname for church. My pastor spent a lot of time going over this verse and explaining that. So if you think that Brainerd is just inventing this, I suggest that you get his 1985 Ephesians series. It'll take you 7 years to go through because he teaches it every day for an hour a day from the Greek, starting in 1985 from the Bible, taking you all over the Bible to prove what he's saying. He did not know this meter, but he knew the doctrine of it. But he didn't know the meter. I found this out by mistake when trying to argue 2 years ago in December 2010 with 1689 Baptists, and as soon as I was trying to figure out how to explain to him that we're elected in Christ, the election is Christ, not us. As soon as I was trying to figure out doing that, I looked up Ephesians in Greek to try to find where I could show it best, and the idea hits me. The Holy Spirit always does this. It's metered. And I'm like, what? And I didn't want to meter it. And the first time I did it wrong. In order to argue with 1689 Baptists. And my life hasn't been the same since. All the stuff you're seeing now grew out of that. He's been showing me metered passages since 2008 with Isaiah. What can I tell you? You don't have to believe me when I tell you he's telling me. Look at the math itself and prove it yourself, academically. Okay? Pretend that I'm making it up, that he told me. I wouldn't look at it if he didn't tell me, but forget that. Look at the math yourself. I didn't invent these patterns. I didn't invent the Bible. I didn't invent the meter. And it goes all the way back to Moses, as you're hopefully seeing. Okay, so that's the second quarter of church. So now we're at summer. That's the time of war. The summer of church, time of war. Yeah, and that's exactly what's going on. Crisis of the 3rd century is the historical name for this. It was also a crisis for church because that was when Mother Church really started going under Origen and Irenaeus and all those other idiots that we laughingly call the church fathers. Yeah, they fathered apostasy, but honey, everybody was apostate then. Just pick your flavor. Happened to be the Catholic flavor, was born here. Hidden behind the throne, talking to the Severan mothers, trying to birth them into Christianity as those people thought of it. And what they birthed was civil war instead. And that's what all this is. This is where the Decian persecution comes in. This is where Valerian and Gallienus come in, historically. Those are the names of the emperors. There were a lot of them in between I'm not mentioning. It was a free-for-all. It was a very dangerous time. So that's why it was a critical turning point in history. So Paul marks it off with a 14. Sorry this is taking so long, but I want you to see the thrust of this. Okay, that takes you to 260 AD. This is the end of Gallienus. Okay, and the rise of, I forget the guy's name. It's not Numerian and Corinus, but it's their dad. And I forget their dad's name. Okay, but this is actually where our boy Diocletian starts to, be involved in the Roman military. And this is his rise to power. He actually comes to power here. Paul is benchmarking. And everything that Diocletian cared about was exactly what you see highlighted in English there. Diocletian wanted to sum up everything under himself. And he starts his rise to power under the successor to Gallienus. Okay, I forget, was it Valentinian? I forget the father's name. His kids' names were Numerian and Corinus. Corinus might have been the dad. But basically what happens is, this is the year that our boy Diocletian comes to power. This was his thought pattern. He had some gypsy tell him that he was going to be emperor, and he wanted to sum everything on heaven and on earth under himself. And it's due to Diocletian coming to power that Constantine will come to power. Okay, and I'm hoping that you know a little more about Constantine. So the whole rise of Diocletian is mapped here. Okay, 291, and then this is where he invents his persecution policy. So Paul marks it off. Church is so apostate that the persecution has to occur, and this is the famous Diocletian persecution. Paul's mapping it off, and it lasts from 301 AD to 308 AD. Historically, you can look it up. It's called the Diocletian persecution, and if you look in the chrono chart, again, that's the chrono chart here. I spent a lot of time on this one. I go through all the history of Diocletian, because you got to see it, because Diocletian was all about foreordained and temple showbread and all that. He didn't call it temple showbread. God's temple showbread. This is satire by Paul, saying that we're being foreordained during the very period of Diocletian's rise, which is, disaster for church. Most Bibles that were extant were destroyed during Diocletian's time. So I go through it year by year. Okay? See, Diocletian inherits. That's what he thought he was going to do. He thought that God said that he would inherit. You see, it's satire on the Romans. It's also satire on the church. Carus was the dad. Corinus was the son. I should have known that. Enos is a diminutive. Okay? So that whole time is mapped right here. Okay? That's the crisis of the 3rd century, which isn't resolved until our boy Diocletian rises to power. Okay? And he thought he was supposed to inherit the earth. Okay? So, in whom even we inherit. Yeah. See, it's a parallel. It's a play. It's satire. And yeah, we inherit time and trouble because church is so bad, she's like Israel in the diaspora. 49 means we're bad. And we're being paralleled with Israel again. Meanwhile, this is when Diocletian dies, just like marked before. And this is when Diocletian dies, and that's when Licinius and Gallienus was already, Galerius was already dead. This is when Licinius and Constantine start to battle it out. And from this time to this time is all Constantine. Constantine dies at 337, which is right here. This is really embarrassing. I got to get the mouse to work. Constantine dies right there at Proel. The whole word is Proel Picotas, and it means first fruits. Literally means first fruits. It's the sheave offering that Aaron had to wave before the Lord to begin the countdown of what the Jews today call counting the Omer, but the Jews count it wrong. It begins on the last day of Passover. Not the first day, the last day. Christ rises after sundown, after the last day of Passover week, which ran Saturday to Saturday. He died on Good Wednesday. Christ is called first fruits for that reason. Okay, but not Constantine. Constantine dies at Proel. This is 337 AD. He's being burlesqued by Paul in advance. Because, of course, it was under Constantine the church became an institution and persecuted the Jews. And I have lots of links proving all this that you can investigate yourself on the internet, which again are in the chrono chart for this period. That's the link, chrono chart, And then you look up 320 to 334, and you can look up all these links about what happened. Okay? Sorry this is so involved, but it took me 2 years to write this up, and this now you know why. Okay, so now we go back to verse 11. So by the end of verse 12, you see highlighted in the darker blue there, that's 337 AD. Constantine dies, and all of his kids start to murder each other and other Christians over whether God is 1 or 3. And none of them have kids that survive. There is no 4th generation for them. They don't even get the 3rd generation. That's how bad they are. This is a condemnation of Constantine. And Paul ends his last anaphora with Constantine for that reason. This is the ending of the Eudokian anaphora. This is the ending, or the middle rather, of the Epinon anaphora. It's so bad, the 3rd quarter of church. It's so bad that all you got is God's vote. Tribulation quality, Constantine, what if the rapture had occurred then? It could have, baby. If it doesn't, honey, ain't going to be a rapture for a very long time. Because the only one voting at this point, because church is so apostate under Constantine, that there's only a few first fruits, and Constantine ain't one of them, honey. Just like Caligula was Epu instead of Epuranias, Constantine is Proel instead of Proelpikotas. And the Proelpikotas are the few believers who from this point forward are developed into kings because God's voting for it. That's the end of the 3rd quarter of church. So the 4th quarter of church ends with 434, which is when Odovaker rises to power. And you have all the dippy guys in between, you know, Honorius and Pulcheria and all those stupid idiots who are all fighting over whether God is 1 or 3. And so that's where you have, you know, the Vandals coming in and all that other stuff. And this is the rise of Odovaker right here. Western Rome is traditionally deemed to die in 476 AD. But Odovaker's just born. He's just been given a little prophecy that he's going to rise to power at that year. And that's where Paul cuts it. That's the final quarter of church. Now, what I don't know is whether this is 434 syllables, Daniel's 762nd week, the 56 again left out, just like Daniel left it out. Okay, what I don't know, I'm just checking to see if my recorder's still working. What I don't know is whether Paul's telling us that we start all the way back. Do we start back at, again, to do the next, 490 years of church? Are the trends, because my pastor taught this for a long time, you can tell it from other verses. These are historical trends of church that repeat in these cycles? Is that what it is? Or is this last quarter just going to be the trend forever until church dies? Until, the rapture occurs? Is this final last quarter just going to characterize us? There's a lot to argue that this latter is the interpretation, because Daniel 9:26 is the time bubble that basically says that there's going to, like the Lord said in Matthew 24, there are going to be wars and rumors of wars until I come. There's just nothing but apostasy. It's only the few, the proelpikotas, and there's not even going to be a major growth spurt that you could block off like this. You won't even be able to do that. There'll be so few believers that are developing, growing up spiritually, that you've only got the few. And of course, that's what he's saying. We're the first fruits, and even you, even believing, you are sealed. The Holy Spirit's your down payment, okay, into redemption for the praise of His glory. I mean, there's a lot more to it than this. But I just want you to notice, this is the beginning of winter. Autumn has ended. This is the winter of church. And I think, I'm not 100% sure yet, I think what Paul is saying is, until the rapture happens, this is history for church. You can't tell when the rapture is going to happen. It's only about the few who are going to be developed. The masses will always be apostate. Now, it's pretty easy to draw that conclusion because that's the way history's gone. But maybe he's saying that the time units start all over again, and it's the same kind of time trend as back when Christ was born. I'm not sure which. But at least now you can see what the significance is of that meter. This is Odovaker rising to power. Paul doesn't have to finish it. The last 56 years were in abeyance with Daniel. They were in abeyance with Anno 28, that's even more pregnant, with Isaiah. They were in abeyance with Moses. And they were in abeyance, of course, with Mary, because she was projecting. So Paul leaves them in abeyance too. Where are the 56 of history? Are we going to complete our vote so that the year of church completes or not? Nobody knows. God says it will complete, but when? It's a body criterion because Christ paid for X number of bodies on the cross with no promise as to how long that was going to take. The promises of the bodies, and if those bodies are not born and don't die on time or whatever time they die, then Satan can say, "Hi God, it's a mistrial, I'm sorry. You presented in evidence on the cross in Christ X number of bodies, we heard them all get paid for. They're in the book of life until they're blotted out. But until the last one is born, per church, then you've presented evidence and had your son pay for evidence on the cross that hasn't happened yet. And if, by the way, this winter doesn't complete, the bodies of church don't complete, then I'm sorry, you didn't keep your promise. I win, you lose, end of story." And you know what? If Satan does win, that will be true. What would happen if it were true? Well, that's up to you. Think that over with God, because I'm not sure of all the answers either. All I can tell you is that's the 62nd week of history. That's Daniel 9:26. That's deliberate on Paul's part. It's the beginning of Odovaker for our real history. And only the few are being developed now. Peace out. Okay, so now I come back to the familiar page 134. I've changed it again. Just a little recap. What we're looking at here is a substrata of meters between the Eudokian and the Epeinon Anaphora, which tally to different sevens depending on how you look at them. They deliberately tally to 33 sevens, then 45 sevens, and the sum of those two is 78 sevens. Okay, in other words, the Eudokian Anaphora is 33, the Epeinon is 45, and when you add them up, the number of sevens is 78. And I went through all that in the earlier pages of this Ephesians 1 Reparse document, starting around page 126. So if you're not familiar with that, then you really probably want to turn off this video now, because it'll just go over your head, unless you just want to learn the basic timeline, because that's all I'm going to cover here. So we come down here, and Paul's making an issue of 78 sevens because he's playing on Isaiah. Isaiah crafted his time poem in 1078 syllables, okay, to show the 1078 years from the birth of first David to the death of last David, on the schedule that was in effect then. And our BC AD problem comes in because we're mistaking the Bible's reading, because we do not know this doctrine about time. And so when you add up, these are the color codes now are different time tracks. If you don't recognize that God is operating time based on his rules for time, which has to do with the 1050, then you can't distinguish one time track from another, and you're going to end up adding up the years wrong. And that's what happened. Okay? So when Paul goes to reconcile the 1077s, he's not adding up the years wrong. He's showing how God's timing reconciles all time tracks via church back to Adam and forward to the millennium. That's the purpose of this thing here. That's why he's doing it. So the question is, well, what is he doing? All right, so we go back here, and I've recolor coded. This is a time track now. I've changed the meaning of the colors. This blue is a certain time track. So every time you see blue, it's tracking the same time track. And sometimes they overlap with other time tracks. All right? And the blue goes all the way down to 7 years plus the millennium. 7 years beyond the end of the millennium. Okay? We'll go through what that is. Then we have a second time track that's in green. The green time track is subdivided into two. So you got light green and dark green. But they reference the same idea. They're just referencing it at different points. So the green time track is continuing onward all the way throughout. Okay? And I haven't worked out all of this yet for the green, but I will. Okay. Then underneath those two colors, those are the two main tracks, underneath those two colors are subdivisions of the green track. I couldn't use more green or it'd be too confusing. Subdivisions of the green track specifically related to David, first David and last David, because that's what Paul's reconciling to. And then the purple track is Paul's own. He's playing an equidistance game with the fact that he's writing at a certain time. Okay? So that's basically it. You got blue time track, green time track, subdivisions of green that are sort of in a tannish color. All right? So that's the third color, basic color. All right, with different shades. And then the fourth color is purple for Paul's own reconciliation based on when he writes. He's making a point of writing when he does. He picks when to write based on picking up where Mary left off. He's elaborating on what Mary said. So you know a lot of things immediately. Since he's picking up where Mary leaves off, everybody knew what Mary said that day, because Zacharias is also metering in Luke 1 to play on Mary. Everybody knows that day what she's speaking is going to be canon. That's why Luke writes it down. So it was an immediate oral canon, what she said in the Magnificat that day. And everybody used it since, and Luke wrote it down. Okay, Luke is the second gospel, Matthew is first. Mark doesn't have to write it down or reference it because it was already written by Luke. So that's why Mark's gospel is so short. And John, of course, is writing a generation later, and he's tying up the loose ends. So we got four colors. Again, first time track is blue. Second time track is green. That's subdivided into two shades. Beneath the green are tan time tracks that are related to the green. And then the fourth color is purple that relates to when Paul writes. Okay? So now let's go through them. I said some things that I don't think are right now, and I'm going to correct them. Our blue time track starts from Noah's birth and is obviously a time track that God is charting, because 1050 from Noah's birth, Jacob is born. And as you probably know, Isaac was 60 years old before Jacob was born. So God timed Jacob's birth. So this 1050 is deliberate. The only one who could have made it happen is God. So he's doing this on purpose. So it's important. Okay? The second time track is based on Abraham. And this is also very deliberate because 1050 from Abraham's becoming super mature, which resulted in the birth of Isaac. David is crowned king at Hebron. Okay, so the theme of the blue time track is Noahic, and Paul's meter is Noahic for that reason. The theme of the green time track is Abram to David, and so Paul's meter reflects that value as well. This is where the Y1077. Okay, in other words, the promise to Abraham was that his son, that kings would come from him, from his wife actually, and that the Messiah would be born from his loins. Well, here's the king, and then King Messiah is going to be born from his loins. Okay, so it's a separate accounting contract from the one to Noah. Abraham got his own covenant, Noah got his own covenant. Okay, Noah's covenant is a civilization covenant. So in a way, but not quite the same, is Abraham's. Abraham's is a people covenant, people and land. Noah got a civilization covenant about the world. So that's the essential difference between these two. When God is tracking along the Noahic lines, he's tracking the world, the time the world is allotted to live. When he's tracking along Abraham's lines, he's tracking to the Jews, and specifically to Messiah. Messiah is the inheritor of all the covenants to the Jews. Okay, that's what Paul is explaining in Galatians 3. God didn't say to seeds, but to seed. I believe that's Galatians 3:16, meaning Christ. So if you're a preterist, I'm sorry, you're anti-biblical, because the promises about Israel's future time are to Christ. Israel inherits through Christ. Okay, and you're gonna see why that's true, because this timeline is tracking that, the interaction of that issue. Okay, so Noahic is blue, Abrahamic, which eventuates in David and therefore Messiah, is green. Okay, now there are sub-issues related to David's birth and the Lord's birth in order for this contract to be realized. So these colors here that are sort of in tannish colors elaborate more on the green. All right? And then Paul's tying it all up to civilization again based on when he writes. Okay, and there's a lot of overlap. So let's go through it. Number 1, correction. Noah's birth, 1056. I was saying that was 7 years late, because 1050 was the end of the first unit, but it's not. That's not relevant to what God's doing. It's not really 6 years late. Noah's birth is an award to his father Lamech. Lamech must have achieved some kind of spiritual maturation, because he's listed as in the Hall of Fame of Genesis 5. The Hall of Fame is a contiguous list, a continuous line of Hall of Famers to show the trace down to the birth of Abraham, really. Okay? But this is beside the point. This is just the year he was born. However, he's the guy who came through the flood. He's the guy to whom God gave a covenant. That's where the relevance actually lies instead. So, did God keep his promise to Noah, to whom God awarded a 1050? God awarded him that 1050 in 1556 from Adam, signified by the birth of his triplets, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem being first. Shem means name. What point did he carry the name? Shem will be the guy to carry the name of Messiah. That's where we get the word Semite from. It's really Shemite. Okay? So it means name. It means reputation, person. When we say carry the name, it means the inheritor. All right. So this is actually a measure of whether God's keeping his promise to Noah. All right. That's a civilization promise. He said to Noah, I'm not going to destroy the world. Here's my rainbow to prove it. So think about that for a minute. I had to get a cup of coffee. Okay, I'm back. Let's make sure I'm recording because I've tried this before and it didn't work. Yeah, it's working. All good. Okay. So this is a civilization covenant to Noah. It has nothing to do with being Jewish or not. It has to do with the world being preserved. That's the nature of the covenant. You will hear theologians note that there's a difference in this covenant. They do usually call it civilization, and that's indeed what it is. Noah starts a whole new civilization. So God starts a whole new 1050, but it's measured along different points in Noah's life. All the covenants are. The Noahic covenant really begins with the birth of his kids when Noah was 500. But from a different standpoint, God is measuring the 1050 from Noah's birth. I'm not sure why this happens. I don't understand enough about why does he retroactively go to birth, but he does it often. He doesn't do it all the time, but he does do it often, and Paul does the same thing with respect to Christ's birth. Of course, Christ is the last Noah, too, so maybe that's why, but I'm not sure of its significance in backdating it to his birth. Fact is that God is tracking it that way, because Jacob's birth, see, birth to birth, Jacob's birth is 1050 years after Noah's. That you know. But again, the fact that this is just after the close of the 2100 years, and this is just after the close of the 1050 years, it's not late, because there was already somebody who won the 1050 by that time. Okay. Now, as you track this, there is something that ends up interfering as a counter track related to the same data. Israel rejects God as king 2,000 years after Noah was born. It's not, there was nothing that happened 1,000 years after he was born that had to be tracked. This is just related to when he was born. Okay? She rejects God as king in 3056 from Adam. And almost everybody in scholarship for the last, 200 years will tell you that that year is 1050 BC. There's a lot of support for it that the scholars don't know that they have. But they do, there's a consensus that that's when that happened. That Saul was elected king after Israel was rejecting God as king in 1050 BC. The support is strongest right here. The meter of Psalm 90. The dateline meter in the first paragraph that's divisible by 7 in the Psalm in Hebrew says that it's being written 63 sevens after the slavery. Now 63 sevens and the slavery, you have to remember 10 years of it were for Joseph and 390 years were for Israel proper after Joseph had retired. Okay, first 40 years after he retired, and then during that time he died. Everything was nice, and then there was a sort of encroachment, an eminent domain encroachment on the land of Goshen in the name of building granary cities. And that's how Israel became enslaved as temple building slaves. It was the cushiest kind of job you could get. But still, it was technically slavery. Now, Moses knows this. They all knew it from being in it. And what he's doing is he's setting up a parallel. He's saying that he's writing 63 sevenths from the enslavement in those two pieces, 10 and 390, and then, the extra 40 years. So it's 430 years that they were actually in the land, excluding Joseph. He's saying that that same time amount is at the beginning of the 1051st year of the flood, the beginning of it. And then there's 350 syllables in the poem, so that's 350 years, which took you to the 1051st year before Messiah is born. He's bracketing his poem that way. So that ends up agreeing with the scholars who say, and then most of them do, that this event happened in 1050 BC. Now that's really important, because if it happened in 1050 BC, then 1050 BC should have been, our 1 AD should have been 4106 from Adam. Just using the Bible's own numbers, how the Bible adds up all the numbers from Adam forward. When you get to this point of what we call 1 AD, if this is 1050 BC, and like I said, you can reason it that way based on the meter alone, and scholars don't know about the meter, so they're using other ways. That gets to our 1 AD by the way we measure time. That's 4106 from Adam. That is not 4100 from Adam. It's 4106. Okay? If you add up the Bible, it's 4106. Now, I suspect that the reason why they come up with 4100 is because instead of looking at the Bible, they're looking at Bishop Ussher. Bishop Ussher, he was like in the medieval, during the, I want to say 1500s. He was the guy, he just truncated this to 4100. He didn't actually add up the numbers properly, and nobody bothered to check his math. Alright? That's the only thing I can come up with, because if you just look at the Bible yourself, you will get 4106 years to bring you to an Exodus date of 1440, which we would call BC, a flood year of what we would call 2450 BC. These are very commonly cited dates. A temple dedication of 950 BC. Now there's a lot of variance here, but that's going to get us into the heart of our story. So I'll talk about that more in a minute. I just want you to focus on this. How we get to 1 AD is based on this time track from Noah, going all the way back to Noah, which is going all the way back to Adam, and simply adding up the numbers in the Bible, treating them as solar years, stick in the throat, vanilla accounting. Now, it gets a little dicey when you start talking about, well, what was the time of Jacob and what was the time of Abraham, and there's some variances there. Because the Bible changes the way it tells you what time it is. It's not simply going by birth like it does in Genesis 5. It starts changing the way it talks about it with Noah in Genesis 7. Okay? So you have to be real careful how you do your math. But if you did your math right, what we call 1 AD would be year 4106 from Adam, not 4100 like Bishop Ussher came up with. And again, people aren't looking back at the Bible, they're looking at Bishop Ussher. So that's why they say 4100 is 1 AD. And that creates the, the variation in scholarship that you see. That creates the variation in scholarship that you see, which tries to set back all the dates by 6 years. Okay, because some of them are actually looking at the Bible and they're coming up with an extra 6 years. And it's like, what? So that's why you'll see some people say that Christ was born 6 BC or 6 AD, because they don't know what to do with the extra 6. Okay, but I'm going to show you what you can do, because it's a different story altogether than they're thinking. So that's our time track 1. 1050 here, and then this problem occurs in what we would call 1050 BC pretty universally in scholarship. Okay, so if you go forward from Jacob, the temple is dedicated 1050 years later. That's temple year 1. See, the Bible is always saying years from a particular thing, or person, or event. And the trick is to add up the persons and the events and attach them to the right prior person or event. And that's a tricky thing to do. That's why you have so much variation on Bible dates. And that's why people basically give up and just rely on dear Dr. So-and-so. Because it's kind of hard to go through that. The easiest way to do it is to keep reconciling everything back to Adam. It took me about, I want to say 6 months to do this. Okay, so if you track here, your next stop in the 1050 is when the temple is dedicated. That's what we call 950 BC. This is our baseline. This is where we get it from. Okay? We call that 950 BC generally. Okay, there is some variance for reasons you're going to see in a few minutes. So, that's our next stop, temple dedication, temple year 1, we tend to call 950 BC. Alright? So the next stop after that is 1050 years later. I'm sorry, not there. 1050 years later, which is 3156, 3156 plus 1050, it's 4206. We're overshot the field. That's right here. 4207, we're past the millennium now. We're 7 years past the millennium. Now you might say to me, well, Brano, then that means we're 7 years late on that timeline. Because that would be temple year 1050. Fair enough. I haven't resolved all this yet. Fair enough. Maybe we really are 7 years late after all. Because to get to temple year 1050, you have to add 7 years past the millennium. And Paul is doing that in his accounting. Okay? But just know that's how this timeline is working. And as a result of this timeline, we're coming up with the date that Israel rejects God as king and Saul gets appointed as 1050 BC. You with me? Okay, so now, 1050 years after Israel rejects God as king, which should be what? 1 AD, really the end of 1 BC. There is no 0 BC, so you have to just do 1 BC and then 1 AD. Okay? 1050 after Israel rejects God as king is year 4106 from Adam's fall. 4106. That is 2,000 years after Jacob was born. This is 1050 years after Jacob was born. Temple dedicated. This is 2,000 years after Jacob is born. So a lot of people say, because they don't understand, because they're using this as their system, they're taking shortcuts, they're thinking Jacob was born in the year 2000. He wasn't. If you're using this as your baseline, this is what you come up with. Okay? Again, that's this time track. From Noah's birth to Jacob's birth. From Jacob's birth to this. But then we got this intervening. And 1050 years after Israel rejects God as king, which everybody thinks is 1050 BC, it's 2,000 years after Jacob is born. You with me? So this is how we get our numbers. But unfortunately, we end up not being able to track our own numbers because we're using Bishop Ussher, who thinks that there was 4,100 years to Christ. Okay? He didn't do his math right. That's our first time track. That's blue. That's where blue takes you. Now let's go to our second time track, based on Abram. Abram super matured 2046. He was 100 years old at that point. Okay, that's when Isaac is born. This is 54 years before the civilization 2100 closed. So the progenitor of the Jews, Abraham, renamed Abraham at that point, meaning the contract, the time grant, the whole bit was granted to him then. He's 54 years early. Now the thing that's real important about that is that Noah's time grant started in 1556. 1556 plus 490 is 2046. So the very year that Noah's 490 ran out, and therefore history should have ended, that's when Abram super matures. But that is 54 years prior to the civilization. The two 1050s equal 2100. So he qualifies, but there's a 54-year credit in essence. Okay? So the purpose of this time track is to make sure that that 54-year credit is maintained, or if not maintained, how does it get spent? That's exactly what Mary's trying to analyze in the Magnificat. That's what Paul is tracking to here. That's what Moses was doing. That's what Isaiah was doing. That's what Daniel was doing. They all know that this 54-year credit has to play. 50 years of it are supposed to be harvesting the Gentiles, but there's a 4-year extra piece. It's really 53.5 because of when Abram super matured, and he had to do it then, early, because Noah's 490 was running out. So now God's tracking, okay, 1050 from Abram's super maturation is what? David, king at Hebron. Now, 4 years after he was crowned king, the third 1000 finishes. It's 1050, 1050, 1050. So the first two 1050s are 2100. The third one would therefore be 3150. But at 3100, that's when the voting period for unbelievers begins. So he's just inside the mark, baby. But relative to the actual end of the period, which would be 3150, you'll notice that that's 54 years, and this is 54 years. So the 54-year credit still owed the Gentiles is being maintained, carried forward. You'll also notice that when David is crowned king, that's 430 years after the Exodus. Okay? That's 1440 years after the flood. The 430 years is a play, it's a mirror, it's a reimbursement on the time that Israel was in Egypt. Exodus 12:40 through 41 says that Israel was in Egypt for 430 years. So David is crowned on the flip side of the Exodus, okay, 430 years. I'll just make sure I'm still recording. Okay. I've been having problems with the recording all day. All right. So that's the green time track. So let's follow that one now. 1,000 years after David's Hebron kingship, okay, is 4096. Okay? But the Hebron kingship was just at Hebron. He was not king of all Israel until 3103. That was 7 years after this date. Messiah has to be born king of all Israel, not just Hebron. So 7 years later, David became king of all Israel, and 1,000 years after that is 4103 from Adam, not 4106. This is what's giving rise to our 4 BC. There's a true basis for it, is what I'm trying to tell you. The Lord has to be born 1,000 years after this date, because the thousands are contiguous. When one person gets a 1,000-year time grant, like David did here, by the time that 1,000 is up, somebody else has to pick up the baton, the time baton. 1,000 years after David united kingship is the later of the 2 time batons. So the Lord's deadline for being born is the latest of the deadlines for that 1,000. That 1,000 is earlier than this deadline of 1050 after God was rejected as king. So he has to be born 3 years earlier, because this is the latest of the 1,000-year deadlines. See, just like Abraham is super maturing relative to history. He's super maturing 54 years early. But Noah's time grant ran out in 2046. So Abraham had to super mature by then. It's an earlier deadline. This is the precedence for it, so you can see it clearly all on one page. I love one-page explanations. Okay? So as you can see, relative to the 1050, he's early. But relative to Noah's time grant of the 490 years, he's right at the edge. The same thing is happening here. David's time grant from his united kingship is the latest of his kingship grants. So that extends the deadline. But relative to this deadline, which is on the blue time track, the Lord has to be born 3 years early. And I'll pick up more in the next increment. Okay, we're back. Where we left off was basically to explain how our 3-year variance that we have in our calendars is not only likely a product of the Varronic calendar having a 3-year variance, but because when you just plain add up the dates in the Bible by themselves, you're going to get a 3-year variance. The reason why you're going to get a 3-year variance is that people don't understand what the Bible's numbers are about. They are about different time tracks, accounting and crediting and debiting based on different criteria. You have different sets of books, and time is being tracked for its efficacy along different lines. The blue line is for the civilization unit, but the green line has to do with the birth of Messiah. Now the blue line affects the birth of Messiah also, and we know this because this is Noah to Jacob. And here, the birth of Messiah is in jeopardy because Israel rejects God as king. However, when you have multiple time tracks with different accounting purposes, they each have their own deadlines. And the earlier of the 2 deadlines is the deadline that ends up governing when an event has to occur. And we saw the example in the last increment how Abram, relative to the world, which is the Noahic line, okay? Abram, relative to the world, had to supermature by 2046 because Noah's 490-year time grant was running out that year. But on a different time track for the world, namely the 1050 time track, he's 54 years early, and so the world is still owed a credit based on this time track. The 490 time track was running out, so that's the earlier one, and therefore he had to super mature by 2046, or the world would have ended. But that still left this criterion of the 1050 to run, and based on that he was 54 years early. By the time David is king at Hebron, that 54-year credit is maintained because the 1050 ends in 3150. Okay, I'm assuming that you know enough about this worksheet so I don't have to show it every time. See? Abram's personal 1000 is running here. Okay? That was a contiguous deadline, but the civilization for the historical ends here. The voting period for the unbeliever begins and ends here. David ends up being crowned king of Hebron just inside the margin there, so that there can be a voting period for the unbeliever. Okay? But relative to the whole 1050 from Adam, he's still 54 years early, because this is 50 years, and that's an extra 4. Okay, so hopefully you can see that. Therefore, we have two time tracks with respect to 490 or 1050. They each have different deadlines. The earlier of the two deadlines impacts whether the world can continue to breathe. Similarly, the Noahic covenant is for civilization as a whole, versus the Abrahamic covenant, which is for a people, namely Israel, from whom Messiah will come, and he has to come now through a king, namely David, crowned king at Hebron. The reason why he has to now come through a king is because the king of Israel, God, was rejected 40 years prior. See how they interrelate? You have a new deadline that comes in because Israel rejected God as king, and that's going to depend on whether or not there's somebody alive who was granted time. In this case, Abraham's time grant ran out in 3046, so there's no time grant from Abram running in 3046, and Israel rejects God as king in 3056. Well, how could that even happen? How could that be allowed? Well, because Moses, God made a covenant with Moses too. And that's in Numbers 14 when God says, how about if I start all over, wipe out these people and start all over making Israel with you? Now, Moses said no to that. But it's because of Moses that the Exodus could occur. Moses got a 490-year time grant that's dated from the Exodus. He also got a 1,000-year time grant, okay, that runs out in 3066, which I measure right here. Okay? In other words, Moses didn't agree to that use of the grant. He didn't say no that God couldn't give him the grant, because that would benefit Israel. He wanted it to benefit Israel, even though Israel was rejecting him also at that time. Okay? So because this grant was existing for Moses, back up here in 3046, when Abram's personal 1000 time grant runs out, it's okay, because Moses' time grant is still running for another 600 years. Alright? So it's okay that this happened. It's okay, therefore, that God grants more time for there to be somebody else to pick up the time baton, because Moses' time baton was still running. The one to pick up the baton is David. Okay, but once he picks up the baton, who's going to pick up from him? That's the issue. Okay, well, 1050 from 3056, all right, is 4106. So who's ever going to pick up the baton is going to have to pick it up by that date at the latest. At the latest. But David doesn't become king of all Israel until 3103. See, that's right here. So the time baton here ends in 1,000 years from this date, not 1,000 years from this date. 1,000 years from this date is 4106 from Adam. And that's what everybody's looking at when they add up the Bible numbers. Actually, people are looking at either one time track or the other. They don't realize that these time tracks interact and are conditional. And that's why we can't reconcile Bible dates. You can reconcile them once you know God's rules for time. As you can see, there's a reconciliation right here. Christ can't wait this long to be born. He has to be born at the earlier of the two time tracks. And the earlier of the two time tracks is 1,000 years from David's united kingship. So that means that if you wanted to, you could take this and make this 1 AD. Okay? And some people have. So basically what they're doing is they're adding, it depends on, because they don't necessarily know what month of the year he was born. He was born at the end of a year. So when this is 4 BC, you really, for math purposes, treat it as 3. You know, you're adding and subtracting 3. So you could add 3 to this and make that 1 BC. End of 1 BC. And a lot of people do. There's a raging debate that's been going on for 200 years about this, in fact. Whether it's 4 BC or 1 BC. All based on what kind of eclipse people want to claim happened when Herod died. Well, it's the 1 BC eclipse because that allowed more time for his funeral. No, it's the 4 BC eclipse because of this and that and the other thing, blah, 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 blah. Okay, they argue. But see here, 4 BC is equal to 1 BC because he's really born here. We come up with 4 BC because this is our baseline that we're using, and we're using it based on the blue time track because we have messed up the green time track. We don't get David's dates right because we think he was born and died at age 70. So our green time track for David is all messed up, even when we figure out that he was, king in 1000 BC over all Israel. That's pretty common scholarship conclusion. Okay, but because we get wrong when he died, we get all muddled with our timeline. And so there's all this argument. Okay, well, so we want to say it's 4 BC, and then these other guys want to say it's 1 BC. Well, honey, 4 BC and 1 BC are the same date. It's called 4 BC if this is your baseline. This will be your baseline if you're using the blue time track. You won't know that there's a difference in the time tracks because nobody knows these rules for time. Right now, I'm the only person on the planet who knows these rules. That's why I'm making these videos. Okay? Here's how you resolve it. This is not the right time track to use to plot AD, and BC. This is the time track you use, the green one. It switches. Because this is the earlier deadline. Based on the fact that David died when he was 77. Okay, in year 3143. He was not 70, he was 77. And he dies, and he's in year 3143 from Adam, when he's 77. So Christ, the outer limit of time, because of the 1,000-year time grant, Okay, just like it was between Noah and Abraham, the outer limit of time is 4143 from Adam. That's what Daniel 9:26 is based on. This number plus 1000. That's how come that time track works. It's taking a look at the blue time track versus the green time track. And the earlier of the two is the green time track. Remember I said these are subsets of the green time track? Because it's occurring earlier. David's death occurs earlier than this deadline. But the world, as we call it, BC AD, is operating on the blue time track. We don't know that this is an interfering deadline. Therefore, the Lord is born 3 years earlier. We don't know that these are deadlines. Okay, that's our problem. So when we have all this argument about 4 BC and 1 BC, 4 BC equals 1 BC, okay? And then the Exodus is actually for 1437 BC. You're cutting off 3 years off all the BC dates prior. Okay? Which is what brought us to our Bible time distance table. Because BC and AD are measured based on Christ, right? So, let me get rid of there so you can see more of it. Alright? So, since it's based on Christ, I have to bring this up here. Okay? Here's Christ relative to Adam. 4136 he dies. 4103 he's born. Relative to David, he's born in the 1000th anniversary that David was king over Jerusalem. And he dies 580, he's born 583 years after the temple. Okay, this would be your true BC AD right here. This whole line here. Based on the actual deadline for him to be born, and he was born then. That's, the Bible tells you that. So Exodus, your corrected date for the Exodus, based on his birth, since BC means before Christ. Before Christ, the Exodus was 1437 years prior. Before Christ, Abraham reached maturity 2057 years prior. Before Christ, the flood occurred 2447 years prior. Before Christ, Noah was born 347 years prior. Before Christ, Adam was born, Adam fell. That's actually Adam's fall, not creation. Adam fell 4103 years prior. So here's your corrected AD BC. So he dies AD 33, which a lot of people say, but they don't understand that this has to get fixed too. Okay? In other words, see, the problem we've all had is that if you say AD 33, we just like move these up 3, but that doesn't work because it won't still tally to the Bible because the Bible's operating on 2 time tracks, not 1. That's why you can do this only if you know the 2 time tracks and the difference. That the green time track supersedes the blue one. Okay? If you understand that this is still in the Bible as a time track. It's measuring something else. You can't use this for BC. That's the point I'm trying to make. You can't just cut off 3 years and do what I just did unless you know that, well, for BC, if you're measuring from Christ, yes. If you're measuring from all the years in the Bible, no. Because Christ ends up being born 3 years prior to the latest schedule for him, which was 3 years later. He also ends up dying 7 years prior to the deadline, which was 4143 for him. This is why people are all screwed up about his birth and death. They make lots of mistakes. They don't recognize that, hi, the Bible's operating on 2 time tracks, and the earlier of the 2 always governs. The earlier of the 2 was that the Jews rejected him. Okay, so now he's dying when David had retired from kingship, and the 1000th anniversary of David's retirement, not death, when the temple would have completed 2 490s had it never been erased, at the 490 times 3 of the Exodus to the very day. You see, all these dates have to converge. That's the deal, is can Christ be born and die on time? That's the trial issue. It's all about the timing. In Israel, in the Old Testament, with church, all those bets are off. With church, the issue is bodies. But with Israel and prior, the issue was time. There was a set time that things had to happen. And if that time wasn't met, then God would lose, Satan would win in the trial. Now it's set bodies, and Christ prayed for it to be set bodies, set by Father in John 17. So there is no set time for church. That's why you can't predict the rapture, and that's why the rapture kicks off the tribulation, because the tribulation is a set time. The millennium is a set time. So we go from set time to his birth, to him being rejected, so he dies 7 years before the set time was up. So the set time plays on the temple for the first 7, the last 7 being the tribulation, still reserved, and it's vested in Christ, so you can't be a preterist and be biblical. But with respect to church, there is no set time, so you also can't be sitting there date-setting the rapture and be biblical. And Paul's meter tells you why you can't. All right? All this meter is designed to say, well, what if the rapture in 66 through 73? If the rapture occurred in 66, Christ would have been dead as long as he had been alive. And the temple, therefore, would have gone down in 70 AD, which it did. And then the tribulation would have been over in 73, which it wasn't. Okay, well then what if the temple goes down in 73 and the tribulation ends in 77? What if the tribulation starts in 77 and ends in 84? What if 84 to 94? See? And all these dates are what ifs. And then Paul tells you the character of that time and the likelihood of the rapture by his meter. Okay? But he never says it could have happened at any time. He never says it's going to happen at that time. He's just giving you some what ifs and telling you the character of the time. Like it was real likely that it was going to happen here in 231 AD. And a whole lot of people in Rome, Jews and Christians alike, were expecting it to happen then, the tribulation to start then. So much so that the Catholic guy at Rome was fighting with the Christians and the Jews. And they invented the Peter list in part, putting Peter on the list and saying he's a bishop in Rome, that he was actually in Rome then. They put him on the list in part in order to get rid of the so-called chiliasts. Okay, you can look up chiliasts in Rome, 3rd century. And you'll find all kinds of books on it written in the 19th century and the 20th century. It's really sad. So somebody knew Paul's meter back then. So that's the point I'm trying to make here. It's really simply this 4 BC equals 1 BC. Because the Lord was really born in what we call 4 BC. And we have our dates messed up because that's really Exodus year 1437. BC means before Christ. So all dates prior are dates measured in terms of Christ. Well, but if his birth year, if we're getting his birth year wrong in absolute terms, then we got to make some adjustments. And those adjustments is you gotta cut off 3 years from all of your BC dates before this date. But when you're reading the Bible, you have to keep in mind that it's not only measuring from the Davidic track, it's measuring from the Noahic track. And the Noahic track would have allowed Christ to be born 3 years later. So long as you know what time track you're measuring, you're not going to get bollocksed up and place the 1 AD 3 years after its real event. You see the point? So for all those poor scholars who are arguing whether or not there was an eclipse in 4 BC or 1 BC and which one allotted more time for Herod to be buried, hi everybody, 4 BC is 1 BC, you're just not looking at the right time track in the Bible. And the reason you're not is you don't know that David died when he was 77. And that because he died when he was 77, the deadline for the Lord's death was 41:43 from Adam's fall, which is the deadline in Daniel 9:26, the end of the 62nd week. And it's solar years, not lunar. So therefore, that was the deadline of time. 40 years prior to that is 4103. Okay? But Christ didn't die then. He died 7 years early in the 61st week. So therefore, extra 7 years is left over as a hanging chad, which had to play against church. Not church, but against the temple. And so Paul is doing all these what-if scenarios. What if the rapture occurs when the temple goes down? What if the rapture occurs 3 years prior to the temple going down? What would that look like? What would the time look like? Because you can't predict the rapture. So what doctrine can you get out of the fact that you can't predict the rapture? When Israel and everybody else for 4,000 years has been living on a timeline. Now all of a sudden all bets are off? Can't you give us something about the time? Yeah, sure. If the rapture starts in 66 AD, the temple will go down in 70. That's Daniel 9:27, middle of the 70th week. So that would be handy. Temple really did go down in 70. But if not, then here's the character of the time for this time slot, illustrated by the text. Here's the character of time for this time slot, illustrated by the text, and so on, and so on, and so on, until we get to this period. Constantine. By the time Constantine comes, for us to become the praise of his glory, Constantine ends up dying in 337, Proel, not Proel Picotas. I went through that, okay, right up here. Okay, see, Constantine dies here because church is apostate. He institutionalized church, and that's against the law. That's against God's law. The only head of the church is Christ. There is no vicar on earth. But our boy Constantine institutionalized the church, and even then there was no such thing as Pope. There were just a lot of competing factions, and he wanted to have control over them. That's really what it was. But he should have had a hands-off policy altogether. But he didn't. And they were all completely in the tank. They were Revelation 17 harlot all the way. Boy, oh boy, they wanted to have political power so they could beat up their enemies. And the Donatists wanted to beat up the Armenians, and the Armenians wanted to beat up the whoever it was. I don't think they were called Armenians then. They were called something else. Bunch of idiots, all of them. And Constantine was basically giving them a voice. He shouldn't have done that. So he dies in the middle of Proel. So he's not first fruits. And first fruits are always a few. So there's no meter at all here. No submeter, just a 91. A blank winter of church. With just a few handfuls being weighed before God from time to time. The few kings being developed. So as you can see, this has been a really interesting explanation about what the heck has been going on in our life. How we got this 3-year variance. Okay? Because it's really based on the Bible. It's really truly based on Scripture. There is a 3-year earlier deadline that intervened, changing the timeline from blue to green. And I'll cover more about the other dates, but I just wanted to limit this video so that you understand 4 BC is 1 BC. Okay? Exodus was 1437 years prior to his birth. He had to be born 3 years earlier. But when people are looking at the blue timeline, they're dating 1 AD 3 years later, thinking he was born 3 years later, or even 6 years later, or whatever they come up with. Some of them coming up with 3 years too soon. Of course, that's the origin of 4 BC too, also. Like Bishop Usher truncating this to 4100. This is where it's coming from. They don't know God's rules for time. God's rules for time operate on different time tracks. And then the earliest of the time tracks that comes due, just as was true here when you had Noah versus Abram, the earliest of the time tracks is like a bill coming due soonest. It gets paid first. And what got paid first is the Lord had to be born 1,000 years after the start of David's united kingship, or time would have ended. So you see, you don't have to worry about which eclipse it is, because 4 BC equals 1 BC. Peace out. Okay, now that we're aware that 4 BC is 1 BC, so you don't have to go chasing eclipses, now we're going to show more about how these two time tracks interact based on the millennium and other deadlines that are related. The idea is that Christ has to be born and die in time so that this 54-year credit can be reimbursed to the Gentiles. But there's a problem that ends up occurring as a result of David's death versus the time track here about temple. So we're going to see another interplay of deadlines that impact when the Lord is born and dies. Okay? So again, the big thing that you got to remember about Bible time tracks is you can't just add up numbers you see in the Bible and get anywhere. You have to ask the question, well, wait a minute, what's the accounting basis for this particular event, this particular thing? Which time track does it fit in? Okay, and that's what nobody's done because they didn't know that God had deadline rules for time. They should have known because Daniel 9 is a deadline, but they didn't. So now that you know, the objective is to figure out, okay, which event is in which color time track, and then how do those time tracks interrelate so that you don't end up, so that you can pick the right deadline. Because see here, Noah got his 490 in 1556 from Adam, which produced a deadline that impacts this other time track here, so that Abram is maturing 54 years early relative to this time track, but he's right at the edge of the deadline with respect to the 490 time track. So you have two time tracks of different lengths operating with different persons interacting. Okay? And therefore, all these other time tracks are going to be governed by the same kinds of rules, which of course we've already seen. The Lord has to be born here in 4103 from Adam, not here based on this other time track that's interacting with the blue, which is 3 years later, because there's this particular time track's deadline is 3 years prior. Okay? And that accounting between blue and green is going to keep on going. So we're going to see now how it impacts with his death. Okay, first of all, notice something. 4103 plus 40 is 4143. 4106 plus 40 is 4146. Now notice that. 4143 is 40 years after David's united kingship from his death. Okay? 4146, by contrast, is 1050 years from his Hebron kingship. 1050, not 1000. 1050. Year 1000 from his Hebron kingship is there. So God, the deadline that applies is not 1,000 from David's Hebron kingship, but 1,000 from his united kingship. Why? Because being king over only Hebron is not being king of Israel. Okay? And you would think, well, I'll just dispense with measuring this. No, you can't, because this still applies. The relationship between Abraham and David being crowned at all. See, the world the world's time track depends on Israel having God as her king. Okay? God as her king is going to be now born through David. So it's still relevant. Israel rejected God as king, but God didn't reject Israel. And God still wants to keep this promise to Abraham, who after all is the progenitor of Israel. So that time track, that contract, that separate accounting basis is still valid. This seems like it would have invalidated it for the world, and it could have, except that Moses already had a time grant that was running. The Mosaic time grant runs out for the 490. The Mosaic time grant runs out in 3156. I'm not sure it was the 490. I think it's the 1000. 3156. It's the 490. Moses' personal 490 ran out in 3156. So you see how that is something else that comes into play that affects the first temple's dedication. Why? Because it's based on a tie to Jacob. All right? This is kind of complicated, huh? So since Moses' 490-year time grant is still running, and it runs out when the temple's dedicated, then we got this time track to be concerned about too. So all these dates that follow after 4103 and 4106, all these dates that follow are designed to keep track of, well, is everything on time for all these different accounting bases. All right? So our first stop is what was allotted. Not what happened, but what was allotted. Christ was to be born and die 40 years, based on the 1,000 anniversaries of David's kingship. David's kingship start, 1,000 years from David's kingship start, he had to be born. 1,000 years from the end of David's kingship, which is, there are two different kinds of ends. That's the other thing complicating it. 1,000 years from the end of it, all right, Christ would have to die. But there were two endings, okay? The first ending was here, okay, 10 years after this at Hebron, and then 10 years after this for United. 10 years after this for United is 4143. Okay, that's what based on his death. All right, but David lived 7 years past his retirement. He retired at 70, unfortunately, because scholars are looking at Josephus rather than the Bible. They think he died at 70. Okay, well, 1,000 years from his retirement at 70 is 4136, because he was king over all Israel for 33 years. Then he retired. Solomon took over, but David kept on living for another 7 years, and there was a sort of semi-civil war going on during that last 7 years with Adonijah, and David himself wasn't quite supporting Solomon the way he should have, and you see that story in 1 Chronicles 22 and following. He was doing stuff with the temple, and he was basically sort of undercutting his son's authority because he was saying that his son was young and inexperienced. So that gave Adonijah and some others, in their minds, justification to try to fight Solomon's rule. And that's the story that you see also told in 1 Kings 1. All right, so from here and here is only 33 years, because David retired after having been king over all Israel, united. He retired at age 70. So that's a deadline issue also. But, and this is important, 1,000 years after he dies, he would have been 40 years king over all Israel. It's just like a president. A president might might, go out of office, but he had the office and he's still alive, so you still call him president. Same thing is true of a king. Okay? The father retires, he passes the crown to his son, he's king and his son's king, even if his son isn't co-ruler, but in fact just sole ruler. That's what's happening here. So David was king over all Israel until his death, to the tune of 40 years. So Christ is allotted based on 2 time tracks. Okay? He's allotted to be king to live either 33 years or 40 years. One of the two. Okay? Now, the difference between the two, because he's Messiah, is whether or not Israel accepts him. So if Israel had accepted him, he would have lived 40 years and died based on the 40-year deadline of David's death. And that schedule and that timeline is exactly how you derive the 62 weeks in Daniel. Okay? Now, the scholars don't know that because they're using lunar years. And they don't know that because they mistake when David died. So just think about that for a minute. You use the 62 weeks, and you think that David died when he was 70. That extra 7 years is going to seem like it's wrong to you, because you think David died at 70. If you knew he died at 77, that extra 7 years is going to make sense. If, like a dispensationalist would, or some other people, you think he died at 70 and you see those extra 7 years, you're going to think either A, they're wrong, or B, they're not solar. Because 490 lunar years is equal to 483 solar years. So you're going to think you found a solution and you're not going to look any further. You've just made a major math mistake and you don't even know. And of course, what's your other alert is the fact that there's this earlier deadline versus the blue timeline, which gives rise to 4 BC versus 1 AD. And that should have alerted you that there's an anomaly there, and everybody knows there's an anomaly there. But they don't do any checking as to why. They don't try to fix it. They just let it go because it's too complicated. And they rely on some dear Dr. So-and-so, or they bump the timeline up, 5 years, 3 years, 6 years. That's where you get all those different dates on the internet. That's why you get them. And it's not just on the internet. Scholarship has been bollocksed over this for the better part of 2,000 years. It's really kind of sad. It means nobody went back to the Bible and did his homework. And I'm embarrassed to say that. And quite frankly, to be honest, I was just as disinterested as everybody else in going back to the Bible and doing it de novo. But when my pastor kept coming up with the stuff that he came up with and I couldn't balance, because he was counting lunar years for Daniel 9 also. He was wrong in that. When I couldn't balance, and since this is what I do for a living, I went to God and I said, hello, I can't make this balance. What's the right story here? And it took me a couple of years to do this. So you can empathize, on the one hand, with the fact that scholarship has been so slipshod for 2,000 years. On the other hand, it's like, what? After 2,000 years, why didn't somebody do this? But in their favor, I didn't want to do this either. It bothers me every time I have to do these dates. I get very annoyed doing them, even though I do numbers for a living. So those are the two sides of the story. On the one hand, you can empathize with the bad scholarship that's gone on for 2,000 years. And on the other hand, there's no excuse. Both things are true at the same time. That's it. So, back to the story. 4136 is 33 years after this. So it's okay, this is real important, it's okay if he dies early. The very nature of these timelines are deadlines. They're not fiats. Okay? It's okay to be early. It's not okay to be late. That's the point. We don't understand that. We think that these dates are fiats. So when we see dates in the Bible, we don't recognize what kind of character they are. We certainly don't know about the time grants. Okay? Even though we have verses like Colossians 4:5 and Ephesians 5:16, which talk about redeeming time. And even though we have Daniel 9, which talks about redeeming time, we don't realize that the dates in the Bible are in light of deadlines. Okay, there are factual dates, such and such happened in such and such year of the king. And then there are timelines that are based on deadlines, and we don't distinguish between the two. That's the source of all of our dating problems with the Bible. And as you can see, it's really sophisticated. God's keeping a very careful set of books. So based on that set of books, if Christ died 33 years after the 1000th anniversary of David's united kingship, it would be okay because it's the 1000th anniversary of his retirement. You see that? Dying earlier than the 1000th year of his retirement is not right because it has the whole 1000 has to be justified. But dying in the 1000th year of his retirement is okay, because then the 1000 is fulfilled. In other words, the thing that's real important here is that God promised that Christ would be born 1,000 years after David, that Christ would die 1,000 years after David. Okay, but there are multiple timelines for David. There's 1,000 years based on the start of his kingship. There's 1,000 years based on the end of his kingship. The end of his kingship is based on his retirement and his death. And not only that, but he's got two types of kingship, Hebron and united. So when God says 1,000 years, and that's why at Solomon's accession in 1 Chronicles 22 through 29, there are 1,000 bulls sacrificed. I think it was 1,000 bulls. It's 1,000 something. They make an issue about 1,000. This is why. The promise was a Messiah would be born and die based on 1,000 years of David. So there's a time deadline, and it's a pretty narrow one. 1,000 years after he retires, Christ could die. 1,000 years after David's death, Christ could die. Because that would be 40 years he would have been king united over all Israel. So Christ has to have 40-year allotment. You see how this works? David was 40 years king, but there are two deadlines there also of 40 years. 40 years of king over both Hebron and all Israel, or 40 years of king over all Israel based on his death. You see that? So these determine the boundaries of when the Lord can be born and die in order to fulfill the promise. See, that's a deadline too. That's why these are subunits. God made a promise to David in 2 Samuel 7, which is also in 1 Chronicles 17. He made a promise. That's a time promise to David. That's what those sacrifices at Solomon's accession were about, to reference the promise. There were plays on the promise terms. Okay, so which of the 40s are you going to pick? The 40 that's here, or the 40 that's here, which basically would result in Christ being 33 when he dies. And then there's a third curveball. Since this was the deadline pre-David, and the idea, kings are supposed to rule 40 years, that means that the full allotment of rule is there. You've got another 40 years there, okay, that apply. So the temple is founded based on that deadline. See, now look how clever this is. 4106 is now tied back to that deadline. 4146 also ties back to the green deadline. David's Hebron kingship, 1050 from it, is 4146. So Solomon starts the temple in 3146. Okay? Because Christ is supposed to be born and the temple is supposed to be standing. Christ is the temple depicts. Now my problem with this part here is this is going to give rise to the change. Abram supermaturation 54 years before 2100. 54-year credit. But Solomon delayed starting the temple until 3146. I don't know if I've been doing this for so long, it's easy for me, but it might be hard on you. Let's go back here to the timeline, which is more easy to recognize. David dies 3143. Solomon doesn't start the temple until 3 years later. The temple construction should have started then. God said to David, I'm not starting the temple while you're alive. That's in 2 Samuel 7. 1 Chronicles 17. But Solomon waits 3 years to start the temple's construction even. He should have started it here. If he started it here, it took the same 7 years, then the whole temple would have been done and could have been dedicated by 3100, which is what should have happened. I mean, not 3100, 3150. See? It's 3143 plus 7 is 3150. That's how it should have gone. If it went that way, and this is the important thing, if it went that way, then this deadline here would have stayed the same, a 54-year credit owed to the Gentiles. But it can't stay the same now, because now all of a sudden we're late. The temple should have started in 3143 from Adam, when David died, the very year he died. But it doesn't start until 3146 from Adam. Now, when you see all these timelines and realize that the Jews had to, learn all this stuff at their mother's knee, it's pretty complicated, huh? All right, so here was the allotment based on the blue timeline, and the idea was the temple had to start when David died to align the blue and the green. To align all these timelines, the temple needed to start construction in 3143, the year David died, but it didn't. If it had started then, the credit owed to the Gentiles would be the same. But because the temple is now going back to this problem of Israel rejecting God as king, and because the temple's dedication is related to Jacob's birth, which is the birth of the Jews, this 3-year delay, excuse me, this 3-year delay, illustrated by their 1,000-year anniversaries, okay, is going to add 3 years, it's really 3.5, to this. No longer is it a 54-year credit. It's really 53.5 years there. Now we have to add another 3.5 years because this is happening 3.5 years later than that. That's where you get 50 plus 7. Moses forecasted in the Mosaic Law, and he actually builds it in. That's why that 56 is so pregnant in Moses, Isaiah, Daniel, Mary, and Paul. That's why Paul is using this for his date of writing. It's how did the 54-year credit for Abram turn into 57? It turned into 57 because there's a 3-year delay between David's death and the start of temple construction. It wasn't supposed to be a 3-year delay. If it had started in the right year, then all these time tracks would have converged, but they don't. So now the credit owed to the Gentiles, actually it's not to the Gentiles, that extra 3.5 years. The total time period now, we have a problem of reimbursing not just the 54 years here, but the 53.5 years here, but the 3.5 years between these two. Then and only then will both time tracks be running at the same level. But they don't run at the same level at the same time. So now look at that. We got a spread. And this also accounts for the variations in the Lord's birth. The Lord is born 3 years earlier here. He's born 3 years earlier because David died at age 77, and he has to be born in the 1000th anniversary of David's united kingship. That's the promise. Okay, at the same time, because there's a delay after David's death of 3 years, you got a spread, effectively, of 7 years. Okay? So that effective spread of 7 years is reflected in Daniel 9 to take into account the extra 7 years that David lived, and also to take into account the spread of 7 years because of the fact that he's now, the temple is being constructed 3.5 years late. So here you go, 3.5 years early born, 3.5 years late, the timeline. So that's why, too, when people are looking at Bible dates, you'll see some estimates saying that the Lord was born 6 AD or 6 BC. Or they'll tack on 6 years to Exodus, setting it 6 years back. Because again, just like in the beginning, just like with Bishop Usher, you get the same kind of error. There's a 6-year variance because you're looking at different Bible time tracks and you don't know how they interrelate. And everybody just kind of just goes all over the map. That's why you end up getting a 6-year variance. Isn't that interesting? All because we don't know that God has rules for time, that they're deadlines for time, and they interact with promises God gave about how long from David's kingship until Messiah born, how long from David's kingship until Messiah dies. Okay? That's the problem. That's how come all these numbers are like this. Okay, so take a look at this for a few minutes, or just put it on, stop the play, and I'm going to quit the video now, and I'll come back, later. I got to get some. Okay, now we're going to get into some really sophisticated stuff. The first thing I want to point out, piggybacking on what you just saw, is that beginning with the Lord's death, what Paul's doing is he's showing convergence. That's the whole point of this business with the 78 sevens. He's doing an audit to show the convergence of Israel's time in church, how church will fulfill the time so that Israel's time can resume, bearing in mind that everything is vested in Christ, so Israel can't lose it. She inherits through Christ just as we do. 2 walls is what Paul's really setting this up for, so that it'll be real easy for the, it's kind of climactic, chapter 2. And, chapter 1's basically, hi, here's the timeline, which you can't see in English. And then chapter 2 is sort of climactic. See, there are 2 walls. And then chapter 3 is explanatory. That's why I'm given the mystery doctrine. Then chapter 4 is, hi, this is how the mystery doctrine gets done. Chapter 5 are the conclusions you draw from it, okay, about the marriage and bride and all that stuff. Then chapter 6 is basically, where do we go from here? And the whole thing of Ephesians cracks me up when people think Paul didn't write this. Only Paul could have written it. Only Paul was this clever amongst the apostles. Okay? John was pretty clever, but Paul wipes them all out. And it was Paul that was given the mystery doctrine. But anyway, Paul is patterning every chapter and the flow of Ephesians off of a Greek play by Euripides called Ion. Go get that play. You can read it in translation. You don't have to read it in the original Greek. Just track the flow of the play and then pick up the book of Ephesians. It's not going to be apparent in the English that he's tracking to the play, but the themes of what he's saying ought to be. Okay, just try to do that. If you got questions, let me know. Anyway, what he's trying to do is show the convergence of time. And so when you get to the Lord's death, all of a sudden, the blue timeline and the green timelines are being referenced. Year 1070 from David's birth is the 1040th anniversary of his Hebron kingship, 1033 from United, and this is the year that the Lord actually dies, exactly on the anniversary of Passover. He's dying on the 1470th anniversary of Passover, to the very day that Israel ate the Passover, left Egypt. You know, because he's dying just before sundown at 3 p.m., 12 to 3 p.m. is when he's on the cross bearing sins. So there's the convergence with the Exodus. There's the convergence with the temple year, because this is two 490s, as if the first temple never went down. And I've beefed up the listing now to include, you know, the timeline of the second temple. So you can see that convergence too, because he's also tracking to that. Okay, all of his meter numbers are tracking to both timelines. Okay, he's tracking to Adam, to Noah, to Jacob, to Abraham, to obviously David, and to the temple, and how they all converge in Christ. And he's really focusing on this period right here, when the Lord actually dies, to show that when he died, everything happened exactly on time, in spite of the fact that he was scheduled to die 7 years later. Okay? In other words, he's demonstrating that God foreknew the rejection and that all this stuff worked, because, see, he was scheduled to die here in 41-43. That doesn't divide evenly by 490. It was scheduled, it was provided, because, see, this timeline here is based on this timeline here. See, it's 7 years later. Well, it's 3 years later, but it's got a 7-year hitch built into it because of that. Okay, he would have the same 40 years. It's also based on this. Okay, see, this to this is 40 years. We covered that already. That would have been Temple Foundation year 1000. So he's showing convergence. And that's real important, because it's setting up his theme of, well, what if the rapture happens? Because now all bets are off. It's church. Well, God could make the rapture happen here. Well, he could have made it happen immediately here, but wasn't going to, because church was just newly born there. But enough people could have matured in 7 years. It wasn't going to happen, but it could have. There were 57 years actually scheduled pre-church that had yet to run. So that's kind of what he's balancing to. That's what they all balance to. That's what Moses was balancing to, Isaiah was balancing to, Daniel was balancing to, Mary was balancing to. They're all looking at this number right here. Because 54 of it belongs to Abraham, and the other 3.5 is taking into account the fact that the temple started late. Okay? So all of his what-if scenarios from this point on, this is a 7-year difference from when Christ died. And what he's doing is accounting for how the 7 can play inside church, and yet the schedule of the 57 years would still be met. Okay? That's what he's doing. It's a bunch of what-if scenarios. Okay? To show that God can still keep his promise even on the old schedule, but Paul doesn't think he will. Paul thinks it's going to take a lot longer. Okay? But he doesn't know, and he said so in Philippians. In Philippians 3:10. That's the Greek phrase that says if by any means he's not sure which way. Okay, so the Lord should have died at 40, so we've got a little 7-year hickey in here as a what if. But it's not too likely because this has to still be reimbursed. Okay, but it's 17 years before Paul writes, and he's going to bracket that. He's picking the time he writes based on this 57, because that's what Mary was doing. Okay, and it's a mirror. See, you know, the year he writes, the Lord was in his 57th year, so he's bracketing the 57th year here to the Lord's birthday. That's somewhat of a gee whiz, but all the writers do that with their time poems. They love to play on equidistance because that's playing on Psalm 9 verse 15. Give us as many good days as you gave us bad days. They all play with this. Okay? And we saw Moses up here playing with it, where he's got 1050 on either side of his time poem in Psalm 90. Alright, so I mean, Moses established the precedent as far as I can tell. I don't know if anybody else did a time poem before Moses. I haven't looked. Since Moses is the guy who wrote the Bible, I doubt it. I mean, Job would be the only other place to look. And I'm not sure that Job actually predates Moses. Okay, that's something that's been a theological speculation for a long time, and I haven't looked into that to find out what the scholarship is and how do you figure it out. So that's our first stop, and it's based on 57 years to the millennium. That's what he's tracking to. The Lord should have died. This was Isaiah's meter. The Lord should have died 1077 after David's birth, and that would have been 4143 from Adam's fall. But he didn't. He died 7 years earlier. So how do you account for the extra hanging chad? That's what Paul's doing. Next stop, and watch this, because he's going to do everything in 3.5-year increments now. And the reason he's doing that is the temple is supposed to fall mid-year, trib, and everybody was looking for the tribulation to actually start with the temples falling. There were two kinds of speculations. It would start at any time. The temple would fall 3.5 years later. Or the temple's fall would kick off the tribulation. Okay? And that's why the book of Hebrews is written the way it is, because it comes out in the year of the 4 emperors. And the 40 years was almost up. The 40-year warning period. I haven't gotten to that yet, but that's Mary's theme and Paul's, is that when he writes, there's 40 years left to the trib. He's piggybacking on Mary, who did her timeline up until the Lord was 56, up until there were 40 years to the trib. So she had some inkling that he wasn't going to die on time, that he was going to die early. Because why else would she track like that? But at any rate, people were expecting because now it's church and because you can't predict it anymore. Okay, well, there'll be the traditional 40-year warning period, which is evocative of when he should have died, the age he should have died at. Okay? This is the kind, all these numbers are mnemonics for the Jews. That God is taking real history, he's really timing it this way, and then you're supposed to remember that, he really timed it this way. And then you're supposed to associate 40 and 40 and 33 and 33 and 7 and 7 and 1,000. That's why he times it as a lesson. If you didn't learn the lesson predictively, you can at least learn it in arrears. So you'll be ready for the next prediction. So that's what Paul's doing. So he's notching everything in 3.5-year increments at this point. 3.5 or 7. Okay, so the next stop is David's Hebron kingship. That would be a good time for the rapture. Temple would have been 1,000 years old from its foundation. That's the 1050th year. See? Convergence. He's looking for convergence. Okay, 1050 from David's Hebron kingship, temple foundation year 1000. So what if the rapture occurs in 4146? Okay, now that was really pregnant, because that would repay the time on our boy Abraham. Okay, it's still working. Okay. That would prepare time on our boy Abraham. And I have a feeling my computer's about to die, so I'm going to stop here and pick up again. Okay, we left off at the fact that the millennium, that they're counting the years to the millennium in order to calculate how the years of Abraham's early supermaturation would play in the event of church. And Paul had first bracketed balancing this way because that's standard procedure. And then he's going in 3-year increments. And at this point, you got 54 years to the millennium. And here's the convergence with the temple foundation year, 1000. So it would be he's saying, this would balance if the rapture started then. Okay? Because that would be evocative. Everybody would recognize, the importance of it. You got 54 years to the millennium. It would be, helpful. Okay? And that's the 1050th year of David's Hebron kingship. Alright? So, that would end up being when the Lord was 43. Okay? And that would stress the fact that there was a 3-year delay, in the construction of the temple, so that it would help Jews to know what time it was. Okay? So what if it happened when the Lord was 43? Because there's 54 years left on the clock, and then of those 54 years, 7 could be allotted to the tribulation. Okay? Because it's church now. So the 57 doesn't have to be a 57 anymore. That's what he's trying to get at when he's showing the timeline. And in other words, he's doing what if the rapture, but he's also showing the doctrine involved. The doctrine about how God accounts time, God balances time, how is God going to reconcile time. Because for 2,000, 4,000 years actually, all of mankind who knew anything about God, they were supposed to know what time it was. So this is a habit that he's, following, that everybody used to use, except now all bets are off. And, it doesn't matter what time it is, except that God could play it according to the old ideas. What if he did that? What would that mean? What would be the doctrine you'd learn? That was always the purpose of knowing what time it was, is that he gave you a set time so you could learn the doctrine. Well, after 4,000 years, mankind still didn't want God, even though he told you what time it was in advance. So, okay, I'm not going to tell you what time it is anymore. Okay, but people got in the habit of associating doctrine to what time it is. So Paul's following the convention. That's the point. He's following the convention to help people orient to the fact that the rapture can occur at any time. So he's not trying to date set the rapture. He's trying to show you how, if the rapture happened in a given year, how that would wrap up time for Israel, for church, what would be the effect that year in Rome, etc. That's what he's doing. It's an audit, essentially. Okay, so if the rapture happened when the Lord was 43, that'd be 4146 from Adam. That would tie back here and tie up that timeline, because that's 40 years after the initial timeline when he should have been born. See, it's tying back to that. Okay? And, of course, because it's tying back to that, it's tying back to when Israel rejected God as king in 3056. So, that was the 1050. This is 40 years later. See, the 1050, yet another failure, signified by his birth, because he comes at the end of time. So now you got a 40-year allotment after that. And he would have been age 43. He would have only been dead for 10 years. But it could have happened, because there's 54 years left to the millennium, so the reimbursement will still occur. That's what he's doing here. Okay, next stop is 7 years later. Okay, because that's 1057 from Hebron and 1050 from the United Kingship, and it's real evocative because 50 years were allotted to the Gentiles, and now the Lord is age 50. You see, all these numbers are used as mnemonics to remind you of the doctrines involved. So, what if the rapture occurred when he was 50? Alright, he actually uses 47 in the text instead of 50 because, you know, the 3-year variance, okay, between the temple year and his birth, he's playing on that in the text. But this is included because he's wrapping all the 1050s. Okay, well, what about 3 years after that? When the Lord is 53. That would be 1053 from the United Kingship, 1060 from Hebron, but that is temple dedication year 1000, because see, back up here, 1050 from Jacob's birth. So that would be a real evocative year to have a rapture, so that Israel during the tribulation can identify. Why not do it then, when the Lord is 53? Okay, now you'll notice this was 57 years from the millennium when he should have been 40. Now we're going 13 years past that, really 14. He's playing on the 14, the pregnant 14. Okay, when the temple, the rapture could occur when the temple would have been 1,000 years old from dedication. Okay, and then he picks the year he writes. Now this is what's so important about that. Right here, this is what Mary did. She stopped her Magnificat at 40 years before the millennium starts. That wasn't the way it was supposed to go. It was supposed to go with him dying in the 1000th anniversary of David's death. That's how it was supposed to go. Mary didn't stop her Magnificat there. She goes 17 years beyond that. In other words, she's reversing it. She's flipping it. He was supposed to be 40 when he died. There was supposed to be 57 years on the clock. But instead of doing that, she goes to his 57th year when there are 40 years on the clock. That means she already has an inkling that he's not going to die per this schedule. This was the schedule that was in effect that, you know, Isaiah is using for his time poem in Isaiah 53. So that tells me a lot. That explains why Paul's playing on what she says. That also explains why they immediately credited it as canon. Because, you know, oral canon at first, and then Luke reduces it to writing. Zacharias, when John is born, plays on Mary's meter. He mimics her meter. I show that in the Magnificat playlist, how he does it. Okay, well, you can see why. Because this is the reverse of the timeline that was scheduled, meaning there will be a reversal. Okay? So there's a 17-year difference. And 17, of course, is 14 plus 3. That's clever number stepping. In other words, just as you know, Solomon was late in building the temple, Israel's going to be late in accepting him. So we're going to see a little reversal here, because he's the 56 of history, meaning Israel will not be voting, but he will. So Israel will get her 40 years warning. Now, did Mary know that there was going to be church? I don't think so, because it was up to him to announce it. She must have known something. Something was going to happen. What was that something going to be? Who knows? Okay? So you have that. That's the trigger point here, is that there's 40 years before the millennium starts that he's piggybacking where she left off. Typical style that's been going on since Moses. Okay. And then we get to our second 1077, this time from Hebron. See, this was 1077 from David's birth. That's the meter that Isaiah 53 uses. So now Paul is bracketing. He's bracketing this time with the 1077. And in this particular case, 4173 from Adam, okay, is 1077 years prior to it, okay, David was crowned at Hebron. And 1077 years after it, this typical mirroring style that these people use, 1077 years after 4173 is the end of the millennium. See? So he brackets here, and he brackets here, and by bracketing here, he's bracketing here. Okay? It's really clever. Okay? He's showing, he's basically saying high equidistance, playing on the 1077s. Now, I'm sure there's more to it than that, but this is all I know about it right now. I've been trying to figure this out for months, and I've gotten closer to it lately, and I've at least finally balanced his numbers, but I still don't know all of why he's doing what he's doing the way he's doing it. I'm telling you everything I know about it right now in case I die tomorrow. Not that there's any plans that I know of. I seem to be healthy. But you never know. Could get hit by a truck or something. Okay? So then Paul goes to 3 years after that. Now, of course, this is evocative because the Lord is age 70. In other words, 70 means completed vote. Okay, so maybe the completed vote occurs, and in fact, as we know from history, it does. The temple dies in 70 AD. See, the Lord's age 70 is equivalent of our AD. And he's tracking exactly to our AD, which hopefully you see now why it works that way. It took me a long time to figure that out. And I didn't really understand it till last week. That's why I made all these videos so quickly. Okay, well, let's pretend that's just the beginning of the tribulation instead. What if it's 3 years later that the temple goes down? See, the temple actually goes down here, right at the midpoint. Maybe Paul knew. Because Paul's going to be dead at this point. He dies 2 years prior to the temple going down. And, well, okay, what if the rapture begins at 70 instead, and the temple goes down when the Lord is 73? Because remember, it's supposed to go down at trib midpoint. Well, 73 is 2,000 years after Joseph's enslavement. So we got a little balance going on here to Jacob. Okay, this is after Joseph. Joseph's enslavement is 10 of the 400 years in the Exodus slavery prediction in Genesis 15. So, and this is really clever, that's Exodus year 1510. Alright? Basically, that's equal to the age with the temple. Also. It's really clever how that got done. 1440 BC by our reckoning to 70 AD by our reckoning is 1510 years. But see, we got that extra 3 piece because, he's born 3 years earlier. So, that's year 1510. Count it either way. Count it, with him born 4 BC or moving up everything, 3 years. Wow, what a convergence. 2,000 years after Joseph was enslaved. Alright, then we got our next bracket of 1077, this time from David's united kingship. Well, that might be 4 years later. Okay, the Lord at this point would be 77. That would be a poetic time for the rapture to either begin or end or in the middle. Because he's metering to it. That's the end of one of his clauses. Okay? As hopefully you've seen by now if you've watched the GGS videos. Because I've already walked everybody through that in detail. All this what if the rapture thing. Now the latest date that the rapture should begin under the old schedule would have been when the Lord was in his 91st year. Remember, again, he's born at the end of a year. So the 91st year begins on your 90th birthday. So his 90th birthday, though, is at the end of the year. That's year 1050 from David's death. From his death. That would be poetic. And that was, in fact, the latest time period, because the millennium was supposed to start in 4200 from Adam. John, when he writes Revelation 1, verses 1 through 3, meters to this part of it. His meter dates his book as being written in the 91st year of Christ. In other words, again, you have to remember, the 91st year of somebody is their age minus 1. Okay? When he turned 90, he was beginning at that very moment his 91st year. And that's exactly how John dates. He uses 3 different dating schemes to do it. He dates Revelation as being 58 years after Christ died on the cross, as being 84 years after Judea became a province, and 126 years after Mary's birth, after Mary's birth. He's playing back to the Magnificat also. That's how his meter works. It's 58, 84, and 126, and the 126 is pregnant for the time that the temple, when the temple died here, it had 126 years to go. And he's basically drawing parallel to the fact that Christianity deserves to be in diaspora too. Because that's how bad Christianity is at that point. Which he had already said in 1st through 3rd John. So it wasn't any big surprise. And of course all you have to do is read the text in Revelation 1 through 3, and 2nd John, 3rd John, and 1st John 1 John chapter 2 to know how bad it was already by the 90s AD. But specifically 91 is when he writes Revelation. So I'm not really sure when he wrote 1st John. It was somewhat earlier. Okay, well, that was the outer limit of when the tribulation should have begun. Okay, but, maybe it's a little later. Like 3 years later. You notice how he keeps tracking the 3, 4, and 7. Because he's tracking the mid-trib. Because the temple could be going down at these 3-year benchmarks. So he's notching it very, by 7s and 3s. Okay, well, what if it happened 3 years prior to the old schedule and the, beginning of the millennium? Well, then that would reimburse from Abraham. Because remember, see, he's tracking here. The Lord had to be born 3 years earlier because of David's united kingship. All right? Well, then that meant that he was 3 years shy versus Abraham. So he has to be 93 before he balances to Abraham and repays the 54 years. So that would be temple year 1040, but temple foundation year 1050. So it's 2154 from Abraham and temple foundation year 1050. See how they converge? Isn't that clever? Okay, well, maybe that's not the right year. Maybe it starts when the Lord would have been 97, and this was supposed to be when the millennium was supposed to begin. Well, maybe the trib begins instead there. What would that mean? Okay, well, that's 40 years after Paul writes, so it's got a resonance there. It would have a special resonance because the millennium was supposed to begin then, but the trib begins instead. That's temple year 1044, and that's temple destruction, reconstruction year 600. Okay? It's more because it's his age 97 and this was supposed to be the beginning of the millennium, which is why, of course, John is writing at the beginning of that period. Basically to let everybody know that, the rapture is not likely, which is, of course, Paul's theme here. Because Christianity is going to go into the tank. That's exactly what Moses was saying in the Song of Moses. But just before Israel went into the land, Moses wrote the Song of Moses, and he said Jeshurun would get sleek and fat and kick, meaning rebel. And that, of course, was the period of the judges. And this is the counterpart to that. This is church's song. This is the song of Paul about church. Okay, am I still recording? Okay, yeah, I'm still recording. Okay, good. But it's acting funny. Okay, so I'm going to sign off here. This part here is pure speculation. This would be temple year 1077. Is Paul tracking to it? But these dates here don't have any resonance, except this. This is the only resonance, and I'm not. It doesn't seem to be significant enough. The millennium was supposed to end 5250, and then Paul, if he's adding 7 past the end of the millennium, that would be temple year 2100. So maybe he's doing that, but this is just sort of speculation. I don't have much to back it up. It's more of a gee whiz. So that kind of ties it up. Hopefully you've gotten a lot out of this, and you can see that Paul is using the 1077s to create the most likely rapture dates when you look at his meter in the Greek and you understand why he's tracking to all of history and showing how church would wrap up history from Adam all the way down if the rapture occurred in each one of these benchmarks. Signing off. Okay, this video is really just a quick set of questions. Maybe one of you guys can figure this out. I'm having a brain fart, maybe. That happens to me on certain very particular subjects. This is one of them. What I'm trying to do is verify that we are in the correct year versus the crucifixion. Having done the PATU and showing what Paul's doing, it's pretty clear to me that we're in the right, we got the right dates. It's just kind of weird how the Roman AUC calendar ends up having the same 3-year variance that we have with ours. And I have to wonder if, heaven wasn't chuckling about that in eternity past. With the result that in the year 4136 from Adam, that's the year that Christ actually dies, which is 7 years prior to when he should have died, so that he would have been allotted the same 40 years as David, who was 33. That's because in our 3-year hiccup, we have to say that Christ was born at the end of 4 BC, which is equivalent to 3 BC, and yes, he was born on what we call December 25. That was the Saturnalia festival. Paul makes a point about that by using the Greek version of Saturnalia, Greek god Kronos, in Galatians 4:4. It's a joke. You have to understand the myth about Kronos, aka Saturn, to get the joke that Paul's making in Galatians 4:4 about pregnancy. Anyway, the point is that Christ dies in what we call 30 AD, and you can't just shift it up 3 years unless you shift up the entire timeline from Adam forward 3 years. And people don't do that. So you have to be careful about the interval of years, which I already showed on page 135 of Ephesians 1 reparsed. So far, so good. But, auditing means that you check a thing, an idea, 16 ways to Christmas, because you never know if you've got some errors that are self-canceling. So it looks like you're right, but you're not. So what I'm trying to do is compare it to the year we're in now and then compare it to the day of the week, because we know he died on Wednesday. Okay? He died on Wednesday, which should have been the true Passover of 30 AD. Well, you can count how many days that was if you know the vernal equinox of 30 AD. And then what you do is from the vernal equinox, you count 14 days. All right? So maybe we got the vernal equinox that we're considering what day it was wrong. And that's the other hickey in this thing. But we do plot vernal equinoxes going back that far, and how accurate they are, I don't really know, but I'm going to pretend that they are for the sake of this experiment. Okay, so this is the year of Adam in which he died. Now, if you've downloaded my genius.xls, you can go to View, Custom Views, and you'll get a little pop-up like this. Okay, and I have made snapshots so that you can more easily navigate the calendar. Unfortunately, dear old Excel, and this will work in later versions of Excel too. I'm using Excel 202. Excel will not alphabetize these. So it's going by which one is the most frequent, which one is the last used or most frequently used, and it puts it up at the top. But you'll notice that one of them is 20th century. Okay? And then you say show. And what it does is it will reformulate and take you down to the 20th century, which is, roughly year 6000 here, but it really, because of the 1050s, okay, we enter the 1050 from his death in 6136. From his birth, of course, is 33 years prior. Alright, but we are now at the beginning of year 6119. You with me on that? Okay, so now we go back, and I've already put that this thing, view, custom views. You can take this in the customize menu and just move it up here. So what I did was this. Okay, I'll do it again for your sake. We go back to when Christ died. Okay, and that's where it says Christ unified time. Except you're not seeing it here. Where is it? There we go. Right here. Christ unifies and resets time is where we were. So take a note. Where we are here is, that's 2007, but we're 2013. So we're at the beginning of 6119 from Adam right now. Okay? In Jewish time, that's the end of 6118 because the vernal equinox hasn't occurred yet. So now I want to go back. Christ unifies and resets time. And we want to look at how many years have transpired between now and then, which are divisible by 8, because the same day of the week on which he died, theoretically, would be every 8th year. In 6120, that's 200, I think it was 245, 248. 248 times 8 is 1984 plus 4136 would be 6120. So in 6120, which would be the beginning of next year, supposedly the days of the week would be the same. Okay? Which means that this year, beginning in this year, the date which would be the anniversary of his actual death would be falling one day short of the actual day, so it should be a Tuesday. Okay? Because you've got year 1, Monday through Sunday. Okay? Or Sunday through, using Jewish time, Sunday through Saturday. Year 2 would begin on the following day. So whereas year 1 began on a Sunday, okay, year 2 would begin on a Sunday because it's the 8th day. You with me on that? So we should get a fix on how many years have transpired since the cross as a way to audit, if there's really a variance or not, by the fact that the day of the week ought to be the same. Okay, so beginning next year, the exact anniversary of his death would be on the same day of the week. You with me on that? Logically, that makes sense so far. But here's where I start having my brain fart. We use leap years. I think Julius Caesar also used leap years in his calendar. The question is, do our leap years really work the same as theirs? Number one. If they do, wouldn't that, help me if I'm being too stupid, okay, wouldn't that mean that it wouldn't matter about the leap years if we're using the same calendar basis he used? Wouldn't it still be the same day of the week every 8th year? All right. And then the second question in my mind is, is there some other issue or reason? Oh, I know. The equinox. The equinox has a 3-day drift. Okay, so am I having a brain fart, or would it always be true that no matter what day of the year the equinox fell on, it's still the anniversary of the prior equinox? So does that mean that it would still be the same day of the week? You see what I'm getting at? Every 8th year should be the same day of the week as 8 years prior. But what would muck that up so it wouldn't be true? Because what I'm trying to get at is, can we prove exactly what year we're in post-cross, given all the changes we've had to our own Western calendar? I mean, Pope Gregory made some changes to the calendar where he cut off 10 days. So that's why now December 25th is equal to December 15th. Then after him, there were some changes made in Britain. I want to say that was in the 1700s, late 1700s. I don't quite remember. Okay, there were calendar changes made. Do those calendar changes obviate this simple calculation? Can we truly just count the number of years difference, okay, between now and then, and use a day of the week calculation to audit the idea, okay, about what year we're in versus what year we should be in? Okay, because there's a lot of debate on the internet about, well, are we really in the year 2013 now? And there are some possible good arguments to say that we're not. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to ferret out. I'm thinking, and I might be wrong, because I have a brain fart here, if we just were able to multiply or get a divisor to a year that's divisible by 8 from the year he died, which is 6120. Okay, that's 200 and, what did I say, 248 times 8 times 8. Okay, 1984 years. We're 1984 years away from 4136. So we add 4136 to it, and that's 6120, the beginning of 2014. Which day of the, which day of his crucifixion, the anniversary of that, measured as 14 days from the vernal equinox, ought to be the same day of the week as Wednesday, the day he died, per scripture. So, is my idea sound? And if not, tell me where, because I've been trying to figure this out now for a long time, and obviously I can't do it alone. Thanks a lot for your help. Bye-bye. Okay, this is a sample recording. I'm testing to see if the screen recorder works on my Win 7 machine. As you'll notice, it turns out that this coming Wednesday, March 20th, is the March equinox for 2013, which implies that we're a year ahead. I have to think about that. There's always this +1, -1 rounding issue. So are we really a year ahead, or are we right spot on time? What do you think? Let me know. Okay, this is the seasons calculator at timeanddate.com. And I need to bookmark the page because I didn't do it before. I'll stick it in Hebrew Study Tools for now. Okay, I'm at the section that's Seasons Calculator, and down here you can set the years. Okay, it's set for 180 to 4980 right now. Okay, and then down here at the bottom you can set the location. Okay, and I've got it set for Israel because that makes sense. And then here you set the years, and since they've reset the years, I'll just show you how to do it. 1 to 49. Okay? Now they caution you, this is local mean time for Jerusalem, and they caution you that it's UTC, which is almost the same as Greenwich Mean Time, plus 2 hours and 21 minutes. Okay. It's using the Julian calendar, so I'm hoping for a consistency here. Okay. In the year that he died, according to the way we measure time, and we want to use that same measure to be consistent, because it's also consistent with both dates in the Roman AUC calendar. We're using 30 AD. Okay, and they're saying that that is occurring just after midnight, local to Israel. In other words, it would be considered what we call March 23rd on their calendar. They wouldn't call it March 23rd. They would call it 1 Nisan. Okay? So that's the first day. So 14 days after that would be the 14th of Nisan. So 14 days after that, in that year, was a Wednesday. All right? So the Wednesday means that the beginning of the year in their terms was a Thursday, because 14 days after that. Okay? The 15th day after that would be another Thursday, because that would be 8 days, if you're coming on the next day. All right, so now we're going to go to our year, keeping the time local to Jerusalem, because it seems to me that that's logical to do. So now we're going to 2000, 2449, and now we come to 2013, and that's March 20th, which is a Wednesday. Okay, so 14 days after March 20th, which is a Wednesday, is a Tuesday. So that would mean that, technically that would mean that the number of years are divisible by 7. So if we got the right number of years here, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay, that's 1983 years difference. Let me go ahead and just do the math here. All right, if I divide that by 7, is that divisible by 7? No. Okay, so I'm having another brain fart. I always have a brain fart with this kind of calculation. I don't know, my brain just goes off. Okay, but the point is that this year, which would be considered, the 2013 year also measured on the same standard for the Jewish year, because the Jewish year starts, within the first 3 months of our year, so it rounds off to the same year. Okay, so 2013 in our year. Okay, we're coming up therefore on a Tuesday. The following year, 2014, should also be a Wednesday. All right, and that's occurring, and this is where it gets tricky. This is occurring before sundown this year, but this is occurring after sundown Israel time. So they would call that March 21. Even though it's a Wednesday, they're going to call it March 21. Because on their calendar, the day starts, at sundown. Except it's not even really March 21. It's 1 Nisan of what we would call 2014. The question is that really 2014? Okay? And it sounds like it would be. But am I missing something? Because look it. We go back. Okay, here's year 1 through 49. We come to 30 AD. The vernal equinox is on what we call March 23rd. So there's a 3-day variance in the vernal equinox. Isn't that cute? 3-year variance, 3-day variance. God wants to keep the 3-day, 3-year difference in front of our faces, doesn't he? There's a 3-day variance there. So is it really Wednesday, or are we 3 days short? Or yeah, it's really Wednesday because you got those leap years. You see what I'm saying? So it seems to me like I'm leaving something out of the calculation. I can't just do it simply like I'm doing it now. Saying, hi, this was the vernal equinox. March 23rd is what we call it. Okay? But it was definitely a Wednesday when he died. 2 weeks later, after this date right here highlighted. Okay? So that would be, relative to 2014, would be the next Wednesday. Okay? Relative to 2013, it should be a Tuesday, and it is, which implies that we're not missing any years unless I'm oversimplifying the calculation. So tell me what you think, because my mind is just fried right now. Thanks a lot. Bye. Hi, this is a quick heads up before the landscaper comes back and makes noise right outside my door. I just learned something that I just got to get out there. For those of you, I've been talking to a number of you about my Genius XLS timeline. Video description has the link. Same link. I've not changed it. But there are a couple of things that I need to say in this video to help you navigate it. As you know, there are three basic components of a civilization unit of 1050 years: 490, 70, 490. Each one of those components has to be qualified by believer votes or time ends. This is the precedence for the rapture, and it goes all the way back to Adam. Israel had a special niche inside that rule that applied to her as a nation, and when the nation died because she rejected Messiah as a nation, then the whole time rules went back to pre-Israel rules, okay, which were based on individuals, not based on the nation. Okay, you know that already. The other thing that you should hopefully know by now is that even though there is a historical pattern of 490, 70, 490, then it starts over again with the first 2100 years belonging to the Goyim. Okay, the Jews call that Age of Desolation, but their accounting is off now. Okay, they get the years wrong, but the idea is right. Then the second 2100 years was from Abraham to Christ. Christ was supposed to come at the end. He did. Again, the Jews got their timing garbled, but the idea is right, and he actually came. The Bible tracks all that information using its dates, using explicit numbers, and using meter, and I've been documenting that now since 2008. I found out about the doctrine in 2004. So I wrote it up in the web pages first before I knew what I know now. Okay, I've been learning still. Okay, that much you know. What you might not notice or much in Genius XLS, which is in the video description, is that the 490s are contiguous for qualifying purposes. In other words, first 490 historical was Adam. And he's the guy who actually won the 490, but it was 130 years into it before he won it. That was signified by Seth. 490 years, therefore, between Seth and Enoch. Hanuk. All right? That shows the contiguous 490-year timeline. In other words, by the time the 490 years from Seth's birth means nobody else won it until the father of Enoch, and I forget his name. I think it's Lamech. Okay? So that's where you measure the next 490. And then it's 490 from that sense. Now, if a historical 490 ends before the personal 490 ends, measured contiguously, that's okay. Then it means it's all right for history to continue. If by some chance, however, and this is what happened between Noah and Abram, if the 490 ends before the historical 490 ends, time would have ended with it. And Abram got his 490 in the very year that Noah's ran out. And that's what you'll see in the worksheet. Okay, fine. But what I didn't explain was that the cross changed the timeline. Okay, well, I mean, I did explain it in the worksheet, but I didn't explain it the way Paul does. Paul explains the change differently than I do in my worksheet. And I'm going to come back in a minute. I got to take a break, and I'll come back in a minute and explain why. Hi, back again. I don't listen to myself when I talk, and so then I forget what I'm saying. Okay. When Paul changed the timeline, both Paul and Mary in their meter changed the timeline at Christ's birth. Okay, and when I did the Genius XLS worksheet, I was basing the 490s on his death. I'm sure it's still right to base them on his death, because David had a birth and a death measure for his 490s and his 1,000-year units. But I wasn't plotting the birth for Christ. Now, Paul and Mary both use an Anno Domini. Well, Paul uses Anno Domini. Mary uses something like an Anno Domini accounting that seems to be, this is really important, that seems to be patterned after the Roman AUC system. The question in my mind is their version of the Roman AUC system the same as ours? Because Paul's meter is matching exactly to our BC-AD system, which doesn't make any sense because we didn't come up with our BC-AD system until Dionysius in about the 6th century. Okay, and he made a mistake. That's when we say Christ was born 4 BC, that's why, because this guy lopped off 3 or 4 years of Augustus' reign by mistake. He made a math error. And we've been living with that ever since. So how come Paul's numbering system tallies to what we say are the AD dates for the Roman emperors? It doesn't always tally to what we say are the biblical BC and AD dates. There's a 3-year variance sometimes. But measured in terms of the Roman emperors that the Roman historians follow, and they're using Roman AUC system. Okay? Paul's tallying almost exactly. I mean, to the syllable. To the syllable. He picks for telema, he picks the Ada in telema to mark the year in which an emperor dies, and he does it with three different emperors. Okay, he does it with Trajan, Macrinus, and Diocletian. So that implies that we've got a basis for an accurate correction of our calendar. All right, that's the first thing I want to say about Paul. But the second thing is that he's dating a brand new time period, starting with Christ's birth, not his death. Now, there was an old time period into which he was born. He was born and was supposed to die 57 years before the 8th 490 from Adam. Okay? That was when he was supposed to die. It was included in the Mosaic Law, the whole thing. If you read my web pages and stuff, you already know this. But apparently due to his victory, time measures over from his birth, not just from his death. So when I say that the 490, our current 490 is ending in 2130, you might lop off 30 years from that. Okay? It would be ending therefore in 2100, which makes a lot of sense. When I say that our current qualifying period for the 1000 that some believers got a super mature, would have ended, of course, in the year 2000 or 2030 based on his death. Okay, so those are the corrections that I wanted to bring up. One of the other things I need to bring up is it's not only the 490 that he's remeasuring from, he's also remeasuring the 1000, which I didn't do in the worksheet, and I apologize. I'll have to fix it, but I won't be able to fix it until like 2014 or something. I've got too much to do right now, hence this video. You got any questions? Put them in the comments. Thanks a lot. Bye. Okay, I'm supposed to be recording with a new recorder now. New video recorder, because the other one doesn't seem to work with Windows 7. This thing is just, I have, it's whatever came up. Trying to figure out how I clear this. Clear the tab, yeah, there we go. And I was just doing some research on the fact that, see, Christ would be our Passover if he didn't die on Passover, which was really a week ago. He died on the 3rd, rose on the 6th, and that's true pretty much every year, because it's 14 days after the vernal equinox when true Bible's definition of Easter, his death date, his Passover, occurs. Passover is not the way the Catholic Church determines it. It is certainly not the way the Jews determine it. It is the 14th day after the vernal equinox every year. It's defined in Exodus 12, which nobody looks at. So it has to be a solar year, because that was Israel's birthday. And you miss your birthday if you use lunar years. But the Catholic Church uses this convoluted formula, and the Jews use lunar years, so we're always missing it every year. So Easter's long over, okay? Long over. That's why you have Christ, our Passover. And I don't know why this doesn't work. There are a lot of glitches, a lot of really bad features in BW9 that are very irritating, okay? And they won't fix them. Now watch this. I gotta do this. The search engine is not as good as it was in BW5. See, you got this stupid dialogue that comes up that doesn't belong. Nobody needs it. Okay. There's some really great new features in BibleWorks, and some of the old ones that were even better are not in the new version. Okay. See this? Christ the first fruits. Let me get rid of the auto info window. Okay, Christ the first fruits. First fruits is the Bible's name for Easter. That goes all the way back to Numbers 28:26. This is one of the better features in the new BibleWorks. Where is it? Numbers. 28:26. It's really pathetic that we don't get Easter right. We can't even get his death day and his resurrection right. See? Also on the day of first fruits when you present a new offering. Okay? Now you have to look at the context for that, because nobody does. The Jews get it wrong, and so do the Christians. You see this? This is Passover. After this manner you present for 7 days. Okay? See, first day of Passover. This is the context of Numbers 28. The last day of Passover. Right after the last day, piggybacked on it, at sundown, is first fruits. First fruits, therefore, is the first of the week if Passover had ended at the end of the week. The trouble is, the day that he died was real Passover versus official Passover. Official Passover was occurring 4 days early because the Jews didn't intercalate. And in order to depict that, our boy John in John 19 makes a kind of joke. It's really not so much a joke as a snide remark of omission. What Romans did is they snubbed by using omission. So he goes all the way to the 5th day before official Passover, and then the next thing in his text in John 18 is the official Passover versus the real one. And then he skips another 4 days from the first night of official Passover to the day that he's crucified, which was real Passover, in John 19. And if you aren't paying close attention to the text, you miss the fact that he just skipped over 4 days in John 18, and then he skips over another 4 days in John 19. Now, everybody reading that text at the time would have gotten that. It was a real obvious snub about the fact that the Jews didn't intercalate their calendar, because the only way the Lord could rise on the first day of the week and yet be crucified on Passover is if Passover should have been in the middle of the week. That's the only way the math works. And I covered that in my past plot.htm. So, if you're interested, you can go look it up, because I'm testing my new program and I just want to see if it actually works. So now I think I'm done. This is just a short video to help you always calculate Easter properly, since the stupid Catholics and stupid everybody else, including the stupid Jews, don't ever know how to calculate our calendar anymore. Exodus 12 tells you. Exodus 12 tells you. Hello? Exodus 12 tells you. Exodus 12 tells you how to do it. So you can always fix the calendar in any single year. All you have to do is follow Exodus 12. Okay? Exodus 12, right here in front of your face. See, this month. This month begins when? On the vernal equinox, called the March equinox. And you can go here, there'll be a link in the video description, and then you can tell what your city is when that was. Like this year in Jerusalem, it was 12:45 a.m. So that was considered the 21st. In Jewish time, the new day begins piggybacked at the sundown of the old solar day. So it was called by us in the West the 20th, but they would call it the 21st at sundown. And since the equinox occurred after sundown, then it's the 21st is the first day of the count. Back to the Bible. This month shall be the beginning of months for you at the vernal equinox. The trick is the vernal equinox before or after sundown. Okay? It is the first month of the year to you. That means it's solar, because you can't time the vernal equinox except by the sun, so it's a solar year. Has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the lunar years. Anybody trying to calculate the calendar on a lunar basis cannot read the Bible, period. See, speak to all the congregation on the 10th of this month. So look, this month shall be the beginning of months. It begins on the vernal equinox, which for us is March 20, for them is March 21st. But at sundown on the 20th begins the 21st. On the 10th of this month, the 10 days. Now, when is that? Well, if the March equinox occurs on the 20th of March, okay, and the new day begins on the old day, you just start counting on the 21st. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 is the 10th of the month. This is what actually happened to Christ. He was arrested 10 days after the vernal equinox. Take a lamb for yourself. That means you arrest the lamb. You take it. Okay? You shall keep the lamb until the 14th day. Okay, well, I've already counted 10. That took me to the 30th of March. Okay, so now I count 4 more. 31 March, 1st of April, 2nd of April, all the 3rd of April. That's the 14th day of the same month. Then you kill it at, the twilight is badly translated here. The evening sacrifice was at 3 p.m. So by 3 p.m. you killed the lamb. All right? And you roasted it. Now it was another like generally speaking, 2-3 hours to sundown. Okay? You have to eat it at sundown. Okay? Eat it. So by the time the sun goes down, the lamb has to be cooked, which means you have to have shed the, cut off the skin, and, you could have fried it. You could have, roasted it. You're actually supposed to roast it. Okay? But you can cut it up so to roast some of it faster. All right? And you have to eat it as a group because, see, even a lamb, that's going to feed 5 or 6 people. All right? If you're obeying the law, this is what you had to do. So know the Jew is obeying the law today because they're never observing it on the right day of the month. It isn't what day of the week it is. It's what day of the month it is, irrespective of what day of the week it is. See? So all those stupid Catholics saying, Good Friday, they can't read the law because it's a holy day based on what day of the month it is, not what day of the week. Okay? Roasted with fire. Okay, well, you can roast something with fire by, putting the whole thing on a spit. But that 3 hours might not be enough time. So you put pieces of it on a spit. And then by then, twilight, you'll be able to do it. Okay? Period. Hello? Now, how could he then eat the Passover? Because, see, you got 360-day year going on here. That's what David plotted in 1 Chronicles 24. So you got 30 times 12 is 360. Okay, then you have to add 1 for 361, another one for 362, another one for 363, another one for 364. Okay, and technically another one for 365. But since the new day begins piggybacked on the old day, the difference ends up being 4. Okay, see, that's why he's saying you keep it to the 14th day of the month, and then you're killing it you're not eating until after sundown. So that's the 15th day. All right. The Lord was slain by 3 p.m. All the gospel accounts agree. Okay, he died by 3 p.m. on the real 14th day of the real Passover. But the Sanhedrin didn't intercalate. So as far as they were concerned, instead of, adding the 5 days, they just started the new month right away. Okay. So 360 days had elapsed, and then they called the next day, they called that the first day of the new month. That's what they called it. So then you can see why, if you're adding 14 days to that, okay, they're actually celebrating Passover on the 10th day of the month. See, 375 instead of 365. Or instead of 379. They're celebrating the Passover early. So he's alive then. But that's actually the 10th of the month, as you just saw. It's the 375th day, which is the 10th of the new month. Okay, not the 14th. So he was arrested then, and then 4 days later, according to the Bible, and every single movie on this has gotten it wrong. It's not the next day. It's not 36 hours. It's not 18 hours. You can't have 7 trials in that short period of time. There were 7 trials, 7 official trials. 2 before Pilate, 2 before Pilate, 3 before the Sanhedrin, 1 before Herod, and then the last day before the people. 7 trials. You can't get that many people moving around that fast in 18 hours. It took 4 days, just like the Bible said it would. So, do you want to know when to celebrate? Real Easter. It's an easy calculation. When was the March equinox? Well, see, you can Google on it. Here's timeanddate.com. I use them a lot. Okay, well, 10 more days after this is the 30th. That's when the lamb gets set aside. And then 4 more days after that is the 3rd of March. That's when the lamb gets slain. And then guess what? 3 more days after that is called first fruits. First fruits. That's in Numbers 26. I'm so sick of people getting this wrong. I could die. Numbers 28, 26. See? On the 7th day. 7th, see? You have Passover. 14th day of the first month. Okay? On the 7th day, after that, which is the 21st day. Okay? Then comes first fruits. Then comes first fruits. Right there. See? Right after the 7th day of Passover. You don't start counting it, the Omer, right after the first day. This is after the 7th day of Passover. Duh. Okay? 7th day. Then you'll get all of your Bible dates right if you do this. Okay? All of them. They all fit together when you do this right. So you want to know when Passover is? Or you want to know when the Lord died? Same day. It'll be April 3rd this year. And you want to know when he rose, when true Easter is? It'll be 3 days after that. Whatever day that falls on. The 21st day. At sundown. He rose. Because they observed the Passover on the wrong day. Okay? Because they did that. Because first fruits is based on the day after you had your holy convocation. Not whether you did it on the right day. The 7th day after you start observing Passover, see? God got it right, see? That's considered the 15th day at sundown. God got it right. So he rose on first fruits. Just after, the day after Passover. There would be no way he could do that unless the calendar were out of sync. He couldn't rise and become first fruits. Okay, you couldn't have verses like Christ our Passover. Oh, come on. You couldn't have verses like I think that's how it goes, yeah. You couldn't have this verse if he didn't die on Passover. And you couldn't have this verse see, Christ is the first fruits, raised from the dead. If he didn't rise on first fruits, see, and here it is again, Christ first fruits, in context, Christ first fruits, because he rose on the day of first fruits, which is what we should be calling Easter. First fruits, 21st, after the March equinox. So, for us, April 3rd is the real Easter. That's how we should be celebrating it. And then 4th, 5th, 6th, April 7th. I mean, the real Passover, the real day he died, is April 3rd. And then 4th, 5th, 6th, on the 7th, we should be calling that first fruits, aka Easter. Peace out. Sorry to make this video, but I've got to make a correction in some of the stuff I've been saying about intercalation. You see in front of you a little, Excel worksheet on the difference between the equinoxes. Here, the autumnal equinox this year, because we're just coming up on our own vernal, or actually our own vernal just passed. The autumnal equinox for 2015 is going to occur on 23rd of September. So somebody wrote me an email to say, hi, how can you say it's 30 days per month when the difference between the equinoxes doesn't correspond to that? And he raised a good question, so that's why I'm making this video. The autumnal equinox this year is September 23rd. That's what the sun and the moon, the sun does. It's its distance from Earth such that at noon there's no shadow cast, whether it's in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, we call it autumnal equinox, okay? They have to call it the spring equinox. In the southern hemisphere, what they call the the autumnal equinox is what we call the spring equinox. But the point is it's the position of the sun. And God had them design their calendars, Israel, based on the position of the sun at the vernal equinox. That's what Exodus 12 tells you. Now, when the world was created, okay, we don't know when that was, how that was, who that was. But when Adam fell, we do know when that was. That was the autumnal equinox, or God reset the whole universe, if you felt like it. I mean, I really don't know how he did it. I just know that he did it. To be the autumnal equinox when time started, okay, for us. Okay, in other words, Adam's days began to be numbered at his fall, Genesis 3:22. Okay, in context. All right. So the number of days between the autumnal equinox and the vernal, just measured like that, is only 178. But the number of days from the next vernal equinox for 2016, all right, which happens on the 20th, and the next vernal equinox for 2016, which happens on the 23rd, okay? I think it's the 23rd. Let's find out. 22nd, okay. That's 186 days. So now you're looking at the difference between the March equinox and the very day of, because you don't know what time of day it's going to be on in your location, and the very day of the autumnal. That's 186 days. Now what that ends up meaning is that Israel should be intercalating not in Adar, which is generally speaking February, first part of March. They should be intercalating in Elul, okay, which is just before the September equinox. In other words, the month of Elul would normally be 30 days, but you add the 5.25 days to it. You just add it to the same month. In other words, that month will always have that number of days. Unlike the other 11 months of the year, Elul should always have 35, and then if it's after sundown the next day, 36 days in leap year. You will always hit the autumnal equinox on time if you do that. Always. You'll never miss it. Because the time period from the autumnal to the March equinox is shorter. And you're looking at the math that proves it right there. If they intercalated right here really, added the extra 5 days in what they call the month of Elul. If Elul was always 35.25 days, okay, and then, you know, to make up for the 0.25 every 4 years, it'll end up being 6 days. They will always hit the autumnal equinox on time. Always. Can't miss it. But they're not intercalating then. And like a dummy, I didn't do the math you see here. Took somebody writing me an email to make my brain wake up. Okay, I didn't do the math. I just went with what all the scholars were saying. Well, they intercalated and created an Adar, Shani. It shouldn't have been an Adar. It should have been an Elul. So I thought, oh, okay, do we have any evidence that the Jews knew this? Because, just because Brainot knows it and it's mathematically correct doesn't make it true, right? The math is the math, irrespective of who does it. You're looking at the math. You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to have, 16 initials after your name to do the math. Well, clearly Israel's never done the math. Well, actually, she used to do the math. That's what this next thing is in. This is a book, and I'll bring this back up so you can see it. All right. I don't know what's wrong with my monitor. This is a book that you can buy called Calendars in Antiquity, Empires and States by Sacha Stern. Okay, you can buy it in Amazon. It's in my buy list, but it's $147. And it's not any cheaper anywhere else. So, his point about this is he's just reviewing the history of how people use the calendar. Okay, what I had done is I had searched here, intercalation, Elul, Jewish calendar. Okay, and then not in this listing, but in another listing when I'd done it earlier. I don't see it listed here now. I got his link. All right. CERN is basically saying, see, always correspond if an intercalary Elul had been inserted. In other words, he's thinking in terms of if we create a new month of Elul Sheni. But you don't have to do that. All you have to do is have Elul always be 35.25 days. See, David designed the priestly courses on a 24-hour day. The 24 priestly courses, not 30. Okay, so then each priest is serving for X number of hours, then he's relieved by the next priest, so that by the end of the solar year, each priest will serve 365.25 hours, or in a leap year, 366 hours. It's really simple. See, God knows how to tell time, but we're not listening to him. All right, so this page is going through, I want to, starting basically up here. It's talking about intercalation and when it was done. And was it done in Elul? See? It turns out that the Babylonian calendar had Elul. But you don't have to create a second Elul. You just tack on the days to the only Elul, and Elul will always be 35.25 days. Okay? So the point is that they used to intercalate in Elul until the exile. And where was that? It's somewhere in this page. It talked about how the Babylonian Talmud said that they were intercalating based on Elul until the Babylonian exile. You can go read it. It's in here somewhere. I'll try to find it again and put a link in the video description as to what page it's on. But the Babylonian Talmud says this, not just this guy. Okay, so what happened? Did all the Jews' brains just turn off? And what happened to us Christians too? Did all our brains turn off? We can fix this, okay? We can fix it. All we have to do, now the vernal equinox has passed, but we know when the autumnal equinox is coming. At the autumnal equinox, 5 days before the autumnal equinox, we add 5 days to our calendar. And we subtract all those goofball other dates. We just make everything 30. Except for the month before the autumnal equinox needs to be 35.25. And especially the Jewish calendar needs to adjust. Because it's all fakakta now. Now, if you're a Jew, fine. I'm not trying to be against Jews. This is against the Bible, that the Jews are doing something against the Bible. I'm sure no Jew gets up in the morning and says, gee, I'd like to violate Torah today. Nobody gets up and says that. No Christian gets up in the middle of the morning and says, gee, I'd like to violate the Bible today. No pagan even does that. No atheist even does that. So we're making these mistakes century after century after century. For what reason? Because we don't know any better. Okay, but we can fix it. Why don't we fix it? Why don't we fix it by the September equinox? And one of the things I've got to fix, see, maximum mea culpa. One of the things I've got to fix is I got to go back now in all those places where I said they intercalated in Adar. Actually, it's true that they intercalated in Adar, but they should be intercalating in Elul. Okay, first 3 weeks of September, last week of August. That's what they should be doing. That's what we all should be doing. And now what I should be doing is go back and fix all the intercalation topics that I covered to see if I can stick in Elul somewhere. But now you know. God got it right. You're looking at it. Intercalate in Elul. Last week of August, first 3 weeks of September is the month of Elul. Intercalate there, people, and you'll get your calendars right for a change, whether you're a Christian, a Jew, or a pagan. And then you don't have to bother with how many days has September, April, June, and November. Peace out. Wait, I forgot to include this other book. It's really important. Whenever you're going to criticize, the most important thing you can do is figure out how the error got made or what was the motive for it. Because until you can account for the error, until you can account for the why, you're not sure that what you're saying is true. You have to account for the why. If you get it right, why did you get it right? If you got it wrong, why did you get it wrong? Not to criticize, but so that you can learn. The purpose of criticism, ideally, is never to actually just criticize or say something bad, but it's so that you can learn and fix it. Okay, so here's the next step in the thing that I forgot to cover in the past increment. Okay, which is going to be, this is going to be attached to it. Why didn't they intercalate in Adar? Because surely somebody in 5,000 years did the math here. Okay, they were able to detect when the equinox occurred because they had things like sundials. You even see the story told about it in Isaiah, where Isaiah asked the Lord to turn the sun backwards 15. That was because he had a shadow marker. They had like little sticks that they stuck in particular places where they had measured the latitude and the longitude and the angle and blah, 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 because that's been known forever. And when the stick didn't show a shadow at noon, okay, that it was supposed to show, that meant it was the vernal equinox, because only 2 days of the year, vernal and autumnal equinox, will that happen. And of course, you're going to know the difference between spring and fall. Duh. Okay? So they knew this math. They had to know. So then why didn't they just do it right the first time? Well, here's a book that offers an idea. She's quoting somebody, but I can't tell who, because that's on pages 70 and 71. Okay, and her book is $72 or more, so I have to get that one too. All right. Some Nasi means leader in Palestine, and I'm reading right here. The Nasi in Palestine is the one who has the right to decide on the calendar order. In other words, Israel was saying, oh, that we are the ones who determine the calendar. Of course, Rome had the same custom. We determine the calendar. What, you can't do the math yourself? See, this is where arrogance goes. It's due to arrogance that they're not intercalating in Elul, because the Babylonians did that. Well, hello, where did the Babylonians get it from? The Babylonian calendar was based on the Jewish calendar. And how do we know that? Oh, because Daniel was in charge. Duh! Sorry. I just, stupidity that doesn't get corrected is a real annoyance to me. I'm sorry. Stupidity, mistakes, well, I'm stupid. I make mistakes. That's a given. Not nice, not fun, but it's a given. Okay, fine. So fix your mistakes. Okay, here's a mistake. Well, it's not a mistake. It's an arrogance. The Nazi in Palestine is the one who has the right to decide on the calendar order. Yeah, and in Rome they called it Pontifex Maximus. To prove this, the third takes the trouble to survey in his homily the history of intercalation from creation of the world on 25 Elul. Really? The world was created on 25 Elul, says who? God doesn't say that. I'm doing the meter in Genesis now. There's no reference to when the world was created. There's every reference to how God designs time. Okay? See? I haven't finished it yet, so you're not going to be able to download this. But I'm up, see? First day, second day. He's got a little intercalation there. I don't know what it's for. Okay? That's the second day, rather. Then he's got another 7ing. I don't know why he's doing it there. Okay, here's the third day. There's another intercalation there. I don't know what it's for. I'm going to find out, though. 5th day, 4th day, 3rd day. 3rd day, Shalishi. 3rd day. Okay, 4th day. 5th day. That's as far as I've gone. The rest of the meter that you see here, I haven't counted yet. That's why they all say 22. Okay. So God is saying something about time, and he ain't saying nothing about no 25th of Elul. Okay. It's true that on the 24th of Elul, that the walls were rebuilt by Nehemiah. That's in Nehemiah 6:15. The walls were rebuilt. That's not creation of the world. So who's coming up with 25 Elul? That's some kind of fakakta nonsense that somebody came up with. Okay? But the point is that this guy is evidence that there was a knowledge of the fact that you intercalated in Elul. Because the third, whoever the person is, I can't tell because that's on the previous pages, takes the trouble to survey in his homily the history of intercalation from the creation of the world on 25 Elul and from the creation of the luminaries on the night before Wednesday, the 4th day, 28 Elul. In other words, you were supposed to, yes, intercalate on Elul, because those 6 days that you have to intercalate for represent the 6 days of initial creation. That's what this guy is saying. Well, I don't accord with that. I mean, there's no proof of this. The Bible doesn't say that. But it is cute. In other words, in commemoration of the creation of the world, they intercalate. The doctrinal meaning would stand because it's like, 5.256 days, except that the real total is 7, so then they can't really even play this game with it. But at least you can see there was a tradition of intercalation from Adam, Enoch, Noah, Shem. Okay? And they intercalated in Elul, and where I wanted to show you and didn't have it then, but I got it now. Remember I said Babylonian Talmud? It's right here in this guy's footnote. The Sasha Stern book, page 254. Okay, right here. See, Babylonian Talmud frequently cites that since the days of Ezra, the month of Elul had not been intercalated. In other words, prior to Ezra, they were using Elul to intercalate. Okay, now I've got a copy of the Talmud. I'll go look this up. But this is a citation. The folio that it's in. You can go look it up. The tractate. And in rabbinictraditions.com, if you sign up there, and I strongly suggest you do, because it's got the Hebrew and the English side by side, you can sign up there and search the entire Talmud. Okay, and he's got like all of them. He's got the Babylonian, he's got the Jerusalem, he's got I forget what the third one is. Okay, you can search them all online at rabbinictraditions.com. The guy that owns that site is named, I forget his name now. I'll put a link in the video description. Anyway, the point is they used to intercalate in Elul. before the exile. But because it was Babylonian, we're going to stop and we're going to do it in Adar because, here's our why, the Nazi in Palestine is the one who has the right to decide in the calendar order. In other words, they turned the calendar into a political issue. Who cares about the Word of God? Who cares about being accurate even with respect to the seasons? Remember what it says in Daniel 11? That the Antichrist will change the times and seasons? Yeah, well, there's more than one Antichrist, isn't there? Now, we Christian Antichrists are doing the same thing. I don't want the Jews to be, feel like they're all alone. We're all spitting on Christ with our dates. We got to stop this. Who is going to fix it in this generation? All I could do is document it. I'm too old to, go to school now and go get my PhD and then start doing this so that people will listen to me. And besides, I'm female. We need some degreed male to do it because then people will listen. They're not going to listen to a dippy female. But the point here is, even a dippy female could see this is wrong, and even a dippy female knows how to correct it. And here's how to correct it, guys. Do the intercalation in Elo like you used to do. You want to follow tradition. Here's your tradition already. Okay? Over here, tradition. Babylonian Talmud. You want to believe in the Talmud because you're Jewish and you say that this is the heritage of the Jews? Okay, fine. This is the heritage of the Jews. Go back to doing it in Elo. Stop doing it in Adar every 3 years. Do it in Elo every year. Just have Elo be 35.25 days. And then some days. And some years. Every 4th year. It's 366 days. Because Elo, every 4 years, is 36 days instead of 35.25. And then your calendar will line up for a change and you'll actually get Yom Kippur right. You'll actually get Rosh Hashanah right. Because right now, honey, you ain't. Okay, I'm going to close out this little calendar video by showing one. You'll be able to download this. I call it Intercal XLS. You can rename it what you want. It's a really simple calendar. All I did was look up the dates of the equinoxes. Okay? Here's your calendar if you want to reset to the real, what the Jews ought to use as their calendar for 2016. Okay? September 2015 equinox is on the 23rd. That is pre-sundown for Israel. In Jerusalem, it'll be 11:20 a.m. So Rosh Hashanah starts on the same day. Now, you have to remember, in Bible's version of Jewish time, see, the Bible's really the right version of Judaism you should be if you're going to be a Jew or a Christian or anything else that's a believer in God. Okay, it begins evening, morning, one day. Okay, it says so right here. See, here we go. All right. Evening, morning, one day. Right here. Right here, right here, right here. Day 1. Yom Echad. Day 1. Got it? Day 1. Evening, morning, one day. Here's the word for evening, Erev. Here's the word for day, but also for the word for morning, Boker. Boker. I'm supposed to click my back of my throat when I say it, Boker. But I'm not feeling like doing that right today. Okay, so evening, morning, one day. Evening, previous evening on the same solar day is the new day. Okay, well, the new day, the real Rosh Hashanah this year, begins on the 23rd at 11 a.m. So you start celebrating it at sundown. Got it? That's Rosh Hashanah. You want to know? Because the Jewish calendar, I don't know how could they get it so wrong? Of course, how did the Catholics get it so wrong? How could the church fathers be such idiots? How could all my fellow Christians, not all of them, but most of them, be such idiots? You can sit there and kvetch about that all day long. Here's the equinox, 23rd, this year. Measurable event, measurable then in the ancient world, and measurable now with sticks. Even with sticks, you can tell. At noon. Well, it occurs at 11:20 a.m. because we can now calculate it mathematically. And I'm sure they could in the ancient world too. We didn't invent math. Okay, so now the first day of the new year is the same day, 23rd. That's 1 Tishri. Ding. So how long does Tishri last? Using the Bible's math, not the Jewish calendar, which is completely fakakta. If you want to observe Passover on the right day, you better be looking at this, not that. I don't see how they got it so wrong. Okay, shut up. Okay. Tishri. Second week to the end. Total of 30 days. September 23rd to October 22nd. Then you just keep on going, baby. Count the days. And when you get to Adar, you do not intercalate there because you're supposed to intercalate in Elul. See? You will reach March 20th is the equinox. It also occurs early in the morning, so not at sundown. So you don't call it March 21st until sundown on the 20th. Okay? Till sundown on the 20th. Because it starts at 6:30 a.m. Jerusalem time. All right? So now we have 11 days after that. March 21 to April 19. Then that's for Nisan, aka Aviv in the Old Testament. Okay, sometimes called Nisan in the New. Ziv, which is the Bible name for it. IR, I don't know where they came up with that, but that's the name they use today. And then Sivan, 11th of which, right in between, what we would call June 1, is Pentecost. Okay, Tammuz, that's actually a Babylonian name, but nobody changed it. Av means father, haha. AB is the spelling, but you pronounce the B softly. That goes to August 18. And then Elul is when you do the intercalation, 35 days, sometimes 36 days, depending on when the equinox occurs. Well, the September 2016 equinox occurs at 3:30 p.m. Jerusalem time. So again, it's the same thing. At sundown, you're going to call it, even though it's still the 22nd, you're going to call it the 23rd and begin your calendar that way. So you see, there's a very short difference. But because you piggybacked at sundown on the prior day, that difference doesn't matter. The difference is actually in our math. The piggybacking on the prior day makes it a precise equation. It's our math that makes this off by a day. Because we call it by a new name day, new number. Okay, just like when you say 1 BC, you go straight to 1 AD. You don't have an interim. Because when you're born, you're age 0, but they call it your first year. But you don't actually turn age 1 until the end of that year. See, beginning versus ending of your calculation. That's why you have a differential. Because of the piggybacking, that solves the differential. You never have to worry about it. And notice you don't have to worry about leap years either. Because, depending on the time that the equinox occurs, then you're going to have to maybe call this 36 days. Every single month has 30 days except Elul. Now, I have been saying, because I was not doing this math, I was listening to all the scholars saying that the Jews intercalated in Adar. I looked at that and I thought, well, why don't they just add the 5 extra days to Adar? And lo and behold, that led me on the search back to the priestly courses, which led me to 1 Chronicles 24. And that's how they did it, except they didn't intercalate in Adar. They intercalated in Elul. And the links to the places where you can show that, including the Babylonian Talmud itself, are there. Now, I'm sure somewhere in Bible, there's going to be mention about intercalating in Elul. Okay? That this is when you do it, in the middle of the civil year, which is the end of the end of the civil year, which is the middle of the vernal year. Because only if you do it then are you going to get your dates right. Because here is hard evidence of that. This is a real equinox in 2015. This is the real equinox in March 20. Okay? There's a link so you can see the equinox. There's a March 20 equinox. You can just Google on it and it'll be the first thing you see. And then here's the real September equinox. And here's the real Jewish calendar the way God designed it in the Bible. 30 days for every month, except now I'm intercalating in the correct place. I was intercalating before in Adar because that's what all the scholars said the Jews did, and that's what the Jews say they did. Okay, well, they did it wrong. And they didn't always do it. You intercalate in Elul. Now, I'm going to find somewhere, someday, if God caused me to find this through somebody sending me an email, alerting me to the problem, then God's going to cause me now to find out where in the Bible it says, yes, you intercalate in Elul. And that, of course, will be our smoking gun. Meanwhile, hello, the math is the math. Even a brainout can do it. So how come we aren't doing it already? Sorry to make this video, but I've got to make a correction in some of the stuff I've been saying about intercalation. You see in front of you a little, Excel worksheet on the difference between the equinoxes. Here, the autumnal equinox this year, because we're just coming up on our own vernal, or actually our own vernal just passed. The autumnal equinox for 2015 is going to occur on 23rd of September. So somebody wrote me an email to say, hi, how can you say it's 30 days per month when the difference between the equinoxes doesn't correspond to that? And he raised a good question, so that's why I'm making this video. The autumnal equinox this year is September 23rd. That's what the sun and the sun does. It's its distance from Earth such that at noon there's no shadow cast, whether it's in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, we call it autumnal equinox. Okay? They have to call it the spring equinox. In the southern hemisphere, what they call the autumnal equinox is what we call the spring equinox. But the point is it's the position of the sun. And God had them design their calendars, Israel, based on the position of the sun at the vernal equinox. That's what Exodus 12 tells you. Now, when the world was created, okay, we don't know when that was, how that was, who that was. But when Adam fell, we do know when that was. That was the autumnal equinox. Or God reset the whole universe, if he felt like it. I mean, I really don't know how he did it. I just know that he did it. To be the autumnal equinox when time started. Okay, for us. Okay, in other words, Adam's days began to be numbered at his fall, Genesis 3:22. Okay, in context. All right. So, the number of days between the autumnal equinox and the vernal, just measured like that, is only 178. But the number of days from the next vernal equinox for 2016, all right, which happens on the 20th, and the next vernal equinox for 2016, which happens on the 23rd, okay, I think it's the 23rd. Let's find out. 22nd. Okay. That's 186 days. So now you're looking at the difference between the March equinox and the very day of, because you don't know what time of day it's going to be on in your location, and the very day of the autumnal. That's 186 days. Now what that ends up meaning is that Israel should be intercalating, not in Adar, which is generally speaking February, first part of March. They should be intercalating in Elul, okay, which is just before the September equinox. In other words, the month of Elul would normally be 30 days, but you add the 5.25 days to it. You just add it to the same month. In other words, that month will always have that number of days. Unlike the other 11 months of the year, Elul should always have 35, and then if it's after sundown the next day, 36 days in leap year. You will always hit the autumnal equinox on time if you do that. Always. You'll never miss it. Because the time period from the autumnal to the March equinox is shorter. And you're looking at the math that proves it right there. If they intercalated right here really, added the extra 5 days in what they call the month of Elul. If Elul was always 35.25 days, okay, and then, to make up for the 0.25 every 4 years, it'll end up being 6 days. They will always hit the autumnal equinox on time. Always. Can't miss it. But they're not intercalating then. And like a dummy, I didn't do the math you see here. Took somebody writing me an email to make my brain wake up. Okay, I didn't do the math. I just went with what all the scholars were saying. Well, they intercalated and created an Adar Sheni. It shouldn't have been an Adar. It should have been an Elul. So I thought, oh, okay, do we have any evidence that the Jews knew this? Because, just because Brainot knows it and it's mathematically correct doesn't make it true, right? The math is the math, irrespective of who does it. You're looking at the math. You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to have, 16 initials after your name to do the math. Well, clearly Israel's never done the math. Well, actually, she used to do the math. That's what this next thing is in. This is a book. And I'll bring this back up so you can see it. All right. I don't know what's wrong with my monitor. This is a book that you can buy called Calendars in Antiquity, Empires and States by Sacha Stern. Okay, you can buy it in Amazon. It's in my buy list, but it's $147. And it's not any cheaper anywhere else. So, his point about this is he's just reviewing the history of how people use the calendar. Okay, what I had done is I had searched here, intercalation, Elul, Jewish calendar. Okay, and then not in this listing, but in another listing when I'd done it earlier. I don't see it listed here now. I got his link. All right. CERN is basically saying, see, always correspond if an intercalary Elul had been inserted. In other words, he's thinking in terms of if we create a new month of Elul Sheni. But you don't have to do that. All you have to do is have Elul always be 35.25 days. See, David designed the priestly courses on a 24-hour day. The 24 priestly courses, not 30. Okay, so then each priest is serving for X number of hours, then he's relieved by the next priest, so that by the end of the solar year, each priest will serve 365.25 hours, or in a leap year, 366 hours. It's really simple. See, God knows how to tell time, but we're not listening to him. All right, so this page is going through, I want it starting basically up here. It's talking about intercalation and when it was done. And was it done in Elul? See? It turns out that the Babylonian calendar had Elul. But you don't have to create a second Elul. You just tack on the days to the only Elul, and Elul will always be 35.25 days. Okay? So the point is that they used to used to intercalate in Elul until the exile. And where was that? It's somewhere in this page. It talked about how the Babylonian Talmud said that they were intercalating based on Elul until the Babylonian exile. You can go read it. It's in here somewhere. I'll try to find it again and put a link in the video description as to what page it's on. But the Babylonian Talmud says this, not just this guy. Okay, so what happened? Did all the Jews' brains just turn off? And what happened to us Christians too? Did all our brains turn off? We can fix this, okay? We can fix it. All we have to do, now the vernal equinox has passed, but we know when the autumnal equinox is coming. At the autumnal equinox, 5 days before the autumnal equinox, we add 5 days to our calendar. And we subtract all those goofball other dates. We just make everything 30. Except for the month before the autumnal equinox needs to be 35.25. And especially the Jewish calendar needs to adjust. Because it's all fakakta now. Now, if you're a Jew, fine. I'm not trying to be against Jews. This is against the Bible, that the Jews are doing something against the Bible. I'm sure no Jew gets up in the morning and says, gee, I'd like to violate Torah today. Nobody gets up and says that. No Christian gets up in the middle of the morning and says, gee, I'd like to violate the Bible today. No pagan even does that. No atheist even does that. So we're making these mistakes century after century after century. For what reason? Because we don't know any better. Okay, but we can fix it. Why don't we fix it? Why don't we fix it by the September equinox? And one of the things I've got to fix, see, maximum mea culpa. One of the things I've got to fix is I got to go back now in all those places where I said they intercalated in Adar. Actually, it's true that they intercalated in Adar, but they should be intercalating in Elul. Okay, first 3 weeks of September, last week of August. That's what they should be doing. That's what we all should be doing. And now what I should be doing is go back and fix all the intercalation topics that I covered to see if I can stick in Elul somewhere. But now you know. God got it right. You're looking at it. Intercalate in Elul. Last week of August, first 3 weeks of September is the month of Elul. Intercalate there, people, and you'll get your calendars right for a change, whether you're a Christian, a Jew, or a pagan. And then you don't have to bother with how many days has September, April, June, and November. Peace out. Wait, I forgot to include this other book. It's really important. Whenever you're going to criticize, the most important thing you can do is figure out how the error got made or what was the motive for it. Because until you can account for the error, until you can account for the why, you're not sure that what you're saying is true. You have to account for the why. If you get it right, why did you get it right? If you got it wrong, why did you get it wrong? Not to criticize, but so that you can learn. The purpose of criticism, ideally, is never to actually just criticize or say something bad, but it's so that you can learn and fix it. Okay, so here's the next step in the thing that I forgot to cover in the past increment. Okay, which is going to be attached to it. Why didn't they intercalate in Adar? Because surely somebody in 2,000, 5,000 years did the math here. Okay, they were able to detect when the equinox occurred because they had things like sundials. You even see the story told about it in Isaiah, where Isaiah asked the Lord to turn the sun backwards 15. That was because he had a shadow marker. They had like little sticks that they stuck in particular places where they had measured the latitude and the longitude and the angle and blah, 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 because that's been known forever. And when the stick didn't show a shadow at noon, okay, that it was supposed to show, that meant it was the vernal equinox, because only 2 days of the year vernal and autumnal equinox will that happen? And of course, you're going to know the difference between spring and fall. Duh. Okay? So they knew this math. They had to know. So then why didn't they just do it right the first time? Well, here's a book that offers an idea. She's quoting somebody, but I can't tell who, because that's on pages 70 and 71. Okay, and her book is $72 or more. So I have to get that one too. All right. Some Nasi means leader in Palestine. And I'm reading right here. The Nasi in Palestine is the one who has the right to decide on the calendar order. In other words, Israel was saying, oh, that we are the ones who determine the calendar. Of course, Rome had the same custom. We determine the calendar. What, you can't do the math yourself? See, this is where arrogance goes. It's due to arrogance that they're not intercalating in Elul. Because the Babylonians did that. Well, hello, where did the Babylonians get it from? The Babylonian calendar was based on the Jewish calendar. And how do we know that? Oh, because Daniel was in charge. Duh! Sorry. I just, stupidity that doesn't get corrected is a real annoyance to me. I'm sorry. Stupidity, mistakes, well, I'm stupid. I make mistakes. That's a given. Not nice, not fun, but it's a given. Okay, fine. So fix your mistakes. Okay? Here's a mistake. Oh, it's not a mistake. It's an arrogance. The Nazi in Palestine is the one who has the right to decide on the calendar order. Yeah, and in Rome they called it Pontifex Maximus. To prove this, the third takes the trouble to survey in his homily the history of intercalation from creation of the world on 25 Elul. Really? The world was created on 25 Elul, says who? God doesn't say that. I'm doing the meter in Genesis now. There's no reference to when the world was created. There's every reference to how God designs time. Okay? See? I haven't finished it yet, so you're not going to be able to download this. But I'm up, see? First day, second day. See, he's got a little intercalation there. I don't know what it's for. Okay? That's the second day, rather. Then he's got another 7ing. I don't know why he's doing it there. Okay, here's the third day. There's another intercalation there. I don't know what it's for. I'm going to find out, though. Fifth day, fourth day, third day. Third day, Shalishi. Third day. Okay? Fourth day. Fifth day. That's as far as I've gone. The rest of the meter that you see here, I haven't counted yet. That's why they all say 22. Okay. So, God is saying something about time, and he ain't saying nothing about no 25th of Elul. Okay? It's true that on the 24th of Elul, that the walls were rebuilt by Nehemiah. That's in Nehemiah 6:15. The walls were rebuilt. That's not creation of the world. So who's coming up with 25 Elul? That's some kind of fakakta nonsense that somebody came up with. Okay? But the point is that this guy is evidence that there was a knowledge of the fact that you intercalated in Elul. Because the third, whoever the person is, I can't tell because that's on the previous pages, takes the trouble to survey in his homily the history of intercalation from the creation of the world on 25 Elul and from the creation of the luminaries on the night before Wednesday, the fourth day, 28 Elul. In other words, you were supposed to, yes, intercalate on Elul, because those 6 days that you have to intercalate for represent the 6 days of initial creation. That's what this guy is saying. Well, I don't accord with that. I mean, there's no proof of this. The Bible doesn't say that. But it is cute. In other words, in commemoration of the creation of the world, they intercalate. The doctrinal meaning would stand because it's like, 5.256 days, except that the real total is 7, so then they can't really even play this game with it. But at least you can see there was a tradition of intercalation from Adam, Enoch, Noah, Shem. Okay? And they intercalated in Elul, and where I wanted to show you and didn't have it then, but I got it now. Remember I said Babylonian Talmud? It's right here in this guy's footnote. The Sasha Stern book, page 254. Okay, right here. See, Babylonian Talmud frequently cites that since the days of Ezra, the month of Elul had not been intercalated. In other words, prior to Ezra, they were using Elul to intercalate. Okay, now I've got a copy of the Talmud. I'll go look this up. But this is a citation. You know, the folio that it's in. You can go look it up. The tractate. And in rabbinictraditions.com, if you sign up there, and I strongly suggest you do, because it's got the Hebrew and the English side by side, you can sign up there and search the entire Talmud. Okay, and he's got like all of them. He's got the Babylonian, he's got the Jerusalem, he's got the, I forget what the third one is. Okay, you can search them all online at rabbinictraditions.com. The guy that owns that site is named, I forget his name now. I'll put a link in the video description. Anyway, the point is they used to intercalate in Elul before the exile. But because it was Babylonian, we're going to stop and we're going to do it in Adar because, here's our why, the Nazi in Palestine is the one who has the right to decide in the calendar order. In other words, they turned the calendar into a political issue. Who cares about the Word of God? Who cares about being accurate even with respect to the seasons? Remember what it says in Daniel 11? That the Antichrist will change the times and seasons? Yeah, well, there's more than one Antichrist, isn't there? Now, we Christian Antichrists are doing the same thing. I don't want the Jews to be, feel like they're all alone. We're all spitting on Christ with our dates. We got to stop this. Who is going to fix it in this generation? All I could do is document it. I'm too old to, go to school now and go get my PhD and then start doing this so that people will listen to me. And besides, I'm female. We need some degreed male to do it, because then people will listen. They're not going to listen to a dippy female. But the point here is, even a dippy female could see this is wrong, and even a dippy female knows how to correct it. And here's how to correct it, guys. Do the intercalation in Elul like you used to do. You want to follow tradition. Here's your tradition already. Okay? Over here, tradition. Babylonian Talmud. You want to believe in the Talmud because you're Jewish and you say that this is the heritage of the Jews? Okay, fine. This is the heritage of the Jews. Go back to doing it in Elul. Stop doing it in Adar every 3 years. Do it in Elul every year. Just have Elul be 35.25 days. And then some days, in some years, every fourth year, it's 366 days. Because Elul, every 4 years, is 36 days instead of 35.25. And then your calendar will line up for a change and you'll actually get Yom Kippur right. You'll actually get Rosh Hashanah right. Because right now, honey, you ain't. Okay, I'm going to close out this little calendar video by showing one. You'll be able to download this. I call it Intercal XLS. You can rename it what you want. It's a really simple calendar. All I did was look up the dates of the equinoxes. Okay? Here's your calendar if you want to reset to the real, what the Jews ought to use as their calendar for 2016. Okay? September 2015 equinox is on the 23rd. That is pre-sundown for Israel. In Jerusalem, it'll be 11:20 a.m. So Rosh Hashanah starts on the same day. Now, you have to remember, in the Bible's version of Jewish time, see, the Bible's really the right version of Judaism you should be if you're going to be a Jew, or a Christian, or anything else that's a believer in God. Okay? It begins evening, morning, one day. Okay? It says so right here. See, here we go. All right? Evening, morning, one day. Right here. Right here, right here, right here. Day 1. Yom Echad. Day 1. Got it? Day 1. Evening, morning, one day. Here's the word for evening, erev. Here's the word for day, but also for the word for morning, boker. Boker. I'm supposed to click my back of my throat when I say it. Boker. But I'm not feeling like doing that right today. Okay? So, evening, morning, one day. Evening, previous evening on the same solar day is the new day. Okay, well, the new day, the real Rosh Hashanah this year, begins on the 23rd at 11 a.m. So you start celebrating it at sundown. Got it? That's Rosh Hashanah. You want to know? Because the Jewish calendar, I don't know how could they get it so wrong? Of course, how did the Catholics get it so wrong? How could the church fathers be such idiots? How could all my fellow Christians, not all of them, but most of them, be such idiots? You know, you can sit there and kvetch about that all day long. Here's the equinox, 23rd, this year. Measurable event, measurable then in the ancient world, and measurable now with sticks. Even with sticks, you can tell. At noon. Well, it occurs at 11:20 a.m. because we can now calculate it mathematically, and I'm sure they could in the ancient world too. We didn't invent math. Okay, so now the first day of the new year is the same day, 23rd. That's 1 Tishri. Ding. So how long does Tishri last? Using the Bible's math, not the Jewish calendar, which is completely fakakta. If you want to observe Passover on the right day, you better be looking at this, not that. I don't see how they got it so wrong. Okay, shut up. Okay. Tishri. Second week to the end. Total 30 days. September 23rd to October 22nd. Then you just keep on going, baby. Count the days. And when you get to Adar, you do not intercalate there because you're supposed to intercalate in Elul. See? You will reach March 20th is the equinox. It also occurs early in the morning, so not at sundown. So you don't call it March 21st until sundown on the 20th. Okay? Till sundown on the 20th. Because it starts at 6:30 a.m. Jerusalem time. All right? So now we have 11 days after that. March 21 to April 19. Then that's for Nisan, aka Aviv in the Old Testament. Okay, sometimes called Nisan in the New. Ziv, which is the Bible name for it. Iyar, I don't know where they came up with that, but that's the name they use today. And then Sivan, 11th of which, right in between, what we would call June 1, is Pentecost. Okay, Tammuz, that's actually a Babylonian name, but nobody changed it. Av means father, haha. A-B is the spelling, but you pronounce the B softly. That goes to August 18. And then Elul is when you do the intercalation. 35 days, sometimes 36 days, depending on when the equinox occurs. Well, the September 2016 equinox occurs at 3:30 p.m. Jerusalem time. So again, it's the same thing. At sundown, you're going to call it, even though it's still the 22nd, you're going to call it the 23rd and begin your calendar that way. So you see, there's a very short difference. But because you piggybacked at sundown on the prior day, that difference doesn't matter. The difference is actually in our math. The piggybacking on the prior day makes it a precise equation. It's our math that makes this off by a day. Because we call it by a new name day, new number. Okay, just like when you say 1 BC, you go straight to 1 AD. You don't have an interim. Because when you're born, you're age 0, but they call it your first year. But you don't actually turn age 1 until the end of that year. See, beginning versus ending of your calculation. That's why you have a differential. Because of the piggybacking, that solves the differential. You never have to worry about it. And notice you don't have to worry about leap years either. Because, depending on the time that the equinox occurs, then you're going to have to maybe call this 36 days. Every single month has 30 days except Elul. Now, I have been saying, because I was not doing this math, I was listening to all the scholars saying that the Jews intercalated in Adar. I looked at that and I thought, well, why don't they just add the 5 extra days to Adar? And lo and behold, that led me on the search back to the priestly courses, which led me to 1 Chronicles 24. And that's how they did it, except they didn't intercalate in Adar. They intercalated in Elul. And the links to the places where you can show that, including the Babylonian Talmud itself, are there. Now, I'm sure somewhere in Bible, there's going to be mention about intercalating in Elul. Okay? That this is when you do it, in the middle of the civil year, which is the end of the end of the civil year, which is the middle of the vernal year. Because only if you do it then are you going to get your dates right. Because here is hard evidence of that. This is a real equinox in 2015. This is the real equinox in March 20. Okay? There's a link so you can see the equinox. There's a March 20 equinox. You can just Google on it and it'll be the first thing you see. And then here's the real September equinox. And here's the real Jewish calendar the way God designed it in the Bible. 30 days for every month, except now I'm intercalating in the correct place. I was intercalating before in Adar because that's what all the scholars said the Jews did, and that's what the Jews say they did. Okay, well, they did it wrong. And they didn't always do it. You intercalate in Elul. Now, I'm going to find somewhere, someday, if God caused me to find this through somebody sending me an email, alerting me to the problem, then God's going to cause me now to find out where in the Bible it says, yes, you intercalate in Elul. And that, of course, will be our smoking gun. Meanwhile, hello, the math is the math. Even a brain app can do it. So how come we aren't doing it already? This is a journal video. This time I'm revisiting the meter in Ephesians 1:3-14. I wrote this document 5 years ago. And for the past 5 years, I have been wondering if I could find confirmation of the meter that I found, and I found so much more confirmation that I'm really kind of scared to revisit this. In particular, what I need to revisit is the actual meter itself, which I've shown many times now. I made, gotta be dozens and dozens of videos on this. Okay, this was the Greek. Here's the meter matching translation. I use the same count of syllables, and I tried to match the cadence if I could. Like it says, eulogetas ho theos kai pater, where the glory is God the Father. If I could. Alright, but here's the question now. I have always said that this was the Lord's age, nearly 57. I have always said that he's picking it from Mary. Oh, well, not always. I discovered that after I discovered what the Magnificat was. But what I never suspected until today, which is the 24th of March, is that perhaps based on what I now know is the precedence of the I write you style in Romans, that maybe he's using that same style in Ephesians. Luke doesn't use it in the gospel because Luke is writing a gospel. Okay, the gospel style doesn't follow that route. But Luke does use it in the book of Acts, which is written 4 years after Ephesians, and Luke's gospel and Ephesians come out at the same time. It looks like if you were going to have to put one of them first, Luke's gospel is first, because that way Paul can expect the reader to understand that he's playing on Mary's Magnificat, because it's not until Luke's Gospel that what everybody long knew as the Magnificat was reduced to writing. So I'm reasonably sure that both of these letters were written whenever they really were written. Maybe they were being written in the same year before Paul got arrested, but they were released due to his arrest at the same time. So presumably the courier who brought the letters to the various churches would say, hi, you got to read Luke's Gospel first, and then we'll explain, how Ephesians relates to it. That being the case, Romans had already come out 2 years prior. So the question is Paul here going to piggyback on the same style he used in Romans, which if I adapt it to the Ephesians numbers here, would be saying, hi, I'm writing you 10 years after X, which is 20 years after Y, which is 27 years after Z, which equates to the Lord's, something about the Lord's age or date. I really don't know. I've been trying to figure out why I've only got a 2-year difference here, because I'm still reasonably sure that this is what he means, because this is where Mary stopped, at the Lord's age 56. But now maybe I can solve the conundrum, because there's a 2-year difference in his age in the Roman style. That's basically really 3 years, but he's playing on the difference between age and X year. In other words, when you turn 56, you begin your 57th year. So that would account for why there's only a 2-year difference in Romans. And I just posted the video on that today. So now I'm going to apply that same idea to Ephesians. I'm not sure where it's going to lead. I kind of have to do this like spontaneously. Okay, just aloud, whatever I find, and with all the screw-ups that I do, they're live, and I don't edit it, because I just don't have time to edit it. And I'm sorry that makes it messy, but this is all I can do right now. So if we apply that same style in Romans, we could say, knowing that this is actually written in 4164 from Adam, and therefore, we know what the Bible book dates are. I could say, and I'll pull up my calculator here and see what happens. Hi, I, Paul, am writing you in the 10th year after I started writing canon. Well, I started writing canon, as I did in my Romans video, and I've already shown it in Galatians in 41:55, first quarter, so we're calling that 25. That's when he wrote it. Okay. He's writing Ephesians in 41:64.5 at the vernal equinox. Okay, or within a couple of months afterwards. So that's 9.25. So that's the 10th year. So far, so good. So I, Paul, because he used this phrase, where was it? In Corinthians, I think it was. He's already used this phrase, eulogetos oteos kai pater tu kuriou hemon Jesu Christou. He already used that. So he's repeating a phrase that they all knew. Notice I'm leaving out verses 1 and 2. Maybe I shouldn't, but I am right now. Because I know this is meant to be metered. If I do that, hi, I'm writing in the 10th year after I started writing canon. So he's basically starting with his own quote rather than his own first 2 verses saying, hi, I'm Paul. Okay, especially because what we say, we call this Ephesians, but the actual text is blank. It doesn't say Ephesians. Okay, it was a circular letter. And the copy that went to the Ephesians, we have a copy of that. That's how come we know Ephesus got it. So I prefer to start here at 3, especially because the meter works so perfectly elsewhere. Okay, so I, Paul, am writing you the 10th year after I started writing canon. And he's using a phrase everybody knew from those prior years. The first book he wrote was Galatians. It was written 9.25 years, so yeah, he's writing in the 10th year. So now our new point of reference is 4155.25. So now we have to subtract 20 from that to see what he's going to mean next. And it's got Christ's name on it, so it should be something relevant to his age. 4135.25. Okay, so he's saying, hi, I'm writing you 10 years after I first wrote canon, and I started to write canon 20 years after he died. Okay, because it's not really 4164.5 when he writes. It might be. Yeah, it's 4164.5. Okay, so he's playing a little game. He's rounding it because the Lord died at the beginning of 4136. So either he's rounding the 4164.5, 4164.5. He's rounding that by adding, let's say, 0.25 or adding 0.5 altogether, so that when he subtracts 20, from 4155.25, so it doesn't matter what he's writing now, minus 20. So when he subtracts 20, then he's rounding. Okay, because the Lord actually died in 4136. Okay, so we'll call that rounding. Okay, after 20 years. Yeah, well, 4136 is after 20 years. Okay, so I, Paul, am writing you in the 10th year after I first began writing canon, and I first began writing canon after 20 years after the Lord died. And he died. This is where we have to interpret 27 then. 4136 is the year he died. So what? He would have had to have died 27 years after what? "27 years after Judea became a province?" Judea became a province in 6 AD. But then he's using the Lord's real birth age to come up with that. When instead he should have died, he's converting over to Roman Varro calendar, which is the same as our AD. Okay, so the Lord died in 4136. But the year he died was 27 years after, and then we subtract his real birth date, Judea became a province. Because he should have died in AD 37, which is when he should have died. So he would then have been in AD 37. I'll have to think about that. I'm going to shut off for now. This is starting to work, and I need to think about it without wasting your time. Okay, there's another journal video. Sleuthing. If you hear some crunching, it's because I'm eating Cheetos. This Bible Works 9. This thing they call reverse is a CNTTS apparatus. I can't read it unless I expand it. But even then the screen is really small because I'm using an FHD monitor for recording. And what I'm looking for are variants which might have significant bearing on the syllable count or text, but generally speaking the variants are just spelling or abbreviations. And they don't alter much of anything, but occasionally they do. And here's where variants due to apostolas. We got doulos here. That's an interesting variant. That would alter the syllable count. Doulos is 2 syllables. Apostolos is 4. But we'll take that into account. So two syllables less, possibly. If we even count Ephesians 1 and 2, which I don't think we're supposed to. Abbreviations of the nomina sacra. Telematos, spelling. Theu with the nomina sacra. Tos haios. We got one which adds passing. So we possibly have a deduction of 2 syllables and a re-addition of 2 syllables, so that doesn't change the total syllable count. Passing is in the wrong case. Okay. Alright. An issue is whether or not, since Anaphora is not there, there was a blank space in the manuscript and you inserted the location. These are the witnesses that have it. Not too many witnesses omit it. But the way it's included, is there's a blank space for the place to be inserted. I remember when my pastor was first exegeting Ephesians. Well, not first exegeting it, but the first time I heard him, which was in 1985. He was explaining that everybody knew there was a blank space there. Now, if there was blank space there, then Paul didn't mean to meter it until he filled it in. And that's borne out by the text. I pasted from BibleWorks. Actually, I pasted this from BibleWorks 5 because I like the fonts better. These are the first 2 verses because it's BW3. Verse 3. Which actually begins the text that I've already abstracted. See, here's verse 3. Vologetes o Theos Kapeter, tu kuriu Chaimon Jesu Christu, Vologeses emas en pasulogien o atiken, tois akuranis in Christoi. Okay, this stuff I've already abstracted. I've already versified it. It definitely has the meter with the 70. Okay. Immediately. But verses 1 and 2, there's no 70. Look. Now, what's still interesting about that is that there's total with emphasis in it. There's 59. And that's really the issue here. Ephesians really written in the year that I've been claiming. The same year as Luke wrote. Versus Romans. Romans, dateline, and June, AD 56, precedent for the I write you style, which I'm now testing in Ephesians. Okay. A lot of scholars think that Romans was written in 57. And it's understandable why they think that, even though it was written at the end of June 56, because the Adamic year is going to end in a couple of months. So, since a whole lot of people, Romans included, dated their regnal years based on September. That's why they might call it 57 AD. Paul's really writing at the end of 56. I feel real comfortable with that now. I've done the video on that. I just posted it. Today's the 25th. Just posted it yesterday. His puns and everything that he does depend on this 62.75 being true. So I'm real comfortable about that date. But of course now, everything is thrown into a tizzy because that wasn't the last letter he wrote before his imprisonment. 2 Corinthians was. And from what I can tell, and I guess I gotta visit it again, and I was pretty comfortable with these dates also. 2 Corinthians was written like a month later. Okay. 42 years after Augustus died. Okay. Augustus died in 14 AD. So 14 plus 4106, which is a BC AD converter of the Bible dates, is 4120 plus 42 is 4162. Okay. Now, that matters because he actually died in the month we call August. And relative to when Paul writes, that would be 4162 if you disregard the valuation year, or you just round off. If Paul's doing that in 2 Corinthians, it stands to reason he's going to use the same procedure, the same accounting methodology in Ephesians, which I have yet to prove. Okay? More problematic is 62.75 minus 20.5, which is a 20 and a half. Let's make a play on 20. 20 and a half after 4142, which is really the beginning of 4143. It's problematic because it matches real well. But what's also problematic about it, as I've said from the beginning when I was doing this, is that when you add the same number of syllables, equal years going forward, you get this strange tie like this. 4162.75 plus, because it might be 0.99 even, plus 20.5 takes you 4183 and a quarter, which would be the first quarter of the Adamic year 4183, which basically takes you to Hanukkah. Hanukkah 4183 minus 41:43, Ephesians Hanukkah, vernal equinox, that would have been the same number of years the Lord had been dead as he'd been alive. That was one of the rapture criteria that Paul was playing with in Ephesians. So you would expect a reprise of this meter style in Ephesians. The other thing is that 42 plus 50 is 92. Okay. Which itself doesn't mean anything, but if you took 2133 plus 50, you'd have the 50th anniversary of his ministry start. That Paul has used before. And that's meaningful. So with this as your backdrop, because you're looking for consistency. If you want to prove intent, you have to find consistency. But Paul is really writing 4164.5. That means that he'd be writing at the vernal equinox, along with Luke. And I feel real comfortable saying Luke is doing that, because he's basing one of his datelines is 63, and Zechariah's ministry was the last week of May. So he'd be timing his gospel to the last week of May. I don't know, the whole scholarship, they say, oh yeah, probably 58. The earliest scholarship as to when these books were written is 57, right after Romans. But I'm coming up with an earlier date on Romans, but it's not earlier by much, depending on when the scholars think 57 begins, what fiscal. If they're looking at the true fiscal year that won't follow, because usually their argument centers on when was Felix in power in Jerusalem and when Festus. That's usually September fiscal. I mean, even to this day, governments use September fiscals. Okay. When Tiberius came to power, it's true that his dad died in what we call August. I'm sure that the month was named August because of that. But they came to terms on September fiscal anyhow. Same thing was true in the Old Testament. In Israel, they had a custom of adopting regnal years as of the vernal equinox. But most of your nations around Israel, including Israel herself in some years, dated the regnal year from the autumnal. If the autumnal, then that's why we would call it 57, because we're basing it on the first year of Festus or the last year of Felix. Okay, that's how we're deciding when these books were written, as we're looking at the text. And it's the debate centers on when did Felix stop being in office and when did Festus take over. Okay. And you can find that in ISBE Encyclopedia entry on the chronology of the New Testament. So that's not where my problem is. Pretty much all throughout except for the Gospel of Matthew. Pretty much throughout, I'm getting convergence with what the scholars date the books are. Within 2 or 3 years, the only major exception besides Matthew is Revelation. Revelation and 1 John. These books were written considerably earlier than scholars think. But then the scholars who think that they were written in the 90s are going by the Dippy Church Fathers who didn't know John. For sure they didn't know John. They lie about John, so they hated him and pretended to like him, because they were all self-righteous and religious. There's nothing in common between John and them at all. Zero. You can just throw Polycarp in the trash, and you can throw Ignatius in there with him, and you can throw Justin Martyr in there with him, and Irenaeus and Tertullian and all those jerks. They did more harm to Christianity than Hitler. They really did. And I'm not backing down from that. All you have to do is read their own writing, and you'll know. They spit on Christ more than anybody else I've ever read in my life. Only the KJVO people are worse. So, of course, they're going to be wrong in their dates about John's books. And of course, they're the ones who think that there was some source gospel. They wouldn't know God if he bit them, and he did. It's very clear in their writings. They didn't understand a thing. So, what they have to say, I take no account of. What ISBE Encyclopedia has to say is also sometimes worthless for that reason, but there's a fair amount of divergence in scholarship on the dates of the Bible books, but they sort of like agree. 56 through 60 at latest. 57 through 60 is their more or less their consensus. Okay, well, this is toward the earlier end of the spectrum, and so I'm sitting here thinking, well, maybe this date is wrong. It won't be wrong by much. We're talking like 3 months. So I'm playing with the idea, what if instead of this being 64.5, because both these books come out at the same time. Especially since, that's my favorite toy as a kid, especially since this is not metered. See, look, closest thing you can say about it being metered is that Paul had like prefabricated at the beginning. And since it wasn't yet released, in other words, I'm arguing that this was blank. And it is blank in a lot of the manuscripts, but not that many. As we saw in the CTNS apparatus, Ephesians is filled in with this kind of bracket. Now, there's a way to see some of these manuscripts here online. So let's look. See if we can tell what that looked like. Okay, here is, let's see if we can bring it up. In the darker shade print, you're looking at an actual facsimile of a real MSS, a real manuscript, MS, singular. This one is Sinaiticus. That's one of the reasons that it's just flat worth it to buy Bible Works. You can't, as far as I know, you can't get this anywhere else. Okay? So let's see if we can find. I don't remember how to move the that's not going to help me. I want to see the actual letters. There was a way to scroll it. Zoom level. Make it 50%. There we go. I haven't used this in so long, I don't remember quite how to use it. See, we'll use it. Whoops, no, we don't want that. Zoom level, back to 50%. Now I'm way too far over. So Ephesians 1:1. How do I move it to the right? Oh. Let's do a different verse. Ephesians 1 Samuel. I want 1 Samuel. Let's do Ephesians 1. I'm sorry, I'm not used to using this. Ephesians. Let's say 1 Samuel. Ephesians, please. Well, this isn't working. Alright, so let's pick a different Bible book so I can clear it. Okay, now we'll pick Ephesians again. I mean, you know, because this is their first edition where they have the facsimile, so there's going to be bugs. Alright. A workman's worth is higher. Okay, can I tell? I'm not used to reading the script like this. This is what the actual letters that were written look like. Alas. See the C letters, the ones that look like C's here? Those are S's. I'm not used to reading the script. There's hagios. N. Okay, I'm not seeing it. But that could just be because I'm not used to reading it. Let's do exage. Let's take this out. So what was I looking at? Which manuscript was I looking at? Sinaiticus M01. Which one? I'm sorry, I am so tired. M01. Okay. There's no plain M01. There's Anaphora. They didn't write the iota subscript. See, these guys don't have it at all. The M01 class is Sinaiticus. More than one copy of Sinaiticus. There's Anaphora, but it's not in all of them. Of course, we already knew that. This is the kind of work that a textual critic has to go through. And if it wasn't for the hard work of the people compiling this, I wouldn't be able to look at it so quickly. I don't see it saying Anaphora unless that's supposed to be like a blank. Let's try a different manuscript that might be easier to look at. Alexandrinus is a category 1 Allen, so let's look at that. There's Ephesus right there. So Alexandrinus has it. Let's look at Vaticanus M03. See, this is what textual critics actually are looking at. It's hard for me to tell. Let's try 75%. See, that's not all that readable. Washingtonianus is late. Yeah, I would think not. No. No. Hey, let's go back to Sinaiticus. Okay, that MO1 isn't in my list. I don't see it listed. Okay. Go back to Alexandrinus, which has it. There we go. See. My face, I see there's a big keyword right there. It's the only, and that's supposed to be an S. Face like high. See, they just ran all the letters together to wonder they were able to read or understand a thing at all. It's a terrible method of copy. Here we go. Aboteo, patros. But there's an emphasis in the Alexandrinus text, but Paulas, Apostol, and the Os is kind of hard to read. Okay. There's Jesus Christus Sacra, Nomina Sacra. Dia. Telematos, and it's abbreviated. That's the end of the tos. Nomina Sacra again. Toy. Here's the S for toys. Hagios, and then see? Okay. This. Alright, well, it's incomplete. Let's try Vaticanus again. See if I can get the zoom level to be a little lower. Paulas, Apostolas, Christi Jesu. That's Nomina Sacra right there. Dia. Telematos. Teu Nomina Sacra. Toys. Hagios. Toys. See, it's like somebody's writing on the margin. Kai pistois. And there's Nomina Sacra again. Christi Jesu. Okay, so as you can see right in here, it's like filled in. So what that tells you is that's why they have this bracketed. But what it also tells you is, look, I mean, this is pretty standard formula. He's used it several times at the beginning of his letters. And in the other letters, it's part of the meter, but there's no meter in here. There's no 7 in here. I submit to you that's because what he had done, or the copy that we have of these two verses, was before the letter went out, which means he wrote it as a sort of master letter. So it's not intended to be part of the meter that he's going to use in the letter. That the meter actually begins in verse 3, which is what I just knew when I first did this 5 years ago. The one big issue here is 59. Because something that he likes to do is pair up. He doesn't always do it, but he likes to pair up the age when he writes with the name in the same line, which is one of the reasons I parse it. You're supposed to parse by clause. It makes the syllables really easy to remember. And when I've done this a couple of times, I end up remembering these cumulative counts like right off the top of my head. And it makes the text and the meter easy to remember all at once if you parse it by clause, which I do anyhow because this is a legal document. You should parse it by the legal clauses to understand the interrelationship of the clauses. Okay. So about the only thing here that we could really use potentially is that he's writing when the Lord is 59. We could pretend that. I don't think it's exactly the case though, unless he started. This is the key. He might have started writing this, didn't finish it. And that's why we don't have this in the text, because it gets inserted at the last minute. And therefore, he was writing it, set it aside because maybe God told him to. And then when he got put in jail, that was the time to disseminate it. So that by the time he disseminated it, the Lord wasn't 59 anymore. Okay? That's my operating hypothesis. So, we close this. No, we close this window anyway. And we come back to our dear boy, Luke meters. And we look at what we do know is metered, which is in Ephesians itself. So now we're going to come back to Ephesians itself. But before we do, let's have a look at the possibility that he actually wrote it up to 3 months, possibly even 6 months prior. If so, then Luke's gospel probably came out prior too. It wouldn't come out after because Paul is making his whole meter is based on Mary. And all of Luke's gospel is based on Mary. And it would have been very timely and instructive and helpful if both those letters went out at the same time. So the implication is, the isagogics of this are, the implied isagogics are, that both Luke was writing the Gospel of Luke, Paul was writing Ephesians while they were traveling, and the actual release letters were were Corinthians 2nd in the same year, okay? Romans 1st, and 2 Corinthians had been issued while Paul was traveling for sure, because he spends 2 Corinthians explaining why he's not coming. You know, this is the Lupao letter, you know, all godly sorrow and all that other horrible translation. One of the most important letters he wrote, and it's horribly translated, so you don't have a clue what he's talking about. He had written them back here in 4161. A little over a year and a half later, he writes the second letter. But between those two, he wrote Romans. Now, in Romans 15, my pastor covered this extensively, Paul is starting to go south in his spiritual life. He's starting to rebel. Because what he really wants to do is go to Jerusalem And of course, all that is recorded in the book of Acts, starting in chapter 18. And he really wants to do is go to Jerusalem, be part of the Macedonian gift, so that he can try to convince his fellow Jews to believe in Christ. And he literally has a bad hair day in Acts 18, cutting his hair at Cenchrea because he was growing it for the Nazarite vow, and you were supposed to cut your hair when you got to the temple and throw it underneath the altar at the temple as a conclusion of the vow. That way he could ingratiate himself with the Jews there. That was what he was planning on doing. He was at Cenchrea, and he obviously decides, oh, this is stupid. Why am I going to compromise the word of God that God gave me in order to ingratiate myself with Jews who don't recognize that, you know what, the law's changed now. Christ is the end of the law for those who believe. And that's in Romans 10:4. Okay? So the isagogics are, and he writes Romans between 1 and 2 Corinthians. He's still traveling when he writes Romans, so it's not too big of a stretch to think, okay, well, God gave them portions of stuff to write, but not necessarily disseminate. Luke was writing the gospel at the same time. Paul was writing Ephesians to fit hand in glove with Luke's gospel, because this is playing off Mary. This is where Mary stopped in her meter. And it's not like everybody didn't already know what Mary said, but Luke is the guy that God is giving to record it, make it official in writing. So God has a timing. God says, when yes, you're writing canon, but you write it and then you let it sit, and you write it and you let it sit, and you talk to God, and is this really what you want to say? I mean, it's a very interactive process. I know because of the way I'm doing these videos now and stuff. I make a little bit, and then I go talk to God, and I make a little bit, and I go talk to God. And I'm not writing canon, but canon, I'm sure, is much more like that. Much more careful. Okay? Because if you're going to represent God, even if you give the gospel to somebody on the street, you need to be talking to God to make sure that what you say is what he wants you to say. And it's how much more true if you're writing canon and you know it, and they know it. Okay? So now, it's like, okay, when did they really write this? And is the dateline that we have in Ephesians, which is a 56, at Ephesians 1:4, okay, exelexito gemas is the phrase in which he elected us, and that's when it finally equals 56. The meters are 10, 20, 27, 37, 47, 56. See, I can just rattle that off my head. It makes it really easy to remember. See, here's your proof. Because here's Ephesians. Okay, let's do the PDF. Okay, let's go all the way to the beginning. Here's verse 3. See? Exelexito gemas. And here are the meter counts per clause. 10, 20, 27, 37, 47, 56. See? This is definitely metered. He definitely means it to be so. I think we can pretty much safely agree that he didn't even try to meter the first two verses, if for no other reason than because it wasn't ready for distribution yet. And so, since it was going to be a mass letter, and it was going to be a joint letter, he just started the meter here that would be in common for everybody. Okay? It's a phenomenon in Scripture that they include their greeting as part of the meter. So this is an exception to the rule. Of course, the exception proves the rule. It's the only book I know of so far in the Bible that the greeting is not part of the meter. Psalm 90 used the greeting as part of the meter. So why not this one? Well, you could argue partly because God didn't want it that way, partly because of the kind of nature of what this meter really is, because it's not a dateline meter, it's a whole story. But the first 70 is your dateline, just as it was in Psalm 90. So then we come to the crux of it, like what then does this 56 tell you about either A, when it was composed, or B, when it was disseminated? Because there seems to be a difference. If we say it was disseminated in AD 58, which is pretty easy to prove from Luke, all right, 56 divided by 2 is 28 years after his death. Okay, well, even with the AD dates, he died in 30 AD plus 28, you have 58, no brainer. If you're using the actual Adamic date, you know, he died in 4136 plus 28, 4164. You could also read it as, and here's the trick, you can also read it as the 28th year instead of 28. So he died in 4136 at the beginning of the year. So what you're really going to want to do is say 4135, end of the prior. Of course, that doesn't really hold much water because 4136 is vernal. So you really have to add 0.5 to convert it to Adamic. So he really died 4136.5 Adamic. Okay, so let's add 27 to that in order to say 28th year. And we got 4163.5. So that's our inner limit of when this book would be written. Because Paul's using the same date line as Luke, pretty much. He's got an alternate with the 21 years. Now, if you look up an ISBE encyclopedia about when they think Paul went to jail, they're saying the inner limit has to be 57 AD, based on the text in the letter, Felix versus Festus versus the insurrection that in Acts that the guy thought Paul was part of. So we say, okay, 4163.5, which is a whole year earlier. See, I'm saying 4164.5. 4163.5 minus our converter to BCAD would be 57.5, right in the middle there. Perfect fit. But 4163.5 being a year earlier, the 0.5 Adamic, the Adamic year starts on the autumnal equinox. 0.5 means maybe February. So 0.5 is the end of the first 6 months Adamic. The vernal equinox starts third week of March. So it's at earliest it would be like third week of February. More likely it's the third week of March on the vernal equinox exactly. If it's 4163.5. Okay, so if that were true, then instead Luke's gospel is not composed as I'm showing here, but instead a year earlier, which would be 57 mid-year, 57 on the autumnal basis. So that would translate into vernal 4163, because the 0.5 is Adamic. So if you want to convert to vernal, you subtract the 0.5. Okay, if that were true, then how do these dateline meters fit? Well, 4163 minus 28, we'll say 27 for the 28th year, takes you back to his death. So there's a fit there. Okay, 4163, and we're still talking vernal now, because it's easy enough to convert. Plus 28, that doesn't take you to the pre-trib start. But if he's using plus 1 like he's used before, then you got 4163 plus 1 takes you to 4164 plus 28. That's still not far enough to be pre-trib start. So either it's not pre-trib start, and I've guessed the formula wrong, or he didn't write in 4163. Now if we take 4163.5 ADAMIC, and we add 1, and then we add 28, we get 4192.5, which means halfway through the year 4192. But we need to get to at least halfway through the year 4193, because the trib start is at the beginning of 4194. So we got a problem, Houston. The other problem we got is that 4163.5 ADAMIC minus this other date line of 63 takes us too far back. Because that should read 4101. So he could be saying 63rd year back. So if he's saying 63rd year back rather than 63, then you're really subtracting 62, and that fits. Because this is the announcement to Zacharias now. Okay? So his wife is going to get pregnant 4 months after his service ends. So that's 10 months, 4 months after his service ends. And then by the time Mary is visited, she's been pregnant. Elizabeth has been pregnant for 6 months. So that's close to saying a year. Okay? So then now it's all going to fit. The timeline fits if we can say this, 4101.5. Which we can do if we got 4163.5 ADAMIC. Okay? Minus, instead of 62, we say it's the 63rd year. And then that works. So the backwards on the 63 works. The backwards on the 56 works. But forward to the trib, that's not working. Unless he dies in 4136, you add 1, add 28, wait a minute, 4136 plus 1 plus 28, you have to do it again, plus 28. That takes you. So if he's figuring it backwards from his death, because he's already used the 28, so we got 4163.5 is our putative date now. Minus 28, well, minus 27. 4163.5 minus 27. That would be the ADAMIC equivalent of when he actually died, because he died at the beginning of the vernal year. So now we're going to add 1, and then we're going to add 28, and then we're going to add 28 again. Notice we just shot past his actual writing date. But that would take you to the first year of the tribulation, if he did the accounting like that, which he might have done. And I need to take a break here.